Can you hear me?
All good. Let's go.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Eagle mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PvP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Mistyport's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the 2nd level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the 2nd floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gue sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun đã cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony K kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to the Tony K.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวานแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina, dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era, sebab diorang Ruthless pun tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น EA Arena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah, 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi, 1000 mungkin, karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR, jadi ya the new jalan baru juga. Jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada tu. Cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara. So senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bớt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับเลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay, bắn hay quá, nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down onto week 2 here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. It is a brand new week to be grinding things out here, and joining me on stage, they are no strangers to the PUBG Mobile scene, but they are from Strangers Esports. I've got Mila and Earth with me. Welcome aboard. Now, just jumping straight into the point, the hard facts here, right? Strangers Esports, they didn't really have a good week 1 per se, did not qualify to the Super Weekend. Coming in on a fresh start here in week number 2, what is the game plan?
สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาเป็นสัปดาห์ที่ยากลำบากสำหรับ STE มากเพราะเราไม่ได้เข้าผ่านเข้ารอบ Super Weekend แพลนทีมของเราที่มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ใหญ่ที่สุดคืออะไรคะ
ก็ต้องปรับเปลี่ยนเรื่องสไตล์การเล่นแล้วก็
communication ภายในทีมแล้วก็ความกล้าเล่นต่างๆครับ
We have to adjust about the way we play and the communication among the team, and we have to encourage the player to more brave to play.
More bravery coming in week number 2. Is this a hint that Strangers Esports are not going to be strangers on the battlefield and play a little bit more aggressive? I guess we'll find out. Now, consolation to their situation though. In week number 1, they're not the only team who didn't make it onto the Super Weekend. Now, in your opinion, Mela, what do you think is the main challenges that teams, maybe such as yourself, who came from the PMNC Thailand, is facing when it comes to trying to breach into Super Weekends?
อะไรคือความท้าทายของเราที่ทีม STE ไม่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบ Super Weekend และซึ่งก็ไม่ใช่ทีมเราทีมเดียวมีอีกหลายทีมที่เราคาดไม่ถึงด้วยเช่นกัน
ก็น่าจะเป็นส่วนของตัวเราเองด้วยที่ไม่มีความกล้าเล่นมากพอครับที่จะเข้ารอบได้ครับ
It's mainly because of our player ourselves that we don't brave enough to play, so we didn't make it to Super Weekend.
All right, then I guess we can only see comes here week number 2. Before I move on to Earth, one last question, all right? This might be crazy, but optimistically speaking, is there an advantage to miss out in the first Super Weekend, especially in this format?
มีข้อได้เปรียบเสียเปรียบอย่างไรบ้างที่เราไม่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบคะ
ก็เสียเปรียบทีมที่ได้เข้าไปเก็บคะแนนในสัปดาห์แรกครับแต่ว่าเราก็จะพยายามทำให้เต็มที่เพื่อที่จะเข้าไปเก็บคะแนนในสัปดาห์นี้ครับ
It a disadvantage in terms of the score collection that we don't have much score. Yeah.
But is there any good side when missing the first one though? Is there a positive for not making it on the first week?
แล้วก็มีข้อได้เปรียบอย่างไรบ้างที่เรารู้สึกว่าแบบถึงเราจะไม่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบแต่ว่าอะไรที่เป็นแบบข้อดีข้อได้เปรียบของเรา
ก็ไม่แน่ใจว่านับเป็นข้อดีไหมก็ได้ดูทีมอื่นแข่งกันในรอบซูเปอร์วีคเป็น2 วันครับ
I'm not sure that it can say that is a positive side, but at least we can see other team playing. Yeah.
All right. Let us take us all the way down to planet Earth here. So, Earth. I know that you have got an ex-teammate within the same arena. He goes by the name of Shopper under OSJA Thailand. Now, OSJA is a team that made it onto the first Super Weekend. Did that somehow impact you on some sort of emotional level, seeing that, you guys failed to do so?
เพื่อนร่วมทีมเก่าของเราก็คือช็อปเปอร์จากออสจาเขาเข้ารอบซึ่งมันเป็นmotivate หรือว่าเป็นแบบแรงผลักดันให้เราได้มาอยู่ตรงนี้ไหมคะ
ก็จะเป็นแรงผลักดันครับเพราะว่าวีคแรกไม่ได้เข้าแต่เพื่อนรักผมเข้าไปแต่วีค2ผมอาจจะตามเพื่อนรักผมเข้าไปครับ
It kind of some motivation that I see my best friend get to that Super Weekend, but we will follow up.
And follow up indeed you will. Talking about ex-teammates leaving, new one comes in. I believe now you have Meow in your midst. How's it been playing with him so far, with Meow?
รู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างคะที่เราได้เล่นในทีมที่มีเหมียวอยู่เป็นผู้ร่วมทีมด้วย
ก็ดีครับได้เหมียวเข้ามาร่วมทีมเป็นเข้ามาเติมเต็มอะไรหลายๆอย่างอยู่ครับ
It's a good thing to have Meow Meow as a part of our team. It's some kind of like Meow Meow come to fulfill some part that we are missing.
All right. And before you go into the battlefield here to gun for your run here in Super Weekend number 2, a quick thoughts from you, Earth. If you were to benchmark a team on who to beat this week, who would it be?
มีทีมไหนที่เราแบบจับตาเป็นพิเศษว่าเราจะแบบเอาชนะเขาที่เราเห็นว่าเขาเป็นคู่แข่ง
ก็คงไม่มีครับเอาชนะทีมตัวเองให้ได้
Actually don't have any team because we focus on our team and we wanna win ourselves.
I like that. Tunnel vision onto the top of the leaderboards here, or at least they will make the attempt to do so, especially in week number 2. And so, without further ado, I'm going to send the players off into their bench or their booth to fight it out here in the group stage. It's week number 2 for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And onto the casters, I pass it back to you.
That's the benchmark, but who is yours? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring 2025. We're in week number 2 and we're both back at the desk. My name is Circular together with the amazing Choo Choo. Welcome back, Choo Choo.
Welcome back to both of us. It's been a while. By the way, we shared this here, Cloud, and I was super excited for me to have this to be shared with you again. And before that, this event is proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the need of hardcore gamers with a POVA 6 Pro 5G powered by fast processor 120Hz. I think it's gonna be some graphic later on, right? But we're gonna put that aside first, but just in case I already mentioned it. But before that, PMSL this season, I mean, my God, we weren't here last week. We definitely weren't here last week. But I saw the games and I saw the roast. I'm like, holy smokes. What's with the very shuffled roster of every single team? OSJA coming out from World Cup. Now it's going to be Thailand lineup. Same goes for Stranger Esports, where we had the interview before, right? And it feels like Strangers Esports is like a mixture of all-star player of a lot of Thai players as well. They were grinding since the PMNC, man.
Yeah, they were grinding since then, all-star lineup, but they did not make it into the first week of Super Weekend. So, as in traditional matter, right? If you don't make it into the first week of Super Weekend, week 2 is a no negotiation. You must make it into the Super Weekend. But before we get on to more about the game and what are the teams, let's have a bit of a recap of our format here.
I know, it's a bit of a headache at first for me as well, but hey, at least it's some similarities compared to the previous seasons as well. And first place chicken dinner will get 10 points, of course, second and third. Until then, you're going to deduce all the points. They also have 200,000 prize pool in there, but we are down only 2 weeks this time and going straight to the finals in third week, Cloud.
Oh yeah, it's only 2 weeks this season. Before this it was like 3 weeks, but now it's only 2 weeks. And this weekend there will be the Smash rule for the first time being implemented in PUBG Mobile Esports. So check that out later on. But for this week, before that, we are going to focus on the group stages. So for today, it is Wednesday. Group A and C will be playing.
Yep, tomorrow followed by Group B and C, and A and B for Friday. That's going to be the last round of the group stage. Well, the Super Weekend, we're looking forward for the Smash rule, of course. It's all down whether this Saturday will affect tremendously on the final last run on the Smash rule Sunday. But we'll set a match point, which is going to be Saturday. A team in number 1 place will actually plus another 10 points if you want to know for the Sunday Smash rule points. But here comes the team that participating when it comes to this season.
Oh yeah, so your favorite teams are reshuffled again from week 1, and now in week 2 they're in new sets of groups. So if you don't see your favorite team playing today, they're probably in Group B. And I've looked through all the groups in overall. I would say today is going to be the toughest match because you got like week 1 Super Weekend top 5 teams playing here today. That's already like what, 1/3 of the lineups in today's matches.
Oh, well, honestly, I don't know what else to say when it comes to the grouping. I mean, it feels like, a bit of a relay between the players. But, well, when it comes to Group A versus C, we do know C-Dal or CELCOMDIGI Alliance did make it a very good performance when it comes to the Super Weekend. Pretty much an average or high average when it comes to their group stage. I do notice as well, Cloud, some teams during the group stage when it comes to their performance in the Super Weekend, totally very different.
Oh yeah, expect that. A lot of changes are going to happen, adaptation, because you only have 2 weeks. So teams would have learned like whatever happened last week and they will apply again this week. They had 2 days break before this Monday and Tuesday, obviously. And Wednesday, which is today, they're going to be started again with Group B taking a break. So they will have an extra day to just look at what's going to happen here today, especially when you feature Group A and C. As you can see here on screen, top teams are going to duke it out today in our 6 matches.
And speaking of 6 matches, we have so much changes for the players, for the teams, and also even the format. But at least, when it comes to the map rotation, we're still going to be having the same sort of rotation. Starting off with our first is Sanhok, the smallest map, with triple Erangel, then follow up closing the day with the double Miramar. And so far, I mean, like, oh man, we don't know what to expect when it comes to week number 2, especially when it comes to the Smash rule point.
Oh yeah, the smash rule point, that would be insane. But before we go on to more about what's gonna happen inside the game, we're gonna let you know a reminder again of what's gonna happen this month in PUBG Mobile. So we will have the Golden Moon event that will be updated in the game really soon. In commemoration of the 7th anniversary edition of PUBG Mobile, the update will be in on March 7th, and it will feature like the desert boat, the camel will be inside the game. So make sure you prepare your data, get a good Wi-Fi on the 7th of March, because this update is an update that you don't want to miss out.
Yeah, but I think it's something to do with the Ramadan as well. The month of fasting for including me as well. And also don't forget Alan Walker is always going to be the legendary man himself. It's season 1 of PMCO back in the days too. So we are thrilled to announce that PUBG Mobile again will be collaborating with the greatest and legendary DJ, musical genius Alan Walker for our special 7th year anniversary music collaboration. This collaboration will feature 3 songs, including the first track Faded, which we already unveiled during the Golden Moon story chapter, but there are other 2 songs they're set to be released soon. So what will it be? You guys guess it out for track number 2 and 3, and make sure you guys continue to give your full attention to the official updates of PUBG Mobile 7th year anniversary on every official platform, especially on the 7th of March. Do you know any idea of the 2nd and 3rd track at least, Clown?
I can try to sing it for you all, but you have to tempt me to do it. Aha! But this is definitely tempting enough. The fact that it's at the PMSL month, it's also the 7th anniversary month, and it's also Ramadan month. So a lot of things to celebrate, Chuchu. This is such a nice month. I'm feeling the vibes of it.
Also, my birthday month. Yay!
Oh yeah, I was waiting for that.
Getting older, buddy. We're getting older. But before that, we have to also again proudly thank you to TECNO, which also this event proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understand the needs of hardcore gamers like us. With the POVA 6 Pro 5G powered by a fast processor and 120 Hz ultra smooth display, your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free. So make sure you use TECNO. Stop at nothing.
Yes, and if you're wondering what phones are the players using, of course it is TECNO. If you want to have like a preview of how it might look, later when we get the player screen, you get to have a preview of it. You get to see like how awesome the design is and so on and so forth. And of course, they're using it for competitive PUBG Mobile Esports. It's definitely the best in class. And speaking about the best in class, last week, CELCOMDIGI Alliance was the best in class during the Super Weekend. But do you think that might change this week?
I have a feeling it might be, because I'm sorry, but not really sorry. It's a fact so far. Now, the Malaysian team, known for having very great momentum as a start, but kind of lose their stamina throughout along the way, you know. Maybe hopefully this year won't be, or this season won't be the case. But also speaking of this week, we do have a lot of teams that didn't make it through last week as well. So I assume the teams that didn't make it through the last week's Super Weekend will push all out this week.
Yes, and I have to second that, because just historical data, right? But we still cannot deny the fact that as of current status, like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, you have it, I have it. They have shown a good performance, so we have to put them in. And I just go by data, right? Number 2, number 3, BTR and Xavier. How about yours?
I mean, I'm looking at the lineup of Horror Q. I'm loving it so far. And saying as well as side of Empires, which they do have a whole stack of very high caliber players too. I mean, you have so much superstars. Might as well do something about this for this week, huh?
Yeah, you mean they are now called the FaZe Pyres? Technically, except for Mela, everyone from FaZe Clan moved to Vampire Esports, and they even linked back up with Tony K, who used to play for FaZe Clan. So they're now, I call them the FaZe Pyres, or the Vampire FaZe. Vampires, yeah.
I know, it is like, what is going on there down there? When they go to the Thai seas, they never cease to amaze us with their lineup, with their off-season transfers, and we even pulled out the wildcard Orcs into this season as well. And the best thing is, I mean, we saw Mela in the interview just now. They were grinding all the way from the MNC, and he dragged it along with SZ, Gatslow, Lobby X. These are big names down there. Imagine you being the normal pop player who just first time tried to get into PMNC qualifiers. You have to face against all these veterans as well. How's the feeling down there?
Yeah, you gotta ask that question to players like Red Bull as well, like Yui. But Yui's a little bit more experienced, but like Red Bull, like making that shift from the PMCL to PMSL, like the adaptation, like getting used to these very, very different players and not playing with the same players that he had before this. So there's a lot that needs to change, a lot of adaptation. And the fact that they only have 2 weeks, it is just brutal for them.
We're going to switch the scene for a different team as well. When it comes to, I do love the fillers in between, by the way. They talked about the weakest team right now is going to be TODAK, which we're going to see them tomorrow, perhaps in the second day, of course. But there's so many new teams coming up for this season as well. Now, I would say we never can underestimate the new blood or the rookies in this season.
Oh yeah, definitely not. We have seen multiple seasons already that new blood are able to show themselves up and prove themselves on the biggest stage possible. Like this season even, I wouldn't say he's a new blood, but he's also a new entry into the PMSL, like Federales from Harami, bro, is now with BTR, and he's bringing in all the frags for the team. This guy just slotted in like he was always in PMSL the entire time. But without further ado, that's all the chitty chatty. Let's head on to game number 1.
It's gonna be a super fast, super fun Sandhog. I like that you pointed out about Federales. I'm thinking about how will they communicate with the Star Races, Stay and Voxy as well when it comes to those lineup. Because I don't know if Federales can actually speak Indonesian. I mean, surprising.
Yeah, I caught his live stream and he has mastered 2 words.
What is that?
Makan bang. That's all I hear the entire live stream. Makan bang, makan bang, makan bang, makan bang. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, at least we know that guy won't go starving.
Oh, he doesn't look like he's starving, so yeah. If he's starving,
I'm looking forward.
If he's starving, you know, we gotta report the coach.
But I'm looking forward, though, of course, if suddenly, one day he just mastered the Bahasa language entirely. It'll be super fun to watch as well when it comes to him communicating. But not so much fun when it comes to homeboys here. Kid in trouble, being knocked by 2 ways by the 6-9er.
Yeah, by SEMBILAN. That's the better way to say it, I guess.
I mean, 6-9er sounds cool as well when it comes to English.
Yeah, yep, sure, yeah. Sure. I mean,
SEMBILAN is mouthful, bro.
True, especially when we bring it to the English broadcast, right? When sentences are shorter and we have to make it longer just because of them. Yeah, it's all their fault, right?
Definitely. Of course, but at least we have those IG and the in-game names of the players are not difficult to pronounce, at least for this season. Well, I mean, I might get surprised later on, but so far it's pretty okay.
Okay, we'll try to adapt, ladies and gentlemen, so, you know, just bear with us, okay? But if any one of you needs a translation on what ENAM SEMBILAN means, it literally is the number of their team. 6-9, just saying.
6-9.
Yeah.
6 o'clock and 9 o'clock.
Yes.
There you go. Probably that's going to be the direction of their gyro, but not the direction of what we want to have a start here. Some of them start swimming off quite early, which is never a good start. I don't know what is happening for MEC.
Very spread out. I guess everyone's just taking those like small compounds to loot. But the good news for them is that at least nobody gave away the first blood. Can't say the same for HOMEBOIS. Obviously, very, very early elimination to Kid, a player that you would kind of expect to live a little bit longer, since Kid is also no stranger to the professional scene and he has the experience. But speaking about stranger, here we have them on screen.
Strangers, KNS taking on Tam Esports to try to just shut down this one particular player, but KNS finally taken down by Noah. Either way, I'm not sure where are the rest of Strangers right now, a bit busy looting up across the smaller islands just around the corner. I feel like they are spreading out quite thin between themselves. Maybe trying to reunite at the rendezvous point at some sort of a time limit, but it kind of costly when it comes to the lineup here.
Yeah, so left with two players. One of them is Meow Meow, which is actually Mela. I think he has a thing for cats. I'm not sure, but for some reason ever since like the preseason he has used Meow Meow, and I thought to myself like, okay, he's probably going to change it during PMSL, but he kept Meow Meow there. So it's like, Mela, why? The name Mela is good. It's legendary.
I think he got bug or something. Oh no, no time to change it now. It's too late.
I would suggest him to use Noble instead, you know. Just say.
Oh, they're pretty nice too. But wait, the Xaviers is coming to Shamil's homeboys, gunning them down inside of the water area. And Nate T will be having some problem to actually call out for the help coming up from their teammate. Project trying to swim ashore and dug themselves. But VOIN Donkey also make it so difficult. There's so many eyes watching for OSJA Esports as well. Whoever in the water area right now is definitely not going to come out alive.
Oh, not at all with Shamil tapping it away to OSJA Thailand. Yep, no way they'll be able to survive this. The best is to buy time, but there's only so much time you can buy in the water. With the fact that Shamil and everyone else from Homeboys is tapping away, at least they gain back those points that they kind of lost from Kid.
The Xaviers try to fight back, but it's so difficult. There's no covers, there's no barricades, there's nothing between them and those bullets flying over their direction here. Homeboys do take their slightly advantage of the high grounds. Will try to pin them down as well. OSJA Esports nowhere to run nor hide. Safe to say they'll be first one to be out right now.
Yep, but at least they managed to get one elimination very, very early on. So yeah, DCV actually stole one elimination away from Homeboys, so that's kind of interesting. Now, we're going to see Strangers Esports against SEMBILAN and Lobby X, Mr. Mela, Meow Meow, the last two, not the engagement that we would have wanted.
SEMBILAN, so long. 6-9ers, so no. I'm sorry, guys. But it seems to be a bit of a battle between Strangers Esports. I mean, Strangers Esports, they've been fighting quite early on as well. Until now. Lobby X and Mela, aka Meow Meow, seem to be 2v3 right now. We do know they lost quite a number of players early on. There's going to be what remaining of those two players. What can they actually do out of this situation? They didn't gain any points just yet, so they cannot afford to go down way early.
Not at all. Not at this stage when you still got like 15 teams. But SEMBILAN, they really want to do it. They're sending nades across. Okay, big, huge damage onto Lobby. And Lobby will be sent back to the lobby. But the nade from the other side got a knock.
Down to only the legendary Meow Meow. I don't know if he's meowing right now or not for Mela.
Or mewing.
Oh, definitely meowing for crying. Crying for help, which has none left for his side. Well, hope the best for the side of Mela right now, and TM can make it on time! Oh my god, 1 HP left. There's no way out at all for Mela.
Yeah, he's healing up. Okay, managed to heal to 80%, but let's see if he can pull off an insane clutch. But the answer is no. You're going up at S12k and 3 other players, so there's pretty much no chance for him to survive that.
2 teams out. At least OSJA going out with 1 point, while compared to Strangers. I mean, they definitely have some difficulty when it comes to week number 1. They cannot afford to lose anymore when it comes to a Wrangle map. Next one need to reset and just go back to the drawing board to discuss their strategy, because the circle, I mean, we know Alpha Island circle is going to be tough, but hey, it happens all the time.
Yeah, Alter Ego would have liked to play this kind of circle, but too bad they're not playing today. So BTR right now on top of Camp Alpha Mountain, they have the best viewpoint of them all. So it's looking good for BTR so far, the number 2 team of the Super Weekend last week. But of course, the bigger challenge is for the other teams to swim across, get to the Camp Alpha Island, do the due diligence as usual.
These Avis, always known for their team work, never leave a man behind. I'll try to gain as much momentum as they can with the trio, well, compared to MVKE. Well, some of the team resort to being slightly quiet for now. I mean, I wouldn't actually expect them to be all aggressive at first, since when it comes to the last week performance, we talk about the top 3 teams, BTR included, CDAL as well. But for the rest of the other teams, they're still not getting too much of a better performance in last week. They need to play slightly safer compared to last week, of course. But surprisingly, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, actually play it very slow at first.
Oh yeah, they're taking the time so far. Maybe because of the circle is kind of far away for them. But Lapa is not taking it slow. He got a player, so that's going to be a start for him. I wonder where that happened though. No further follow-up, so it could be just a pick-off that they found on the way to their rotation spot.
Okay, the team I'm looking for. Oh, this is another. Except for Nepeko, the rest of the teams are kind of a mix from the previous VTR players, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I do feel like it's sort of my dream team coming up there. So hopefully they do get their chemistry and synergy synchronized. But back to the side of MAQNA Esports, MEC. Used to be some of the XM9 players up here. Definitely when it comes to strategy and veteran-wise, they are well more experienced, even though it's a different org this time.
Yeah, 79/TODAK, since Mikael and also like Tam, they went to TODAK, and then now they reformed their team. They played again through PMNC, and now they're back in the PMSL. Can you imagine the grind that these players are willing to go through just to be back at the professional stage?
Can you imagine our stat people behind the scene just to go through these same players but different org every single season?
Giving our graphic designers so much work.
Oh, it's this guy again, but different jersey. We can't use the same picture now, can we?
Yeah, now I have to change the name, I have to change the MEC, I have to change the logo. Oh, come on, guys. You're giving us too much work.
Oh, next time, just Photoshop the face then.
Yeah, just skip the photo shoot session.
Oh my, but Talon, at least we still have some of the players of Talon still intact, the same roster. Now, I personally feel like when it comes to this season, there's so many veteran players, but it's all about whether the chemistry can actually work things through with 1 week of grinding last week to make it up for the second week here. But also, I'm not looking down or definitely not underestimating like a new era players, which feels like a very new blood coming out into the scene, but the circle will make it slightly difficult for the teams, dividing into 2 parts here.
I'm sad for them, but I'm happy for us because it's going to be a hard circle and we'll get to enjoy them being tortured with this sort of circle. Now, MEC playing at the bridge, they're playing the 50-50 right now, but that also means that a lot more teams might come by here because everyone wants to get as close as possible to the river in case stage 4 it hard shifts to either side.
Probably going to end up with a lot of swimming players by the end of this circle, perhaps. We've seen that before. We've seen some crazy amount of vehicles just flying over the center of the river too. But when it comes to RQ, they're going for 2-1-1 split. Here comes the rest of the backup coming just behind La Paz. They'll try to take over Ruins, who's not occupied by anybody just now. They're left by the previous team because everybody will try to get into the center as fast as possible.
Yeah, and that's Rex Regumtron, bigger Regumtron, bigger, yeah, never mind.
So mixed up.
I try.
Oh man. Well, at least for the teams that still have the same lineup, I assume all they need to do is just getting things polished on their end, especially teams like the Xaviers, Sidal or CELCOMDIGI Alliance, who else is pretty much their whole lineup? Talon, perhaps?
Well, Talon had a pretty big overhaul. One of the key players, and your favorite player, in fact, Chuchu, Redface, no longer with Talon. Too bad. I know we all miss him, but it is part of life.
It's so difficult to keep track of all the teams. I mean, like, I'm not talking about Boom. Boom is not playing here today. at least they are still with some of the old players too. I mean, I'm so confused at this point. Oh, speaking of another one, VOIN Donkey do have their own lineup last season too. Now this is gonna be the Federales, the makan bang guy.
Cannot makan bang. What's up, bang? What's up? Still, not yet, still early. Oh, but it's not too late here for Hazel to actually fight back. But Gosu won it, but he's pretty low now.
Oh, the Vikings seems to be having some troubles down there. Alright, Lapar. We do know how aggressive he can get, but they lost Ryu before. Down to Gem Force and also the Peko. Now, alongside with Lapar, they try to push their way out and taking out the rest of MVKE. Also taken out by Cedal from the side. Now, MVKE, what's worse, getting on two-way fight or three-way war at the same time?
Yep. Doubling up the relationship is never good. And of course, with this kind of circle, makes the relationship even more complicated. Not that I know, not speaking for experience in case everyone's wondering, or maybe I am. But this kind of circle, look at this. Hardchief down to the Ruins Island. BTR, they have to leave the comfort of that high ground, and now they have to find a way to get across. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they overcome this.
New Era, on the other hand, now down to only last player, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, they still have a squad, but problem is they hardly get into the circle here. We do know circle is super crucial when it comes to the last minute. Yeah, at stage number 4, going to stage number 5, very soon they need to make a move. And now when it comes to Ruins and the northern side of Ruins, where TM get themselves the most solid compound, but BTR wiped down by the
Vampazers. Yeah, and it was a clean one. They didn't lose anyone to BTR, the number 1 team of last week. Ooh, I don't know if this is a sign. Number 2 team.
Vampires. I mean, like Vampires, they have to make a fast reset out of there because a lot of teams are marching towards their directions, as well as the SEMBILAN teams. The 6-9ers are going there as well. Well, Homeboys and also these Davis come out from the northern side, pushing down a VOIN Donkey. I mean, these are the teams that barely get into the circle.
Yeah, but they're trying though. They're trying, just like what Zeta is doing, trying to run down a player. Okay, got Kim. 1 more to go. Hasby is on the other side. He still have Mikhail together with him. They are quite spread out and they are not in the circle yet. Look at VOIN Donkey in the same situation.
They have to hope and pray at the same time the circle will actually favor the northern side here if it just go down the south. For MSC and VOIN Donkey, it's going to be a lose-lose one, but at least on the side of Zeta with that DBS, of course, well, experience speaks for itself. But not done for the teams coming out from Ruins. It's going to be a lot of crossfire here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Expect more here involving RRQ. Right in front of them is going to be New Era, Talents on the other side. And there's going to be more. Napeko! One of the top eliminators for RRQ. Knockdown, leaving Gen Force alone.
Well, at least Gen Force will try to pick up on Napeko, hoping that there will be no grenades flying over this side. But for New Era, speaking of Snipe, he's eager and itchy to find these guys out. Talon Yoru be in trouble. It's going to be a lot of angles for him to cover by himself. Talon with only 2 players down there, they have to cover 180 degrees for each of the players. Well, New Era, surprisingly, they're not being ambushed by any of these teams right now, despite being in the center.
Yeah, I know, right? Everyone's just gatekeeping each other right now, wanting to collect elimination points. Speaking about elimination, Homeboys eliminated, and they managed to get 4 points this round. Circle continues to go to Ruins.
Quite empty in the center. There's one big compound in the center there. Nobody's touching it. We're waiting for just the right time, especially the teams coming from across the northern side of the circle just now, which is going to be Vampires have to cross the river first. But RRQ, they have to win this fight, which they're running down in terms of their manpower. New Era do have full squad, but unfortunately having a tough opening to fight against RRQ. And this is where we talked about experience do trump over manpower at this point. RRQ 2v4 was a no problem for them still.
Yeah, and now all these 3 teams that we can see on screen, New Era is the younger team in the PMSL era. So they're going up against 2 very, very experienced teams. Zilin, knocked down from the side by Gen Force. And again, like what you said, it's all about the experience.
and of course calculating, but miscalculated when it comes to the shots from behind. They were quiet before. It's gonna be CELCOMDIGI Alliance creeping all the way from the southern side. They are spreading quite thin among themselves, taking a third part to fight. Well, RQ have to falsify against New Era, have to march forward. But the Beggar, good luck dealing 2 angles here by himself against 2 teams.
Oh yeah, and with the blue behind him, oh no, this is bad. He's using his last first aid. That's going to be his last lifeline now. The moment he steps out, that's going to be pretty much it. They know exactly where he is, and he will not survive it. CELCOMDIGI Alliance will pick up that point.
Oh, New Era, despite having a 4, their reluctance, their hesitant just now will hit them from the inside. They caught himself in a trap when staying there too long. Well, Talon, now they have to face against CEDAL, the last week number 1 team. They were quiet at first for CEDAL. I mean, like, they have better discipline when it comes to the season. I'm surprised these guys have some, self-taught discipline and been holding their guns for a long time for this season coming up from CEDAL.
Yep, this is what we call quiet tapioca feeling. So,
what? What?
Diam ubi berisi.
Oh, is it tapioca?
Yeah, I had to
it's
make
not potatoes?
I had to make a quick search on what's the translation. Yeah, it's tapioca, unless it's scamming me. Maybe you guys can help out in the comments.
Tapioca Esports next season, guys. Well, we're down to 4 teams. Regardless of that, now the most manpower gonna be up from TM and CEDAL. But for Talon, down to 2, it's gonna be 2v2 for Vampires. But for the good news of Vampires, at least they have a lot of hand grenades on their hand.
Yeah, and from afar, Olio secures 1 elimination point out of Excel from Talon. Misery bleeding out, and with that 1 nade, CELCOMDIGI Alliance comes in and wipes them out.
Still 4 men well and alive. Vampires knocked down to only 1, but Shrapps will revive on 30k. Don't forget they have abundance of hand grenade, but if it's not being deployed, it will be a waste as well as useless at this point. But for TM3, make it 4 still. They're down to the very slither of health remaining as their 4th player. But Mormon still being taken down. Vampires down to 2, but at least they managed to revive on Tony K.
The happiest moment. We'll need to hopefully get to see his happy face later on camera. Always miss his antics when the camera is onto him. Vampire Esports now. The OG players for Vampires, Shrapps and Tony K is going to be the final 2 players. But look at the circle. It goes down and it favors CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Speaking of the odds, even though, I'm going to take back my words now. A bit too early or not, I'm not sure, but hey, it feels like they still carry out the momentum last week till this week, so I assume they're pretty much fixed when it comes to the stamina on the 2nd week. Now, Olio with an AUG, even though level 1 of helmet and vest still intact, fully HP for his gears, but Shrapps will not give it away. It's going to be a 3-way war between TM, Vampires and CEDAL.
Oh, and Adelu got Shrapps, Tem Entertainment got Tony K, so 1 piece each. And now it's going to be the final fight here between Tem Entertainment and CELCOMDIGI Alliance. CELCOMDIGI Alliance still has the circle. They have absolute control of the situation. Jimmy with an nade takes out SO Zip. And there's going to be 1 more. CELCOMDIGI Alliance will wrap things up. And this is it. How many eliminations? 11 eliminations for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Flawless run coming out from CELCOMDIGI Alliance's side without losing any members. Yes, I did look big done last minute, but nobody were taken out or eliminated. A great start, a good start with a winner chicken dinner plus eliminations. Of course, will they set the bar high up when it comes to week number 2?
Oh, okay, calm down, people. It's only game 1, okay? It's only game 1. But so far, CELCOMDIGI Alliance still bringing in the momentum from the Super Weekend last week. The 2-day gap, the momentum is still here. So fans of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, still looking good.
I love their jersey for TM this season. Some of them are good, some of them not so great for my eyes. But hey, I like to see jerseys from time to time. But when it comes to really what will they bring for today, even though it's day number 1, it's still about getting into the Erangles and master it. For CEDAL on the other hand, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, yeah. their performance, their discipline, their trigger discipline has been tremendously improving this season.
Yeah, and it's shown by the fact that they did not lose anyone at all towards the end, did not give away points to other teams, and they scored a perfect round with the chicken dinner. And here are the players in that round: Jimmy, Leon, who have been amazing last week, Olio, and Ade Look. And if we were to look at like the best damage output, it's given to none other than the top Terminator for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, Ade Look.
Yeah, I'm glad this team didn't actually have a bit of, how do I say, overhaul when it comes to players, because each one of them have very high skill, individual and technicality when it comes to the gameplay. All they need to do is just give it more time and just put themselves as the best team when it comes to synergy and getting those chemistry done. That's it. And I'm glad they didn't give up with this lineup. Still, it just shows how polished they are, despite they are one of the best team in the previous season as well. But you know what? Just to relive the moment, let's look into the highlight for a bit longer and to see which team's way better than before.
With great timing, amazing discipline, and pinpoint accuracy, CELCOMDIGI Alliance comes up with the chicken dinner. But we also have to shout out to Tem Entertainment, Vampire Esports, and TALON for making it into our top 4 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to praise this team way too early. Every time we praise them, things get really weird when it comes to the last few minutes. But so far, yeah, I mean, it's setting a tone for them today. It's pretty great. It seems like a pretty cool start. But so far, especially when it comes to last week now, I mean, the team that didn't make it to the top 16 last week have to be worried here right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And if we were to compare like the top 4 here, these top 4 teams, out of them, they have all made it to last week's weekend. So if they were to make it again, it's more about just collecting more points in order for them to have a good start later on. But speaking about collecting, this guy is collecting medals here. Ade Look as our MVP with 3 eliminations, a whooping 709 damage, 187 damage received with a 27% team contribution, and of course, a maximum survival time of 21 minutes and 2 seconds.
Never failed to impress. I mean, like, when it comes to his growth across the years for Ade Look, I feel like slowly he's matching up the par. I mean, like, you guys might actually bash me for this, but I feel like he's pretty much at the level close enough to Tony K, one of the best players out there, all-timer. But back towards when it comes to the group stage in day 1, but with only 1 match just now, taking the lead once more, starting off with Sidal, and most of the teams on the first page, except for, most of them actually do have a great start when it comes to week 1. They all went through the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, the teams on page 1, except for HOMEBOIS. Yeah, but at least it's a good progress for HOMEBOIS in game number 1, right? They managed to collect 4 points. Not the best, but also not the least, so that's still okay. As long as you're in page 1, you're still pretty fine, and it's still the first game of the weekday. And HOMEBOIS, they must make it into the Super Weekend. If not, it's bye-bye for them. But we have 2 teams that did not collect any points at all. Surprise, surprise, BTR and Strangers Esports.
I mean, like, okay, I'm gonna call it out here for Strangers Esports. I mean, BTR is, BTR is always last minute coming up to under the spotlight, right? That's happened multiple times before, especially coming up from the Indonesian teams. They love to play very last minute under high pressure. They perform really well. So I'm not surprised if they jumped up during like what, tomorrow or the last day, like the least.
Yeah, they have a trend of doing that. So if any fans of BTR out there looking at the first game like 0 points, it's like, okay, calm down. This is the first game, okay? We still have tons of games more to go, including the 5 games that will be played throughout the day. So we're gonna go on to Erangel after this, the OG map, followed by another Erangel before we take an extended break because of the Buka Puasa, which is of course the month of Ramadan. But we also like to announce to you the venue for the grand finals, Chuchu.
Yep, it's gonna be as per usual in Malaysia. I think we're probably gonna go there. It's gonna be at IOI City Mall, the IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center Level 3 around the East Wing area. So you guys make sure you remember it's around the East Wing. It's humongous. This IOI mall is just so big you might get lost. So make sure you at the right entrance, okay?
Yeah, I can attest to that because I've been there. It's like walking from one end to the other takes forever. It's huge. It's huge. But if any of you traveling fans were to go there, well, there's a good amount of accommodation. So this is actually a good place to have such a prestigious event, which is the PMSL SEA Spring 2025. So make sure you book your time and go there, watch your favorite players duking up with each other for the trophy.
Yeah, it's going to be next week, by the way, for the grand finals. But also, don't forget, we have so many things happening in the game as well. The new team mode Golden Dynasty. So it's going to be based on the 7th anniversary version, which is coming up for March 7. So we not just have the, the Golden Moon event. We also have the Alan Walker. We also have the, the beloved Floating Islands gameplay. Ooh, which is going to be a lot of good stuff. You guys have to discover it yourself with the breathtaking ruins on one's magnificent palace. So, just try to dig out those history. There's gonna be 7 years long of history to dig it out from these places.
Yeah, I had a teaser yesterday from somebody, a reliable source, that if I don't know whether it's going to be across, but for PUBG Mobile fans in Malaysia, there will be a collaboration with a very famous local band. So, yeah, I can only tease as much. So keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen, for 7th anniversary updates this month from PUBG Mobile. Now, coming back to PUBG Mobile Esports. When it comes to Erangel, of course, it's going to be a reset for everyone. But you know what, Chuchu? I just reflected that both of us actually got our prediction right from game 1.
We're playing it safe, we're doing boring. I mean, we're getting old, we're getting boring, and that's just life, man. I mean, we can't take, my heart can't take it. I just age another year now. But for me, RQ, I mean, come on, man. He's always one of my favorite players, RQ players. And when it comes to this lineup, I mean, they definitely have more what they have in store, but it's just feels like a bit, everybody got their own way of thinking. They're not probably in the same page. I think that's going to be the issue for these teams right now.
Yeah, maybe it's only game 1, right? Maybe it's only game 1. So let's see how it goes in the OG map where everyone is just so familiar with this map, right? For me, if I were to pick one out of my 3 teams, I would probably give the Xavier just because they like to drop a Pachinki. It's in the middle of the map. You have that flexibility of moving around any kind of circle, except for maybe the military-based circle might be a bit tough, but even that is not that far. So for me, if I were to pick one, Xavier it is.
Yeah, the funny thing is, after so many seasons, so many shuffles of players and orgs, it's always going to be Xavier's on Pachinki for so many years now. Nobody's trying to take up the challenge, just, take Pachinki away from the Xaviers. At least one team try to do that. At least try.
Yeah, I know, right? We want to see a change here. We want to see, the challenge inside of Pachinki. So come on. Those teams that have significantly a lot of firepower, like maybe CELCOMDIGI Alliance, maybe TR, maybe Vampire, it'd be kind of fun to see that early brawl inside of Pachinki where you have to navigate across the urban area.
I just noticed, speaking of the anniversary, I'm having this shirt for 7 years now.
You won't forget when you get it now. 7 years ago.
7 freaking years of the same shirt, man. Come on, give me a new one, PUBG.
I know, right? We wouldn't mind some new merch, just saying,
Or maybe have some, anniversary parties. Back in the day, the first anniversary party was really great. That's how I got a shirt. Hope one day we get the 7. Or maybe we're waiting for the 8. 8's always going to be the beautiful number. So maybe the 8th year will be something else, of course.
Ooh, okay. Very auspicious number, right? If we get to 8 there. I wonder, okay, so if you have one wish list for a PUBG Mobile merchandise, what would it be?
A new shirt, please.
Yeah, we gotta renew that. We gotta renew that one, right?
Just, at least every single year anniversary, you're gonna get a new shirt. I mean, I'm wearing the same shirt for 7 years now. Come on, guys. But at least it's good quality, It's still intact, everything, every single one of it. The stickers and all those, hot press things. But okay, enough of us. We talked about the teams here. When it comes to the teams, we'll be honest. Who do you think won't make the cut when it comes to week number 2? Even though it's quite early to say this.
Okay, won't make the cut. Do we include like Group B or do we not include Group B?
I mean, yeah, why not? Every single group there is.
Might as well, right? But okay, so if I will be absolute honest, if I were to pick one team that I have, for lack of a better word, little faith on, it's probably going to be TODAK.
Well, there's a lot of people really don't have faith on TODAK. But hey, TODAK doesn't mean... I mean, like, they had links for a couple of years now, right? You have Cleon. I mean, these are quite veteran players. I mean, why do you say they wouldn't make the cut, though?
Okay, I acknowledge TODAK as a team that tries really, really hard. I'm not gonna lie, I see their effort in it, but I think that they need a direction and they need a better lineup, probably upscale the coaching staff, something like that, because there's a lot of things lacking in TODAK's lineup. And we all know, like, TODAK is a established esports organization in Malaysia, and they have the experience of managing across. So to a certain extent, I think I would expect more from TODAK themselves to make the right decisions. It's probably starting from the lineup.
I mean, for me, right, most of the orgs actually do scout new players, or not really new, when it comes to getting the veteran players or superstar players in the lineup. It feels like TODAK players are having those, I wouldn't want to say average, but they're not really having that one particular player to be centralized on when it comes to gameplay. Like, it's very, very reverse compared to Vampires. All of them are too much of superstar. While TODAK, all of their players are not really the one that, they're more of a following decision making instead of the decision makers themselves for these players.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point, right? Like, you need a solid IGL for the person to to play, to direct the team, and then you need like a solid key player. I wouldn't even call a star player, right? I would call it a key player that you can play around. So even if you take examples of teams around us, right? So let's say CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have Adik Luke that they can play around with. If you have Vampire, you have a Tony K that you can play around, something like that.
Well, hopefully they're actually listening to our podcast. Not really podcast,
we're almost like a podcast.
Feels like a podcast right now, don't we? But yeah, hopefully they actually listen to us and try to just place one player to just test him out as an IGL to make all decision and shot calling when it comes to the lineup. But hey, I have to say, at least PUBG Mobile did actually listen to us. So many things that we suggested previously in the previous years actually do happen now, Cloud. So I mean, hey, we contributed a lot too.
Hey, every season we come up with something that could be used, right? And by the next season or the next season, it's all implemented. So, if you But like what we always say, if you heard it from us or you heard those kind of new ideas, heard it from the English stream. Okay, so that's why it's a reason for you guys to hang out on the English stream, people. And we would like to also thank everyone out there for watching. We see a lot of familiar names on the chat. People like Lala Umpo Pachao since back in the day. Oh my goodness, like Chonky Boy, a lot of familiar names out there. So we welcome you all to the English stream, but we also welcome you all to game number 2. It's going to be Irango for week 2. Let's go.
And it's back to our old friend map here, Irango. It's been a while. We actually called this together. I'm super excited about it. It's all about the teams. It's always about who get yoinked first and taken out of the map as per usual. Seems like a very generous fight path as the start of day number 1, week number 2 of Irango. Very centralized and very centered, just cutting across court.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be pretty kind. Maybe if teams want to drop like way on the left side, might be a little bit far, but it's still alright, it's still okay. But you know what would be even better inside of this map, and I know you're thinking about it too, with the replay circle. Come on.
Oh man, I don't know. I do want to see Zaki.
Oh yeah, okay, that too.
They're the only players we never have. For so, like what? I'm casting this for 7 years since we're heading over 7 years anniversary. Not even once.
Yeah, that's how you keep track of your anniversary with PUBG Mobile, right? Yeah, your T-shirt came in the right time. So come on, give us one, right? Zarki, that'll be pretty nice as well. So Zarki or military base, either one's fine. Let's go for it.
Just Zaki for me. And there you go. At least you got half of which of yours. Right now it's a 50-50 between SMB or around the SDM area, shelter, prison and farm. Also Milta. We do have some greetings being done by New Era Dam. And none other than, I think it was D. Xaviers, or was it a Vampire player just now?
Yeah, so he stole Lamborghini's car, no pun intended. And but he got another vehicle, so that's fine. He got another Lamborghini, got another car, but the driver is Neti. That's fine.
Okay, a Lamborghini. I mean, it's probably the brand of his bicycle. Maybe he's finding a different type of vehicle instead. Who knows? That's so lame. But sorry, guys. Back
we
to
tried.
us. We tried. Now, I don't see a lot coming out from MVKE so far. We don't see that much of impact as impression coming from MVKE.
Yeah, the Vikings, right? But if you were to zoom in onto MVKE, right? Who are those players, right? Come on. Cornty, Kwang, Trongzin, Gosu. These guys are like OGs in the scene. Like they were used to be like what? From Team Flash. They used to be
SLD,
like from SLD, the Shine Like Diamond. Nah, like OG
Box?
names. Box Gaming. Oh yeah, even more OG.
Oh my god. I mean, during the box gaming time, these guys were amazing. Even when Team Flash, slowly they would try to... We can see that declining when it comes to performance. But box gaming was their peak during that time. But I don't know what happened. But they tried to work things out. I don't think they changed that much when it comes to the players' side, right? But it's just the org feels like a different, brand new one for them.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's like I'm having this throwback moments, right? Like box gaming, you have like F1, Capone, those days. Like you got the break. That's like crazy OG. Like if any one of you in the chat knows box gaming, you've been around that long and you're celebrating 7th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
And it means they're getting older too. We'll move on, guys. Never mind, just stay with us. We need you. But back to Aside of Vampires, we talked about the I don't know, man. Vampires with Vintores in, Onzans is in. I mean, how do they rotate the players? It will be just based on map at this point.
I know, right? Because all of them are like amazing players with a lot of experience. So it's like, you have all these amazing players, like who do you want to put in, right? You even have like Newsy in the lineup as well. So it's like almost like you can put in anyone and they will still work out. And there were also even games last week that Vintores did not play. So it was said that the IGL is Tony K. Well, we can't confirm, but it could be because of his experience. So it feels like they can have like almost any combination, even without having like Vintores in the lineup.
The thing is, right, Cloud, I don't know, is it just being greedy, or maybe just in my perspective, when it comes to looking the perspective of Empires right now in a different facet, it feels like a bit of, how do I say this without being so offensive? It feels like the players are not being put up to full potential, because these are individuals just so good at their games, so good at their skills, but they will have to put on bench because the others are great too. So you're pretty much not being warmed up at all and not being put to your best use when you can actually potentially get better performance and get more experience when you play with the different teams that don't really have too much of, star players.
Well, that's always the challenge of who is in the bench when you have a star-studded lineup, right? Is to be able to prove yourself somehow, whether it's done behind the scenes or actually inside of the actual match itself, to be able to earn your spot. And maybe that's also their formula to try to push every player within the team to perform as well, because if you're not performing, you're out.
It's a lot of pressure then. And not so much when it comes to Yoru, just casually giving some warning shots, testing out his recoils. He spot a couple of players on top of those hills just now, but definitely they won't actually take any unnecessary fights way too early. Now, speaking of rotation-wise, you do have a couple of teams inside of the blue zone. That's going to be MVK, the Vikings, and the Vampires, including even Strangers right now taking a bit of a slow rotation, maybe because they're waiting for the circle to just tell them whether to go down south all the way to SMB or just wait it out around the bridge area.
Yeah, I would expect teams to like play around like the coastline, so that if the circle hardships, then they can make a quick rotation in, but also potentially play around the bridge area like what you said, right? If again, same situation, hardship circle, you just quickly move down. But if you pick the wrong bridge, just like what we can see on screen here, Team Secret, Frankie, who used to play for D Xavier, is now together with them. To me, it's an amazing addition to Team Secret, and he will be the one gatekeeping this bridge.
He saw what it looked just now. His crosshair was right on top of Seedal's player. It's always RRQ love to play this kind of fancy, Frankie, kind of plays. But it's going to be Team Secret this time, gatekeeping it very tightly indeed. Around Nova Repnoi area, there's nobody else. So if Team Secret can gatekeep this bridge, it's going to be massive volume of high eliminations here, if they can actually hold the ground by themselves.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of free frags if they can hold this, and the circle forces teams to like go down, and like they are forced to just take this bridge, like no choice. So this is definitely a really good spot for Team Secret now. Arguably, CELCOMDIGI Alliance would have the same advantage if the circle goes to the main peninsula. But if we were to look on screen on the minimap, there's RRQ in the Milta area. Anyway, all those theories, we're going to find out where exactly the circle will go. This will give a very good idea of where the circle goes next, and looks like it's going to go main peninsula.
Oh my guys, Pachinki Circle, of all the places just now, 50-50 around the bridge area. It's just pulled all the way to his left side and make a U-turn. It's going to be D Xaviers who's just left Pachinki going back in. Well, the one that's going to be quite close to us, the side of Pachinki last time we saw was a Stranger's Esports. So there's nobody coming out from the left side or the west side of Pachinki. That's going to be a clear entry, except for the teams that had to make a U-turn from the bridge area just now. It's going to be a lot of massive U-turn and re-migrate to a side of Pachinki.
Oh yeah, time to travel, people. Let's go. I think last we saw like from mid to the base, there were like at least like 2 or 3 teams that were still there, so they need to make their way into the main peninsula. So the bridges, that will be one of the potential clash points that they need to be aware of. Teams like Vampire, because they like to drop on the northern side with this kind of flight path. So yeah, naturally they will have a later entry. So this kind of circle does favor Vampire Esports. They wouldn't mind tanking a bit of the blue. They can still heal up and avoid most of the potential early fights.
On the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance here, they're taking the coastline just at the border next to ENAM SEMBILAN or 6-9ers. While Team Secret barely touching the rim here, just to cut across the farm. There'll be a couple of teams right on top of it, including BTR and RQ. The Indonesian teams will not easily let them pass through, and we do know how hard of a gatekeeper they can be when it comes to these veterans players. School seems to be very vacant for now, but the potato heels of Pachinki will be taken by TALON as we speak.
Oh yeah, so TALON is there. They had like the halfway point team now. So if any team wants to kind of stop by Pachinki, it rarely happens, but it's always an option. We can see a potential fight. But this is also another potential. Okay, HOMEBOIS alerted by the fact that that compound just right beside them has BTR. They're not going to approach it. They don't have the advantage. They will zoom past by, but one of them stopped below BTR.
BTR trying to figure out how many teams just across them. These Xavier's gatekeeping seems to be successfully well done. Kid, HOMEBOIS in trouble. They lose one man from a far long range shot. That's going to be the tap coming up from these Xavier's across the other way into the center here. They're right on the outskirts of Pachinki, just across BTR too, and HOMEBOIS have to figure out whether to fight against BTR, who's tried to surround them all corners, or these Xavier's who's charging them straight up front and confronting them with those bullets.
Oh yeah, right now they're kind of stuck. Okay, but we also need to assess the circle situation, right? At least they have the circle. BTR doesn't, so they make a very quick early move into the somewhere around the area of the middle of the circle, passing by the Xavier. The Xavier, they don't have the vision onto them. They went straight onto the high ground. So great positioning point there for BTR, at least for now that is.
Look at that spray from Parchin. He didn't whiff and follow up by those 10 mile. That's clean. That's clean.
Ooh. And he will continue on. The cleanup is happening here. GK falls down. Haspi from MEC up against OSJA Thailand will be eliminated as well. So it looks like we're going to start to see a lot more eliminations now. And it's not stopping yet. Jimmy OP knockdown.
Team Secret taking on RQ. GenForce managed to just run away. Knocked down to, almost got knocked down entirely, down to 40% of health. But Break, he was just cooking that nade just now. Cancelled it out straight away. And GenForce managed to hide himself within those rocks. And here comes a nade to greet Break, who actually tailing him from behind. BTR taking on MEC, but for GenForce, he needs to clear this zone and hold against Team Secret, while RQ tried to take charge from the inner circle.
Yep, that's a splash damage there onto Break. And he will be knocked on the elimination free. BTR is in the fight as well, but we can focus on the RRQ versus Team Secret with Hazel currently down on his knees. Lapa will be back up, but Hazel is just too far away. They have to win the fight before they're able to save him.
Seems like HOMEBOIS doing the cleanup well done, despite being pressured to wages now against BTR and these Xaviers at the same time. They seem to be winning a lot of fights. Now on the side of TALON, well, unfortunately the star-studded line of Vampires slowly being chipped down by BTR. No stopping them as well with 6 eliminations, but unfortunately only one player left. And RQ, I mean, what are those nades just now? Break is still there to make it hard for RQ.
What a bounce that was to land onto Nabeko. That was definitely something there. But the fact that the smoke was still active, he was able to land that bounce. That is pinch point perfect. Okay, right now, Team Secret, they're charging in. But unfortunately for them, one by one went down. Now only Frankie left, the latest addition to Team Secret.
Frankie, how to see within those smokes. It's your friend, Frankie. That's your friend. No, not friend. Not so much friend. No. Frankie, hide. Yeah, it's gonna be them trying to circle him around. And Frankie got 1. Frankie got 2. Frankie got for 3. With an AUG. Oh, Frankie ring around the rosy. He goes. Oh.
Frankie! Yo, Choo, what did we just see? Frankie, the new kid on the block for Team Secret, pull off an insane clutch against RRQ. Look at RRQ's disappointment. They couldn't believe it.
Oh, Frankie, it was so good with shotgun and AUG, but hey, it's not done and dusted yet. He needs to get up from the blue zone. It's gonna be useless and pointless if he can't get out alive. But next, it's gonna be the battle of getting away from Pachinki now, as we have Meow Meow, aka Mela, to get on A, so Zip as strangers versus maybe TM and maybe somebody else on top of them as well.
Whew. Are you not entertained, people? Expect more out of this week. Long range by Meow Meow, aka Mela, to try to take down a member of PEM Entertainment. Spraying into the smoke, nobody is there, but he's busy as well with Strangers Esports. FC got him.
Trying to be sneaky, squatting in the flat ground down there, seeing SOZ bleeding out. Might as well just run him down, but hey, Vikings! What mean like Vikings?
They need to bring out the Viking spirit. They need to bring out the Viking roar in the next round. This is not good for them. First game, 1 point. Second game, 2 points. They need more than that.
Hey, Vikings, maybe too much Viking. They actually tried to take down themselves within their friends. What a brutal way to go! Why? Why like that?
We will see all sorts of things happening here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to leave your screen.
I'm broken just to see this matchup when it comes to the first ring. Oh, this is great, Frankie. That's gonna be one of the best highlights this week yet.
And look at this. Like all his teammates are like, yay! And he's like, just another day.
Just normal Frankie day.
Yeah.
Frankenstein.
Oh, Frankenstein. He was the undead. I like that.
Hey, he's still alive though. But on the side of OSJA, he's bought Rat Bull. Rat Bull is one of... We do know him a bit too much now since we did a lot of PMCL, right? So he's one of the high potential players that we're looking forward when it comes to PMSL too. And I'm sorry, he has been one of the best players when it comes to PMSL as well. But it's just when it comes to match up with veteran players, it seems like he's still not breaking his limit for Red Bull here.
Maybe because of a lot of teams change their lineup, lots of upgrades, so the challenge is definitely there for Red Bull. But I'm pretty sure he can hold up to it, right? And so far, OSJA Thailand, yes, they lost 1 player, but with 3 players, it's still not bad. Anything can happen with the 3 players. But we're going to put focus onto VOIN Donkey now and Strangers Esports side by side with each other with Blue closing in, and Zeta found the angle.
Oh, but I saw a bit of Federales just now from BTR just lurking around. The thing about BTR right now, they're left with only 2 players, but 2 of them way far apart with OSJA Esports in between. Now, for the side of VOIN Donkey, they can take the fight against Federales, but you know, that's Federales for a reason, but he's running out of bullets, so from me to you, Federales, just hold it in for a bit because you're running low when it comes to your ammunition.
You know what? I heard a new nickname for Federales.
What?
In Indonesia, they call him Fede. It's not bad, right? It's kind of cool. I'll dig that. Fede.
It's like feather.
Light as a feather.
Light as a feather.
Light as a feather. Oh, by his teammate. Not so light now. Satar knocked down from afar. OSJA Thailand, time to go. Are they going to crash in onto BTR now? Let's see. Okay, but Satar, taken out by Parajin. The Xavier, BTR on the move.
Federales on the run. Oh, you reap what you sow, buddy. You actually baited these guys to just chase over you. But for the side of VOIN Donkey, that was a great setup by Federales. It actually just had the rest of OSJA Esports to walk straight into that trap. But I'm not sure if it's that something that deliberate or not, because Vax is bleeding out. Zeta, on the other hand, tried to pop the smoke from the side and the flanks area to make sure he got on their blind spot. There goes one, and there's two more remaining for the side of OSJA Esports. Make it one.
Oh, at the same time, Fede scored 5 elimination points. Another elimination this time into the hands of Reza, taking out a Red Bull. VOIN Donkey dominating this hill. Looking good so far for VOIN Donkey, but the job's not over yet. They still have Chopper, and it's over.
Oh, another one bites the dust. Now we're down to only a couple of teams. Make it 7. 2 more to go. Make it 3. We're going to have our top 4 here with the most amount of players. As per usual, you don't see a lot of action coming out from CELCOMDIGI Alliance yet, being very quiet.
Yeah, CELCOMDIGI Alliance playing seems like a similar strat. It's like we'll see you at the later stage of this game. I wonder where they are right now. We haven't really seen them on screen, except for like stage 1. But we're going to see Federales on screen right now. Federales comes in with our stuff. K! But it was a monster drop from the side to splat him to the ground.
Overkilled with that one monster truck by the Xaviers. It's brutal the way they actually end his life. But for Bray, he got himself stuck in the corner here, the worst position and the worst place to be at. And the blue will take him down and he will revive himself a bit, but won't be much longer. Or Team Secret, they're dying in the blue. He's going to be back towards the center, almost inside of a circle. It's going to be the Xaviers versus a VOIN Donkey.
Ooh, while Potato, he wants to try something sneaky from the lower ground. He's creeping up onto the Xavier. And you're talking about break, take it up at the zone. So, too bad. Now Frankie is back alone. I want to see another Frankenstein. Come on, Frankie, let's go.
I don't think he can do it, buddy, in this angle. That seems impossible now. He will break the game if he can actually do it again in this particular angle.
Okay. That's like being realistic, right? Like, yeah, so Frankie, unless he somehow gets the circle, that But speaking about circle, oh, he can kind of move slightly forward and do the circle.
It's doable. Still doable, as long as he can last long enough. But while we talked about Cedar being quite new era, will try to test their new blood here against the veterans out there, which can be Cedar. And look at Snipe trying to take down on Jimmy. Jimmy down to, I think, 1% of health there is.
Jimmy still close. He can still heal up. That was a close one for him. His health should be back up soon. Okay, he's using bandages, so it will take a while now. But it will also take a while before New Era is able to come into the circle. They're taking their time. VOIN Donkey will take the advantage instead to zoom into the circle, and they will hug the riverbed.
But the Xavier is not happy with VOIN Donkey just leaving them like that, crushing and just crash into a different team entirely, which could be New Era, who's trying to take down Sidal just now, but being distracted entirely when VOIN Donkey arrived. Now Snipe has to shift over his focus towards Potato and Vaxi, who's trying to make it a CQC, and he got taken down by Zeta from a different angle instead.
And Zeta from way far away, putting the pressure through an off angle. This is a nice spot for Zeta. My goodness. Giving a lot of support to Potato and Vaxi. And now they will try to crash it. They'll try to save their teammate first, it seems. Going for the save, we'll talk about the fight later.
Potato burning off Snipe with those mollies. Hulk and the rest of SEMBILAN or 6ix9ers in trouble. They tried to take each one of them a different compound, a different building, but it's not working out quite right for them when it comes to communication. As Lamborghini keeping the pressure on Hulk, here comes the rest of the X-Nate joining in as well. As Spartan taking the center spot. Lamborghini from the flank side. They slowly try to just demolish and pull those 6ix9ers from the side.
And here comes the Incredible Hulk. Looks like he turned red there. Eliminated by the Xavier. The Xavier takes over the compound as we move back over to VOIN Donkey. Now we have CELCOMDIGI Alliance in action in the top 4.
3v2, v1v1. Team Secret and VOIN Donkey down to 1 member left. The last man standing. Well, Zeta. Oh my god. what can he do at this point? Try to hold his place? It's an open space.
Oh, but at least he has this support here by Mr. Jimmy OP. Leon's actually got Zeta. And there you go. That is VOIN Donkey eliminated again by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. 6 eliminations now. But Mr. Frankie Stein is still in the game.
Hold it in, Frankie. You can do it. It's down to only top 2 now. All he needs to do is just hide it well, and he's still got barely that very minute point of circle left. For the side of the Xaviers, they tried to take over this compound, which is still inside of a circle. But do they want to play the waiting game?
Ooh, probably now it's all about the patience, right? Like Frankie, he's patiently waiting. He still has a bit of that circle, so he can still hold stage 7 circle, but he might not get it at all. We get a confirmation real soon. Okay, Frankie, no circle at all. This is probably the end, so he's praying for this team to quickly fight, and at least he can go up to top 2.
Still holding on, but circles stop moving away now. Seedol is going to be 4v3. These Xaviers, percentage-wise, it does give the way more towards the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They do have more manpower, a better circle, a bit of an open space for the side of these Xaviers the moment they try to actually push forward out of this compound. But when it comes to point-wise, they do have slightly better points than CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Yes, oh they do, yeah, with Karajin really shouldering the team. 5 eliminations for himself so far in this round. Looking good so far, but of course they must overcome the anime big boss right now, which is CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Still with a full squad, and they are carrying the momentum from the previous round. Though only 6 eliminations, but they can get the chicken dinner by eliminating all of them. It will be 10 eliminations for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Still a full squad. Last run they had in Sunhawk, it was a flawless run, Cloud. I'm not surprised if they do it again! They found a Frankie! The man with such remarkable plays just now. But this is a random replay all of a sudden, but yeah, okay. This is how they actually cut across the map, try to be at where they are right now. But DX is not making it easy at all for them. They do want to hide themselves slightly longer in those compounds.
At the same time, hoping for stage 8 circle to fall towards the hands of the Xavier. If it goes again to CELCOMDIGI Alliance, then for 2 times in a row, we're talking about them getting the circle again. And in this kind of situation, who gets the circle, they will have a massive advantage.
I feel a circle just not going to take any party side here. It's going to be in the center. As per usual, it's all down to the wittiness of Seedal, whether they can divide and conquer. The same goes for these Xaviers. These Xaviers, if they going out of these buildings too late, they will dig their own grave. It's going to be difficult for them to get out from those houses or jumping down the window, because you can see how they start to open up their angles on the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance there.
Yeah, I know, right? They have like 2 different angles. And now with the circle again, favoring CELCOMDIGI Alliance. The pressure's on the Xavier, but the Xavier, they'll start off by taking out Olio. Lamborghini will be knocked down, but he is within the compound, so he can be revived.
Bit difficult, but still gonna be almost the same odds. 3v2, make it 2v2 now. Look, Adik, look. This is where he needs to kick into his instincts. When it comes to getting the call shots, he knows exactly the right timing. But these Xaviers can never be underestimated by Seedal at all. They are well-experienced players. This is the best matchup we can get. Most veteran players fighting against the most stable players that never change their roster as well. DX and Seedal, these 2 teams barely change their lineups here.
Oh yeah, good point. The 2 teams that #trust the process, maintain the same lineup, and let's go for it. And all these teams, they are fairly consistent even on international stage. So it's great to see this duke out here for them to prove who is the better team right now. But of course, the circle still plays a part, and CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they still have it, but they don't have Olio.
Down their vehicles, getting out from those houses quite on time here. Barely make it out. For Leons, only 1 rock to take cover, barely having quite an open space. If you compare with barricades, I have to give it to the side of these Xaviers. They do have better barricades and covers. But for Seedal, those terrain were actually put up of good use if they know how to pick on time. But Blue Zone will make a bit of a pressure on both ends here. No more circle. It's down to whoever get those bullet pass across the other side first. Whoever can just nick the other party with a straight precision of bullets at this point. Now, Nate's coming out on the side of Paragin, but Lamborghini needs some help by Nate.
Oh yeah, Nate just behind him. Okay, pops that smoke, and they're probably gonna do the revive within the smoke itself. And Paragin got Leons! That's the off-angle guy! Now they only need to focus onto the two last players of CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
It's all about those off angles there. Paragin, can he do anything at this point? Adik, look, open up the angles. He's going in, charging 8 shot. Oh my god, I am losing words. But at the same time, Jamie, what can he do? Adik looks down on the ground. It's going to be 1v3, 2v1. And Xavier, despite having less men just now, but when it comes to solidarity, when it comes to unity, they know what to do, and that's why they stick as what they have with the same lineup. This is Dingles Xavier.
Wow, the recovery by Xavier, that is insane. No circle, no problem for them. They are still able to recover. They were the undead towards the end. One knock, reset, move forward, deploy those smokes. They have the utilities to back it up. Man, you gotta give it to Xavier. That is such a quality chicken dinner.
Extreme high quality. I mean, if you guys don't see that, I have nothing else to say. They were at the brink of being taken out by the blue within the compound. Just a small window to get out. It's all about those windows. Speaking of windows, the timing was so small for them to make a turn, to make the flip of the tide just now. And they made it through. I mean, when it comes to barricade and cover-wise, yes, they do have it better compared to the side of Cedar. But Cedar had an open space. They had wider view since the start. They gained more information compared to the Xaviers, who had lesser men at first. And for the Xavier side, they have been grinding all the way just to get where they at inside of those houses for a long time.
Oh, absolutely right. Like their coordination, their sharpness. Just look at this, right? They pick out the off angle and they know they have it in the bag. And here it is, the Xavier. And we're talking about like what? 12 eliminations in the bag for the Xavier in this round with a chicken dinner that's 22 points.
Thanks to Paragin, damage-wise is actually taking like 3 times more than the rest of the others. I mean, this guy really know what to do when it comes to taking their responsibility. We saw them were going to be knocked down early on. But hey, Nate and Levi, despite one of them being eliminated quite early, but they still put up a lot of work. But nonetheless, the highlight is always going to be Frankie just now.
Oh yeah, sorry, Xavier. You know, I know the MVP is going to come up from the chicken dinner team, but you got to give it to Frankie still. But we're going to check out the best moments here through these highlights.
like usual, they never celebrate. Unless it's like the end of the day. I mean, that's perfectionist D Xavier's that we know.
Oh yeah, especially Lamborghini. He never celebrates for some reason, except if you take him out for dinner. But top 4 teams, besides D Xavier, CELCOMDIGI Alliance still very consistent. Game 1 chicken dinner, game 2 second place, so still pretty nice. And of course, we have Frankenstein Esports, one of the top 4 teams. And welcome back BTR to the top 4.
It's the same name. We're talking about the teams that really need to push themselves when it comes to week 2, but they're nowhere to be seen. We saw BTR and CEDA have been consistently getting themselves in the top 4 multiple times now. We see a couple of ships up and down within DX, Team Secret, and all the other top 8 teams. But we have to welcome PUBG. That was a lot of work. He's been pulling his weight so much just now. I mean, he got himself like 4 times more damage output compared to all the others teammates. When it comes to damage received, everybody actually received almost similar amounts of damage.
Well, not gonna take it away from Parjin, but if only like we don't take the MVP from the chicken dinner team, it's easily Frankie if you ask me. That was crazy. But of course, it's also based on stats, right? So gotta give it to Parjin as well. 1,482 damage, and also D Xavier, they come up with a crazy hard chicken dinner. So yeah, I mean, as a team, they still definitely deserve to get whatever that showed on screen.
7 eliminations. I mean, out of how much just now? I think probably more than 10. I think it's definitely more than 10 because the last time we saw them, before they even got the chicken, it was around like what 8 elimination out of 12. Just by Parjin, the rest of the teams get what division of you divide 5 by 3 then.
Yeah, so that's an average of well, about 2 or less than 2 for the rest of them. So this is like Parjin Esports here, carrying the team up there. 22 points for D Xavier. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, actually not bad. 14 points. Only 2 teams with a double digit in this round. As for Strangers Esports on page number 1, who needs play some points? If you have 5 elimination points, they still warrant themselves on page number 1. Also not bad. But like what you said, right? I would love to see those teams who did not make it into last week's Super Weekend to actually be up there.
Yeah, I mean, as usual, only one team that didn't make it last week. Like last time we saw, I think it was HOMEBOIS in the last one. And then that actually made it to the top 8. Just now we saw, was it New Era or Niners? Just now, who actually, no, Strangers Esports got himself in the top 8. Only one team that didn't qualify for their first Super Weekend, always in the top 8. The rest of them always maintain the same teams up there.
Yeah, like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, D Xavier, they are way up there. Like CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they are ahead double as compared to points from Temp Entertainment and also Talon. But we still do not have a BTR on page number 1. But BTR has always this track record of coming in at the later stages, so I wouldn't be surprised if they suddenly just shoot up to like maybe the top 3 or something like that. But BTR, if you're asking, oh, they're number 9, knocking on the door.
Yeah, I mean, they've been consistently getting themselves in like what, some eliminations. When it comes to the numbers, I think they're probably just going to focus on eliminations when it comes to day number 1 here. If you compare with the placement points, barely make it any. But for the teams that really have it balanced, I have to give it to D Xavier and Sidal. These 2 teams are the teams that should be under the spotlight of all the other teams' rotation as well, because they know how to play the game, and it seems like they're playing it best right now when it comes to even week number 2, day number 1. But for Donkey and BTR, we can see how aggressive they were trying to get those kills.
Oh yeah, like we saw some action from Federales as well earlier on. It just probably didn't work out for them when it comes to rotation. They were caught up by other teams. Now, top 4 strategists. Okay, we're going to look at this most smoke used by these teams. Of course, if you last longer, the chances of you using more smokes is always there. So we have CELCOMDIGI Alliance and D Xavier. And it looked like majority of their smokes, they were deployed towards the end before the chicken dinner moment.
Speaking of the next couple of Wrangle, I mean, if the teams really want to make it through, especially the teams that make it in last Super Weekend, let's spot out around New Era, Strangers Esports, Viking Esports, the teams that are actually playing here today, including HOMEBOIS, they need to make amends and they need to really push it up when it comes to the remaining of wrangles here.
Oh yeah, it's not a marathon, it's a sprint for them. But it's also a sprint for you guys to prepare yourself for the upcoming update in PUBG Mobile. In conjunction with the 7th anniversary on the 7th of March, there will be the Golden Moon event. So make sure you update because there will be a lot of new features here, including the desert boat, the camel will be inside PUBG Mobile as well. Again, in celebration of 7th anniversary. We're going to have a lot of 7th anniversary reminders for you this season, this time. And when you play it, don't forget to collect the times token because you're able to redeem the Camel Super Fan set for free. Free, people. Free.
And also don't forget our musical genius legendary as always with us in season 1 and season 0 of PMCO, which is going to be Alan Walker. I think we should celebrate this 7th year because he was there the first time we had the esports of PUBG Mobile back in the days. And also this collaboration will feature 3 songs. The first track will be Faded, the other 2 is still going to be Mystery. The track number 2 and 3, if you guys know what it is, just drop in the comment. And don't forget, watch out on 7th of March because this is where everything will drop it hot.
Yeah, you know what? He's so OG with PUBG Mobile. They should make an Alan Walker skin, like not like just the shirt, like the whole skin, like the mask and all. That would be pretty cool.
You know, Alan Walker been so long with PUBG Mobile. His outfit from black now turned to white.
It's like he washes it, it turns white, right?
It's like our hairs. Just change color. But you know, it'd be pretty cool. I mean, I don't care about prediction at this point, but it would be pretty cool if we have a merchandise based on, you know, the Golden Moon event. If we have sort of the, you know, the, what do you call it? The time sand thing.
Oh.
And plus a music box of Alan Walker. Every time you turn it around, you have the Alan Walker song singing till the very end of the sand that drops, and you have those miniature of those sunglass thingy that we had just now. If only they actually make it a real physical merchandise, it would be great though.
People, if you suddenly see that merchandise, you know where you heard it from. You know where you heard it from. The English stream of PMSL. Okay, so yeah, mark that. You know, every time we say that, right, all of a sudden it happens. So it might come up. Just saying.
I don't know if they can actually do it in the very last minute. If they do it for the globals, it would be pretty great though. I would want to buy, like, if they willing to sell it, like they have a booth for PUBG Mobile merchandise, and they can mix so many merchandise. I mean, I'm looking forward for that day one day, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. Like I want to have like the actual size helmet. Yeah, that's one. That's so many merch that we can think of. My goodness.
And also, Cloud, imagine if they're selling all the like animal pins of each of the team's logo. I would definitely grab that.
Okay,
gonna grab it.
Which team will you buy first?
I mean, I would love the vampires, like the gold ones, and the VOIN donkey, like this gold. I love gold and black so much. Even our RQ animal pins so great. I mean, every single team animal pins look so great just with their logo. Come on, do it, guys.
Yeah, and they got like what? 24 teams? And it would be nice if, let's say, if you want to buy like one set, like 24 pins, it comes in a nice gift box.
Yeah. In a sort of like, you know, a glass kind of box that you can just put as collection, and then it's premium and the price is premium and breaking our banks, but we don't mind because we love it so much.
Oh yeah, take my money. Take my
and
money.
Only limited amounts, right? Like only 100. The first 100 get that.
Oh no. That's scary, you know. Like we have to queue there 1 week earlier to be at the number 1 front line.
Camp it out.
Yeah.
Opening a 10.
You know who you can send to do that?
Who?
Mr. Manager. Ow.
No, I need him to run some errands and drive me to places.
That's one of the errands. You make sure you are number 1 in line and get it. If you don't get it, steal it. Whatever.
Maybe we can put our cats in the line. Who knows?
Oh yeah, Noble.
They're not paying rent. Might as well do something for us, right?
I know, right? They're getting free food from us. Go work. Come on.
I'm sorry, guys. We always side talk all the way.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the players are doing their side talk as well. You know, they're probably talking about what to have for iftar later.
Yeah. Hey, we don't have iftar this season.
Oh, yeah,
It'll be perfect time for him to actually be here now.
Yeah. Or maybe they need
After iftar.
Yeah, it's
iftar
like
is playing.
open iftar after iftar, and he plays. Yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of iftar, where he actually gone to, by the way? He was in BTR back in the days.
He's with now CELCOMDIGI Alliance. He transferred from TODAK. Transfer/loan, whichever it is. Yeah. So he's actually taking care of the food for CELCOMDIGI Alliance now.
Really? Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Because he's been benched. I feel like he's been benched.
Oh yeah. He's taking care of the food, you know. We snooze on.
Literally.
You know, it is Ramadan, you know.
Literally living up to his name, Iftar. I have huge respect for you now. But of course, it's going to be another trivia for you guys. Going to Leeds 2025. Oh, well, I mean, everybody knows. It's just 2 weeks for this season, right?
Yeah, let's hope that notice is not a jinx. Just saying, you know, like, you know, over. Okay, the casters curse didn't work because we had them in our prediction. Maybe it's the graphic curse. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that, people, because we have one more game before we take an extended break. So let's jump on it. It's back onto eArena.
We're back into the OG, the oldest map of them all. I think all the maps are here are pretty old right now, but 7 years of Wrangle never can get them enough. We're gonna drop ourselves where this time. Is it gonna be SMB or not? Because we have a very generous fight pop again. Cutting across Pachinki twice in a row now. Will it be another Pachinki circle, or finally we get to see Zaki?
Zaki.
Zaki.
The happiest will be Vampire Esports if the circle goes Zaki, that's gonna be one. But if we get a mid-to-the-base circle, I ain't complaining. As long as it's not Contrast's favorite circle, the urban circle. I have still no idea why that guy likes an urban ending.
Nobody likes one.
I know,
Especially Mirama. Oh, Mirama was horrible if it ended up in urban warfare.
Yeah, the Lost Lunar circle, right? It's like, no, nobody wants that. Even the players don't want that. It's like so tight, you can't move, you can't see. Nobody wants that kind of circle. But besides the players, at least we want a Zaki or a mid-to-the-base circle.
We'll leave Mirama for later, but hey, yo, it's back to us Pachinki, maybe old Gakka region. I mean, this is gonna be the same old usual classical circle, and I think everybody knows this circle like the back of their hand because it's gonna be a bit rowdy since it's quite a generous and a lot of land.
Ooh, could it be rowdy here? Okay, RRQ, and there's one player dropping close by. But no, not gonna be rowdy. Everyone's gonna be nice. I mean, it's gonna be a breakfasting moment. So I guess everyone's just chilling, at least for the start. No early elimination. So this is one of the more harmonious rounds.
For now.
For now.
For now, it's all about getting those loots up. If you broke, don't even think about trying to go for a fight. Just play like a broke man, okay? Pretend like you have nothing to, shoot against. But I love the fact they have horses now. So you get to see some cowboy running it out. It's gonna be MEC, Mikhail. He lost a lot of weight.
Oh yeah, he did.
And he grew up, looked like a big man now. I mean, back in the days, he looks like a very kid boy. It looks more mature.
I don't know whether you want to say it's a good news that he lost weight or not. I mean, some people can say that means MAQNA did not feed him.
No.
No?
In a good way. I mean, he looks more robust, like a man. Back in the days, he looks like this very cute kid who liked to, just randomly pops everywhere around the stage area. That's where I was at. So this time he looks a bit more, he looks like a rugby player or like a football player kind of vibe.
Wow, you're making him sound so manly.
Yeah, he does look manly now.
Wow. Miguel? You know who to text after this?
Give me New Jersey, please.
Yeah. Text for New Jersey, okay. ×2 or maybe ×3, including Mr. Manager. We could all
It's
use
Frankie.
New Jerseys. Oh.
This is a different Frankie now.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's the where how they say like I'm trying to translate it right.
Generic
item
names.
Item bought online. Item arrive.
No, expectation versus reality.
Expectation versus reality. Yeah, that's the more common one. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it is a different Frankie. A different Frankie, guys. Not that Frankie. It's a different. It's like is that the arrive one or the expectation one?
For us to know, for you all to find out. Okay, put in the comments. We need more engagement.
Yeah. But so far, I feel like Cloud. Now, we talked about this like previous seasons, right? It's nice to have a bit of a change of win when it comes to the players roster, when it comes to having the same format that time. But when it comes to having different sort of format, I do personally prefer the team stays with what they have as they were back in the days. But we do have some swaps here from New Era.
Oh, they're gonna put in a Zuli this time. So you remember how OG Zuli is?
He's really good.
Oh yeah. Good gameplay, good looking. This guy's a package basically. I mean, we admire nice things. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying.
But they do have two players swapping in and out, so it's gonna be no fall coming in. I think it was swap with Dumb just now, I think. Yeah. And also I thought that Dumb was actually damn rude, but I was wrong. It was a different Dumb entirely.
Yep, but this one is not a different Nuzi. Okay. Oh, Momon
It's
is
the
subbed
same.
out. Yeah. Oh, but look at this. Nuzi has a new goatee.
It's a long one.
or is that my screen? Like something's on my
I
screen.
I feel like it's the same as mine. Like during the historical dynasties of Ming, the very classical dynasty. He does look like one of those guys now.
Wow. Okay, and imagine him with the rope, like the hands inside the sleeves.
He needs to cosplay that.
He could absolutely do that. Oh, can you imagine this? This guy can cosplay Jack Sparrow and now cosplay like Emperor something.
Yeah, right? What a turn.
Oh man, this guy.
Oh, Newsy.
Multi-talented.
It's always fun times with Newsy. Also, Moment. I think we always seen this kind of swap of Moment. Every time it's gonna be like between the breaks, right before the break or before a new map. It's always they're resting out Moment because I feel like Moment will go all out when it comes to the last map or the last two maps.
Yeah, he's overhyped. Okay, so maybe because before break fasting, you gotta calm down a bit. You gotta save your energy. Once you eat, and then he goes like 200% overhyped, dancing with his signature. I don't know what you want to call it, like shirt movement or something. As long as he doesn't take it off, it's fine. Nobody wants to see that.
And there's one time I remember about Moment. Sorry guys, there's gonna be a lot of stories for Moment because he's so hyped inside of the stadium too. There's one time that he managed a clutch. I think it was last year. I don't know which season was it, but he managed to clutch a 1v3. And then he was dancing and let his hands off the phone for a bit. And then when he was dancing, he dropped that because another team came and just crushed him over.
That's what we call 5 seconds of fame.
He celebrated too early, bro.
I know, right? Game's not over yet, bro. I know. But, gotta give plus 10 points for entertainment. Just for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see Mormon actually having a very too serious of a face, but I've seen him once like that he not looking all jolly like he used to, when it was still exhausting for him, when he's just drained out of his energy, when it's like back to back. It's a bit too daunting for him. That's why I think he needs the break in between the matches in the day, because he get hype up and overwhelmed and just overextend the use of his energy. But the circle will surprise us once more, just like it did in the last map. It moved slightly a bit more towards the west side.
Ooh, okay. So we're gonna have a bit of quarry in this second phase circle. Goes up to quarry. That is gonna be interesting. It's a matter of who becomes the king of the hill. But a lot of teams are rotating towards the circle right now. We might see bump-ins happening real soon. So a lot of teams also like trying to get like the best position possible. Vampire Esports on the other hand, they are taking their time though. They still make a pit stop just on the outside. But oh, RRQ and MAQNA, let's go.
The pop. Kind of caught in the process of migrations here. Caught himself in a trap. There's nobody there except for Lapar. And now another one with Vikings does 2 down for RQ. What an accident. And speaking of timing with Vikings, with RQ, it's just the worst way to go for RQ here. Hazel down next. Is that the last one? It was.
Well, beyond my expectation. That the fact that it is RRQ, but very, very early elimination. No points for them. So I guess they can, you know, go start washing their hands for breakfasting then.
Well, that's the only way for them to at least see the bright side for now, because they don't gain too much of a point throughout the entire day. Barely make a double digit just now. A bit disappointing from my end to see RRQ not performing as much as we hoped for, but when it comes to SMB Circle, they definitely love it too much. But to heavily relying on the circle itself, it's never going to be a good result for RRQ. They need to know how to master this one.
And SEMBILAN needs to master the art of saving their teammate as well. The fact that one of them got knocked down by a Xavier. Okay, they went straight into the open fields of Gadka. This is going to be interesting. Right? Look at the spread in this open field. This just shows the level of confidence that they have. But we got to check out how it happened again. The RRQ demolished by MAQNA.
Next up, another one. We're looking at 6ix9ine is actually playing a bit of a in a tough spot there. I think they've been gunned down. HOMEBOIS taking too much of a blues and way deep into it. VOIN Donkey is taking such a long rotation just down to its side of Coring. They're going through a hospital. They're going all the way towards the left side just to get an entry. But the moment they get an entry on top of Quarry, last time I saw it's going to be Vampires there. Look at that.
Wow. Okay, 3 of them at Quarry. Schweppes on the other side, but it's just fake hope. Sorry, Vampire. Just like my ex, you have to move on.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you move on? That's a question.
Oh. Are you listening out there? You know?
Ouch.
Are you? Call me, please.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So desperate. I'm sorry, guys. I got goosebumps now.
I did it. My achievement today unlocked. Chichu goosebumps.
But goosebump or not, it's more goosebump for Vampires because VOIN don't give Vampires and Team Secret having to be a bit of a chase on top of Quarry, which the Quarry is not even in circle to start with. But we're back to a Scott field. Now it's gonna be an open flat plane again, Cloud, when it comes to the last few circles.
Yes, as always, right? They like to show up towards the end, and that works for them. And so far, they're pretty consistent in doing it. So great job for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Now, for the other teams, they might not show up as late. So we might see more action from the other teams. Maybe Vampires, since now they just got fake hoped by the circle, and now they have to move.
Speaking about moving, Vampires not trying to be too rushed when it comes to making decisions here, not being too reckless as well. Team Secret cutting across Gatka on the northern side. Surprisingly, not many teams coming up from the north. A lot of them are actually taking around Gatka right on top of it. And it's a bit too crowded, if you ask me, right on top of Gatka on the south side of it.
Yeah, they don't want to go through the open fields, I guess. So that's why they willing to like make that round long rotation. But two teams that we can see on screen took the sort of like the open field approach, almost there, kinda. We got Talon here together with HOMEBOIS sharing the same area. So far, no other teams around that we can see. Okay, but in the middle, in the open area, we have VOIN Donkey, BTR, and also a couple of other teams. Oh, gunfire is happening.
I'm looking forward around this area. Southern side of the circle seems to be a bit too concentrated. We have Vampires down there. We have TEM and NWE on New Era. And then there's also in between Strangers, VOIN Donkey, BTR, and also MKVE. So it's all cluttered up together, except for the northern side. We don't have too much. HOMEBOIS, Team Secret, Talon, that's it. Slightly on the eastern is going to be OSJA. And also MAQNA Esports. I mean, CEDAL, CELCOMDIGI Alliance really know how to read the map as always. They always avoid these early conflicts and just wait it out till be the top 5.
I know, right? And plus the circle shifted towards the right. So they are still in the circle, nice and tight, not challenging other teams for now. But speaking of a challenge, see Vampire Esports now challenging TAM Entertainment, forcing them to move away from the position.
I mean, not even heal up himself. It's just how confident he is trying to force a fight here. MAQNA or J-Spot having some crossfire perhaps, or even crossing their roads over the other side, bumping towards each other. Secret, I don't think the shotgun will actually work in that distance, but he tried. BTR on the other hand caught himself in a very tough spot. A cool spot to die in. This might got a lot of covers, but the surrounding teams will not easily let them pass by. Well, probably not even alive at this point.
Oh man, BTR, they need a huge reset. What's happening to BTR? Although they always make a comeback, but you know, you always keep your fans at the edge of the seat.
There's only Satar left for the start of BTR right now. Well, he did got himself a reset. There's only one single person of reset. But for OSJA Esports, they're not done yet. I'm surprised that MEC will actually try to force themselves to fight. They're not gonna let it. They're not gonna leave.
Yeah, they're not gonna let it go. Let it go. But Talon doesn't want to let go HOMEBOIS. Okay, they're looking at them. But no angle to pull the trigger. They did. Oh, but we move back over to Vampire. Here we go.
And they will go. Yep, it's all about go or no go. That's the way. Oh my god, that's brutal. Oh no, not Frankie. This is a real Frankie. Why did you do that? Team Secret now having a tough time again. So HOMEBOIS just running down in a very good fashion way and try to leave without taking the responsibility of their crime. Next, what Vampire is eliminated? How?
Exactly my thought. Is like, how? Man, just that one rotation costed them so much, the entire team. Somebody has to go back to the drawing board. But for Talon here and HOMEBOIS outside of the circle, HOMEBOIS, they must make it into the Super Weekend. They need to put in a good performance. As for Talon, same case. So they both want to eliminate each other. Axel fires on. Now he's going to go in for the close quarters combat with the DBS, but he's well surrounded by ENAM SEMBILAN.
A different Frankie! This is a different Frankie, but this time, this one is the one that seems to be shining the most. Back to his Talon versus HOMEBOIS. Kit tossing out the nade. Linux trying to just force him to stay in the blue zone, but Linux trying to close up the angle, going for the flank side, and just go through that smoke. He needs to survive. He's the last man standing for Talon, but Linux, pressured by the blue and pressured by HOMEBOIS. He needs to pick his poison, but no way out for now.
Okay, get away because you don't want to be part of this. ENAM SEMBILAN together with HOMEBOIS right now by the edge of the circle with so many other teams around them, by the way. They're not going to have an easy time. Kid sprays across, but he's now pressured by the blue. He does not have any first aids. He has to go.
Speaking of going, which way to entry in without being harmed at all? There's also MAQNA Esports taking a compound which is not even inside of a circle. It's going to be a flat plane and lower ground of the guard car where the circle will end up. While OSJA Esports still holding those high grounds to make sure they will try to eye out MEC the moment they try to pick out and just get into the center. Now, teams on the northern side, this is nothing easy at all for them to get into this safe zone right in the center of it.
Oh, not at all. Look at the amount of teams still by that area, by the northern side. Oh man, this is crazy. Okay, one of them is going to be HOMEBOIS. They need to fight their way through. On the southern side, okay, we got New Era here. I would say it's going to be pretty calm at the south, although there's some teams on the outside, but there are not that many. Majority of the fights is going to happen on the north, so hopefully we get to see the camera action there.
Here comes Vikings, Gosu, good bright, TM, try to shut down on the Vikings there, and VKE, they are in trouble. They happen to be the center of attention by so many teams right now because they are migrating into the circle, but they will be gatekept by TM, but TM, despite trying to gatekeep VKE, the Vikings, they don't have enough manpower. Noah bleeding out, is only Bright left. What can he do at this point?
I know, right? It's going to be pretty hard for him. And plus, being on the outside of the circle with the blue closing, it's not going to help. Okay, they try to find an angle. Needs launch across onto Bright. Hopefully, he has a bright future ahead.
Not so bright right now, very deep. Here comes a whole crowd of Vikings. Yeah, and that's gonna be a boom, boom, go down. Gosu with the DBS as the help of those nades as well. Finish it off, but we're not done yet. Team Secret, HOMEBOIS, also 6-9ers seem to be in some baffle.
Okay, Frankie comes in. Frankie with DBS gameplay towards the right side. There's one player, but HOMEBOIS, too many teams for them to manage. Even from afar, they were pressured and HOMEBOIS is out.
Remember, we had a bit of a hope for HOMEBOIS. Well, they definitely went home with those push. Sorry, I'm not really sorry, that's rude. But yeah, okay. But on the side of New Era, they happen to be having full squad still. We're saying guess for Seedal, the first and the last place team right now, do have full man squad. But when it comes to tactical ones, you have to give it to CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They not giving away any points until now. They start speaking out, they start getting points.
And they fire on OSJA Thailand and Secret from the side. That's a knockdown onto Kim. And now they have the advantage. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they might want a piece of this. One nades are being launched across and nades are raining down. Putting pressure to all these teams. Jimmy OP for the side gets Dewey. Ade Lucas knocked out by PUBGM. So many teams around the area.
Oh, OSJA Esports left, right, center, Seedal from the back, MEC from the front, and everywhere being surrounded. And where to run for OSJA? There's gonna be Secret, holding his own life for his Secret, yeah. But at least, luckily, they managed to take down on MEC. That's gave a bit of space and a breather for Secret of OSJA Esports. But for Vikings, still gonna run for it and gun for it.
Oh yeah, they have to call out the Viking call right now to do it. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, okay, so this is an earlier encounter that they're having as compared to the previous rounds. Now only 2 players left for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, while for DZavier, the team that got the chicken dinner in game number 2, so far so good, still with full squad, and they want their revenge against CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Now, Leon, he needs to redeem himself. The last match, or the last map of Wrangle, he was being knocked down when he's trying to go for flank. He was the key player in that certain situation. Same goes for now. He's trying to knock him off the other side of the party or his enemy team from the flank side once more, but cannot afford to lose being knocked down. On the side of Strangers, New Era being bombarded pretty heavily. All left, right, center. The grenades being tossing about. But Zully, we talked about this player before. He knows exactly where to see and what to do.
Yeah, the OG Zully. Now back in the professional scene with New Era. They're circling around VOIN Donkey. And they're going towards BTR. Satar is still there, representing BTR the final play. He's in the middle of the circle, but they will focus onto one team for now. There's going to be VOIN Donkey. They're stuck in the shack, and they will rush it. They get Razak, one more to go. No foul comes in with a shotgun, and they take over this move.
The small shack is always going to be the poison for so many players who try to hide inside of it. But back to a Strangers Esports. A bit of back and forth between these two teams with New Era and Strangers right now. Mew Mew, or aka Mela, try to go for the flank side once more. They have a full man squad right now for Strangers Esports and seems to be very solid and strong. But the problem is, can they shut down the teams that's surrounding them, including OSJA Esports, Last Player, as well as New Era, who's trying to take them down right now? Because Vikings seems to be taking some opportunity against Seedal, who's being eliminated by the Xaviers instead. Now we're down to top 6, and unfortunately, this is the first time Seedal is actually being eliminated quite early.
Yeah, and only collected 1 point. So, I guess they can kind of afford it since the main objective is to be the top 16 to be in the Super Weekend. But anyway, the Xavier, now they're on the roll. They're looking for OSJA Thailand next.
Lamborghini comes hoping it will connect somehow. Nate, wow, he just missed it.
But Conti might not want to miss this. Okay, he is crawling towards Stranger Esports. We might see a surprise anytime soon. As for the Vikings, now they're still playing it nice and chill. They're holding on a nice spread there, but they're by the edge of the circle. They might need to move forward, but Strangers Esports, they know that Vikings is there.
It's all about the top 5 here. I don't know who's that last BTR player. He's hiding himself so well right now. Well, New Era in trouble as well. And the Circle favored last player of BTR too. Oh my god, that's gonna be Satar holding it on. I think that's probably gonna be a small shack, and these Xaviers might be very curious to see in the center of the circle there. But the rest of New Era and also Vikings, they're quite far from the circle right now.
Yeah, Satar, hold up, Satar, hold up, hold on for points. Because right now we only have 5 teams left, so the longer he holds, the more positioning points he'll be able to get for the team. And it seems like they don't know that Satar is there.
And he's hiding himself. He's all about hide and seek and just wait it out to get himself a top 2 or top 3 for Satar. But these Xaviers aside, I mean 2 times in a row now, they got himself quite consistency and good elimination points. 7 for now. The last time they had that chicken was 12. I'm not surprised if they can double chicken back to back here today.
Oh yeah, it's looking real good for them right now, right? They have a full team. They have the momentum, 7 eliminations. They're not playing it quiet. They're playing very active. And look at the spread with the circle. It's looking good so far for them. Yes, they're playing by the edge of the circle, but we saw how they managed that kind of circle in round number 2. If they're able to do that, I mean, this is still a big possibility for them.
Seems sharp. Levi taking on Vikings. T just now spotted out by New Era. It's a 3-way war, and the ones winning is going to be the Xaviers, because right now Vikings a bit too distracted by New Era players, while Satar is waiting to be a third party whenever he can. But the moment he starts to open fire, that's going to be BTR bowing out way too early. These Xaviers, I feel like, Cloud, this is it. They might actually get a double chicken back to back here.
Okay. 5 teams, 4 teams, excluding the Xavier, right? If they do get it, then it's Future's call. Okay, an attempt by No Foul. A New Era almost got Nate. And again, what does it take to drop the Xavier now?
It's all about their own mistake and their bullets, perhaps, because Levi running out when it comes to his M416 bullets. It's not going to be enough ammunition now. They cannot overly spray themselves trying to fork out the players who happen to be still in hiding spot. So they cannot use their ammunition way too much to bait them out. For Lamborghini is taking the charge and taking the lead, and BTR, they managed to survive a bit more longer because the Vikings went down quite earlier than they thought they should be.
And also Satar has the circle still. And now at the top 4, he's getting more placement points. This is crazy for Satar. They still don't know that he's there. He's just quietly doing his own thing, you know. Preparing himself for breakfasting, washing his hands. He can even put down his phone at this point.
I think he's just trying to hold as long as he can to be in the top 2, but Levi's! It's going to be UMP now, but UMP will not be as accurate with it compared to the other rifles, of course. So he will try to march forward and try to take charge and be almost at the center of the circle. But for Satar, he's going to be the wild card against all the other teams. Nobody knows where he's at.
Yeah, he's still having that invisible cloak right now amongst all these teams. How is he doing it? Blows my mind. But anyway, new era right now. They take a bit of damage. The Xavier, they're launching nades across. And Wicks, he had to abandon his vehicle, forcing him to get knocked.
Origin, 51 for the reserve bullets and magazine, but Levi Satar. Speaking of that one-man show, and here comes a double nade. Almost finished him entirely off. He's giving away his position the moment he naded down one of the player of the Xaviers. But at quite a bit of a risk, but it will be well worth it if he can actually get 1 point out of it.
Okay. Starting off with this nade. Okay, splash damage to the nade T. But the counter nade by PUBGM will finish off Satar. That is the end of BTR number 4 with 2 elimination points. Top 3. Here we go.
New era down to slither of health. Remain with that last player. The Xaviers, they had a 4 and down to 2. It's 2v3 v1 with Strangers Esports. Now Mela, or aka Meow Meow. Can the cat of the Melanus coming out strong this time? Or will the Xaviers get himself a double chicken back to back?
The cat of the Melanus. Okay, I like that. Let's see who will be the one to get this chicken dinner. Of course, if we make a comparison, Strangers Esports, they are desperate. They missed out on last week's Super Weekend, so they must get this chicken dinner and gain more points to get an entry into the Super Weekend. Nades across. Lamborghini is low, but he should be able to heal up in time.
Now, it's all about who's giving away the position first here. But the Xaviers try to pick up their members. Tell Lamborghini distract the rest of Strangers towards his side. He spotted on Mela. Exchange of nade. Nade taking on Mela. Down. That's a big one. Down to 2 players. Strangers. 2v3. What these have managed to get reset. And this is a big one. All they need to do is just spot out where is KNS right now. Trying to pick up on Mela. Mela being finished off straight away by Nate T. But Lamborghini at the edge of the blue zone.
Oh, there's the end of Mela. And now, 2v3. Could still be anyone's game, but Erms got knocked down. Now only KNS left, and it's pretty low spotted out. And the Xavier, a back-to-back chicken dinner.
You can see a bit smart from Lamborghini. The rest of them, not so much. But that's just it. Not celebrating, nothing. They got a chicken and yeah, it's just another casual chicken day for them.
Casual chicken dinner day, just like their routine. You know, it's same for the Xavier. But if you get a smirk from Lamborghini, you know, okay, that they're really happy. And for Strangers Esports, they probably are telling themselves that they could have done better, because if you want to compare the desperation, obviously the pressure's on for Strangers Esports.
But I have to say, the Xavier, when it comes to their chemistry, teamwork, unity, communication, they always have it better than the rest of the teams. You know, they don't. How many years these guys have been together?
Oh man, I lost count by now, right? I lost count. It's like what, at least like since the start of the Xavier? I wonder.
I think 5 years, perhaps, right? Around 5.
Yeah, maybe even 5 years. And these are the players of the current Xavier era. PUBGM, Lamborghini, Nate T, and also Levi's with a Lamborghini this time, coming up with the most eliminations.
Well, this time everybody just distributed their workload equally compared to the last one. PUBGM was the MVP. This time it's going to be Lamborghini's turn to take the spotlight as he dished out the most damage compared to all the 4 players. But Nate Z, I have to say it, he was the one that actually slightly celebrating at the side, at the corner. But Levi and PUBGM just nope. Nope. They're having all serious faces just now, and I assume that because it's still way too early for them to celebrate.
And it's such a Xavier thing, right? To be like, okay, we're chill, okay. Until we lift the trophy, that's where we will truly show our joy. If not, they've been through it before, so I guess they know what's coming up for them. So that's why they're like, okay, we chill for now. But nevertheless, everyone within these area, if we were to look at these stats, everyone worked like a well-oiled machine. While we check out the best moments from round number 2.
Double chicken back to back and just chilling, guys. It's the Xaviers again, and they are owning and dominating the lobby here.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. It's these area, one of the most consistent teams around. Trust the process, don't make many changes because they are just that good. But we got Strangers Esports up here together with New Era and Vikings as well. Okay, nice to see some of these freshened names up here in our top 4 teams.
Yeah, but especially when it comes to New Era, Strangers Esports, and Viking Esports, these are the teams that really need to push their numbers up when it comes to week number 2 because they didn't make it through for the last week Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's why the pressure is on for them. So hopefully it's not just a one-off here and they'll be able to gain more points because it's always nice to see like new teams in the Super Weekend. And for our MVP, it's going to be the ever OG Lamborghini as our MVP. But I must point out one thing. If you say Mikael, he kind of lost weight. Looks like Lamborghini, he got happier.
Buffed up.
Buffed up. Yeah.
He's a dad now. I mean, I remember when I first interviewed him way years ago, he was still in his pink hair and his multiple earrings and looking so cool that time. How times has changed. How, people has changed when they actually got families too. But when it comes to performance, nothing changed. It seems like they are getting better and better despite they have been one of the most veteran here in this league.
You know, whatever you say, it reminds me of like Mr. Manager trying out earrings, that one time.
That was me doing it.
No wonder people change. Yeah.
It's who you married, man.
Clearly.
But yeah, I mean, this is the first time today, Cloud, that we don't see Sidal in the top 8 here, surprisingly.
Oh yeah, they were eliminated early. They only managed to get like 1 point, so that will put them at like pretty much at the very end. Unless any other team like got 0, so we'll get a confirmation on that soon. But on page 1, we get to see like teams like New Era, Strangers Esports, Vikings, even MAQNA on here. So that's pretty nice. BTR, they're starting to be like somewhere in the middle. So we're starting to see them a little bit on the rise. Okay, confirmation, it's going to be only RRQ, no points.
I think the only one that I don't really jinx too much is gonna be Sidal. The other two are always at the very bottom. I don't know why. Is it something to do with my prediction here? But Vampire's all-studded lineup. RRQ is gonna be all-studded lineup of the Indonesian players as well. It's always gonna be like, it makes me question the biggest thing, when you're one of the best players and happen to be joining in a crew of best players too, is it ego in the play?
And those are questions that I hope that our host can ask later on, because for sure when we come back from the extended break, we're going to get the interview. while we hope for that, and if we were to look at like the overall charts, look at who's up there at number 4, teams that need to be in the Super Weekend. We got New Era there. Number 5, we got Strangers Esports, and we got ENAM SEMBILAN at number 6 as well. So that's actually pretty nice. We're starting to see like this level of competition here today.
Now, speaking of not so nice, it's going to be the bottom 3 without breaking the double digit. If you look at the second and the third place point difference, it's just too big. It feels like only 2 teams competing in this tournament here right now, between CELCOMDIGI Alliance and the Xaviers. The rest of them, well, it seems like they're sinking in and drowning down there, including HOMEBOIS and MAQNA Esports.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance and the Xavier and Friends show today. But I guess maybe, the break is what some of these teams will need, especially like big names. I know a lot of you will be supporting teams like BTR, for example, or even Vampire Esports. Maybe it's a break that they need. And after this, we're going to take an extended break. So wishing all of you a happy break fast day wherever you are across the world. Of course, if you talk about time zones, then some of you might have broken fast, some of you might be still waiting. So whatever it is, happy break fast day.
Yeah. For me, I'm waiting for us to go into the break so I can drink some water. It'd be nice if we actually have the break now. But he said, the voices in the sky said, almost, hold it, almost. Okay, we're holding in. But do tell us your prediction when it comes to the last ring of the day. So we're gonna break our fast now. See you guys after the break.
Have you come across this new type of token in your battles? Let me show you how you can get more of them. Time tokens can be found in both themed mode and classic mode. When you win a match, you can leave with all the time tokens in your backpack. However, if you get eliminated, you'll lose 20% of the time tokens in your possession. But is winning matches the only way to get loads of tokens? Not at all. You can use the supply shop's upload feature to take them out in advance. You can take out up to 40 time tokens per day. The most efficient way to collect time tokens is to head straight for the themed area, where there's a higher chance of finding them. It's also filled with supplies, so you're likely to run into other players. Defeat them to get some of their time tokens. Once you've got your tokens, head to the perk shop to exchange them for rewards. Available rewards this period include the Camel Superfan set, 7th Anniversary set, and Duneshine Dacia Level 1. Exchange your leftover time tokens for perk tokens to use them for future perk shop rewards. Collect time tokens in the game now, so you don't miss out on any rewards.
Evil mechas spread darkness across the land. The pandas fall in despair. Jade Farm Aurora extends a helping hand. Will it be justice or evil that prevails? Join the PDP webcomic fan art event and end this story your way.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Misty Port's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the second level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the second floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base. The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gua sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia gitu. Rosemary, gua tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn Tony Cây kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to Tony Cây.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับดีเอ็กลีวาแต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gua sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria lah. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi 1000 mungkin karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya dan jalan baru juga, jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada tu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX รีวาครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
Can you hear me?
Let's go!
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. Other than your equipment, your position is also key to determining the outcome of your fight. Understanding the buildings and terrain of each map will provide you with an advantage. Each of the 4 Metro Royale maps have unique environmental features. Frontline Confrontation features a mostly flat terrain, with items such as haystacks and trees in the wild that can be used as cover when exploring the map. They can also be used to ambush enemies. The old blockade zone is quite similar to Frontline Confrontation, but there are less buildings that can serve as cover, and more undulating slopes. The height difference of the slopes can be used to your advantage, like having a good vantage point for a strategic attack. Misty Port's environment is more complicated, with smaller resource points that are more scattered. There are more high slopes in the area that provide a great view of the resource points, making it ideal for strategic maneuvers. Compared to the other maps, the Arctic base map is much larger, with larger resource areas that make it harder to observe the situation. Therefore, when scavenging for supplies in these areas, be aware of enemy attacks, especially when taking on a boss. After entering a resource area, it becomes evident that the environment affects battle outcomes. Take, for example, Battle Line on the Frontline Confrontation map. The buildings have 2 levels with tight interiors, with only one way up to the 2nd level. It's easy to guard, but hard to attack. Simply charging in is not a wise strategy. The best way is to use a throwable to force the enemy off the 2nd floor. But this strategy cannot be used for the base at the old blockade zone. While both floors also have tight interiors, the top floor where the boss is located is very spacious, so the throwable strategy will not work. As such, when facing enemies on the top floor at the base, it's not wise to attack unless you're very confident. It might be better to wait for the enemy to leave the area, or head to a higher vantage point to snipe them. As the subway connects multiple resource areas, the subway route is also a key battleground. For example, there are only 2 entrances from the old blockade zone to the radiation zone, and they are connected by one railway. Players who are heading towards the radiation zone or leaving it will need to use this railway. This is why battles often occur here. As long as you can make use of the environment, you're likely to find a lot of loot. But if it's like the radiation zone in the Arctic base, where there are multiple exits, then you might be better off not strategizing too much here, as you might be wasting your efforts. Aside from ambushes in the subway, there are multiple positions that can be advantageous. These locations include fixed boss spawns, staircases, and the entrances and exits of the radiation zone. Take Arctic Base for example. You can lay and wait at the main entrance of Missile Silo or near the exit inside the subway. With the amount of resources available, people are bound to enter and exit, making it the perfect place to employ an ambush strategy. Also, take note of the boss's spawn location. There may be other players coming to challenge the boss. If you hear intense gunfire, that should mean other players are tackling the boss. A surprise attack at this moment might achieve unexpected results. Also, don't ignore those unassuming staircases. You're likely more vulnerable when going up the stairs, and cannot effectively fend off attacks from above. It's best to observe the area before you head up the stairs. Of course, you can still make use of these positions to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If tactical use of terrain is not your style, you can instead choose to attack from more advantageous positions. For example, launch silo in the radiation zone of Arctic Base, The area offers no cover for the supply crates around. Players must expose themselves if they wish to open the crates. So if you hear gunfire at launch silo, that's when you can launch your attack. That's all for this guide on environmental combat. Head to Metro Royale now to put these tips to the test.
Tanpa Zuxi dan Luxi, apakah BTR sedang menurun?
Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR. Kalau dari gue sih Rosemary sih. Karena sama-sama dari Manado juga, terus jago kan. MVP, juara PMSL SEA. Mungkin kalau masuk BTR bisa juara bareng dunia. Rosemary, gue tunggu lu masuk BTR.
Bagi saya lah, player yang patut dengan saya ni orang macam Olio. Olio ni dia boleh backup saya dan saya boleh buat kerja depan. Lagi senang lah untuk tim gerak. So ketambahan adik Luke pun dah cukup untuk satu tim.
Tham quá thì em chọn TODAK kìa. Đã được chọn thì mình chọn người bắn hay nhất, sát cánh và đồng hành. Welcome to TODAK.
ก็ขอโทษด้วยนะครับที่ผมไม่ได้เลือกคุณนะครับ DAK1 แต่ว่าผมเลือกซาต้าแทนครับ
Menurut gue sih TODAK sih. Karena dia nggak gimana ya, bawa 3 loh sampai 3. BTR aja cuma 1 loh import dari Filipina. Dia sampai 3 loh dari Indonesia. TODAK.
Bagi saya line up yang terpower New Era. Sebab diorang Ruthless pun tak tengoklah nombor berapa. Lepas tu diorang dekat scrim terlalu beria. New Era terhad lah macam mana pun di bawah kita orang.
Theo em nghĩ thì đội hình yếu nhất chắc là đội hình của bọn em. Vì theo kiến thức, trải nghiệm và thực tế thì mọi người đánh giá theo em rất là yếu.
คิดว่าเป็น eArena ครับเพราะว่ามีโค้ชเป็นพี่คิวครับพี่คิวสายติดหาครับ
Untuk yakin sih ya masih sama kayak tahun lalu lah 100%. Mungkin tahun ini bisa lebih lagi 1000 mungkin karena benar-benar baru kan, tersisa aku doang di BTR jadi ya the new jalan baru juga, jadi pengen benar-benar buktiin lah kalau bisa kasih piala ke BIGETRON, bahkan bisa jadi tim yang dominasi.
First kali kita sebagai manusia kita tak boleh berharap sangat kepada itu, cuma kita harus ada mentaliti yang untuk juara, so senanglah sikit untuk menyedapkan hati dan mental yang kuat sebelum turnamen.
Theo bọn em nghĩ thì tuần đầu tiên bọn em cần phải cố gắng về mặt điểm, cũng như là xem các đội hình của các team khác bắn như thế nào, bọn em học hỏi và rút ra kinh nghiệm và sẽ gọi là đặt ra một cái chiến thuật gì đấy gọi cho hiệu quả để tuần sau cố gắng và bứt điểm.
ก็คาดหวังได้ครับเพราะว่าผมมองว่าทีมเราก็กำลังมาดีอยู่ครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นมาก็ถามว่ามีปัญหาไหมก็ไม่ได้มีผลมากมายขนาดนั้นครับแล้วก็อีกอย่างทีมเราปรับตัวกันได้ไวด้วยครับ เลือกเป็น DX Levi ครับเพราะว่าเขาดูตัวเล็กแล้วก็นิสัยดีแล้วก็น่ารักครับ
Nếu em được ngủ với đối thủ của em một đêm thì em chọn ngủ với Tony Cây. Để em phong ấn cái tay của Tony Cây lại bắn nó đỡ hay. Bắn hay quá. Nói chung là bắn quá hay.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans! Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
We're here in a midway point or half point in day number 1 of the group stage here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring, and there's a lot of jam-packed action to unfold here, right? One of them happens to be on stage in the form of DX Lamborghini. How are you?
Lamborghini, bây giờ em cảm thấy thế nào?
Tôi cảm thấy không ổn cho lắm.
Now, I want to dive into the entire action of things, right? CELCOMDIGI Alliance, arguably the strongest team to have emerged this season so far. In the Super Weekend runs, they got about back-to-back chicken dinners up to a total of 4. And today you had a little skirmish with them for that chicken dinner in one of your matches. You came in 4v4 and came out on top with the winner-winner chicken dinner at that. You have to be proud about this. If you could send them a message, what would that message be?
Hôm nay thì các bạn đã đấu lại với Alliance 4 đấu 4 và sau đó thì các bạn đã chiến thắng. Vậy thì không biết là các bạn có lời gì muốn gửi đến Alliance hay không?
Chúng tôi nghĩ là họ lướt chủ nhà lên, họ đã nhờ chúng tôi chỉ biết nói cảm ơn ạ.
I think Alliance is the host and they went easy on us. So what I want to say is to thank you.
Well, that thanks goes a long way because now it seems like the Dingo Xavier that we have this week is a different Dingo Xavier that we had last week, right? Coming in strong, already stealing some of the highlights. Now, getting one chicken dinner is great. Back-to-back shows consistency. The question is, can Dingo Xavier, well, with this thankful victory that he has for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, can they continue this momentum forward?
Thì thắng một trận là tốt nhưng mà thắng nhiều trận liên tiếp thì chứng tỏ được sự ổn định. Vậy thì liệu các bạn có thể giữ được cái đà chiến thắng này trong các trận đấu tiếp theo hay không?
Bọn tôi sẽ đi trốn và camper thật tốt ạ.
We will hide and cam well.
Taking a book from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. In case you guys didn't know, last week we had a quick interview from one of the teams, and turns out CELCOMDIGI Alliance also hides and, well, play well. They call it the turtle strat. So, before I let you off to play the rest of the 3 games for today, DX Lamborghini, now your record is 4 winner-winner chicken dinners in a day in the summer split. Can we see that again?
Thì các bạn đã đạt được kỷ lục là 4 bữa cơm gà trong một ngày vào giải đấu mùa hè. Vậy thì chúng tôi liệu có thể thấy các bạn lặp lại kỷ lục này hay không?
Chúng tôi nghĩ phá kỷ lục của chính bản thân thì nó sẽ không vui chút nào, nên chúng tôi sẽ đợi một team khác.
I think it's not fun to break our own record, so we'll wait for another team to break our record.
That right there is the smack talk I was waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, that was DX Lamborghini, a man with, well, a good firepower and arguably some people might say horsepower in some occasions. I'm gonna send them towards their booth for them to play their next 3 games that we have for the day. It's day number 1, the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. After you, casters, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Keith, for the interview. I love the shirt of Dingo's just now. It's so bling bling ka-ching ka-ching. And also, Keith, you look great, by the way, man. And it's just, am I the only one that feels like he's like, you know, government officials when he actually wear that color?
Wow, okay. Now I can't unsee that. But I always tell Keith that you gotta keep the mustache, man. Like the mustache like just suits Keith.
That's kind of true. I mean, that's his signature. And also, speaking of the interview just now, coming up from the side of none other than Lamborghini, he feels like CELCOMDIGI Alliance seems to be taking it easy in the last run.
Taking it easy on them? Okay. I don't know if that's like a respect or a slight taunt, but you know, sometimes these players, they have been playing against each other for many years now. Maybe a bit of a jab there.
I mean, these guys have been going against each other for the longest time that we know. But for once, Cloud, I mean, no bias. I mean, we never bias, right, when it comes to this channel. But for once, there's always a saying that whoever hosting the PMSL, the region that hosting PMSL, will never win the trophy. So if CELCOMDIGI Alliance can actually win this trophy, they actually do break that curse.
Wow, okay, yeah, that's a kind of like a nice point. Now I'm trying to reflect that. Okay, when Boom won all that, yeah, it sounds like it. Okay, but we still have a journey, right? The teams still have a journey, and so far, in case you just joined us for today's journey, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they got the first chicken dinner followed by a double back-to-back chicken dinner for D Xavier, and that's why we got Lamborghini up there on the interview. But for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, consistent for the first 2 games. A third game, only 1 point, but hey, maybe it's the break that they need.
And it feels like only 2 teams actually participate in this tournament so far, because the point they actually gathered just between these 2 teams kind of opened up such a huge stretch of a gap with them and the 3rd place and the 2nd place as well.
Oh yeah, but that also allows like other teams at least to try to catch up with the points. And we also want to allow you to come and watch PMSL SEA Spring live here in our upcoming venue where the Grand Finals will be held at the IOI City Mall. It will be at the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center at level 3 East. So make sure you get the address up because it's a huge mall.
Starting from 14th of March until 16th of March. I mean, that's going to be next week, guys. So make sure your calendar booked up and just fly over to Malaysia if you're not in Malaysia already. And do ring us. If you happen to be in Malaysia, Cloud will buy you some drinks.
Wow. Okay, you can help yourself at the water cooler, you know. Yeah. It's all on me. It's all on me. Help yourself. But also, help yourself to the 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile coming in on March 7th. That's like, what, 2 days away from now? And it will also include this new theme mode called the Golden Dynasty. And within it, you're going to get like tons of new stuff. I'm sure there will be a new event as well that it's been teased here on this poster. So make sure you be ready for the 7th of March. It is the 7th anniversary version of PUBG Mobile. Yay! Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile. Happy to share the same month birthday with Chuchu.
Yep. It's almost the same week as well. But you know what? When it comes to the teams, I'm looking at the chat just now. I mean, Snook said he's too disappointed with Vampires. I thought I would see a more deadly Vampires, considering how they played their first few matches during week 1. You know what? I agree. I have the same feeling. But before we get into deeper in that topic, this event is proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers like us. With the POVA 6 Pro 5G powered by the fast processor and 120Hz ultra smooth display, your gaming experience now more responsive and lag-free. No more excuses if you can't push your rank out there.
Yeah, and some of you were asking like, oh, what is the phone that they're using? Yes, they are using TECNO, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you want a graphical look at it, it's here just right beside us. But if you want to have a real look at it, keep your eye on the players. They're actually using that phone on the stage. So yeah, do check out TECNO. Thank you so much to TECNO for being part of PMSL SEA Spring this season. And we're going to come back to our prediction, of course. We're not going to be like our friends last week, okay? We're going to stay true to our prediction the entire week. So you're still waiting for RRQ, Vampire? I'm waiting for BTR.
BTR are doing decent, right? Today, we've seen them going up sometimes, a bit of a roller coaster ride. The Xaviers, no question asked, they got themselves double chicken. You hit quite a number 2 out of 3 right now. But for me, I'm the same as our audience down there. I'm looking for a, robust version of Vampires. Should be, by theory, with the players that are actually in line here.
Yeah, the moment you say that, we got our first look of Vampires getting prepped up. I don't know who's the 4th player. We didn't get him on cam, so I wonder if it's going to be Ventoris playing or it's going to be someone else. But here we also have Team Secret, and in case you guys missed out earlier today in game number 2, Frankie pulled off one of the potentially the clutch of the season, so you got to check that out again.
As 2 Frankies, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Just to be clear. But both Frankie did well in both Erangel. The first Erangel was a different Frankie, and the second Erangel was the Homeboi's Frankie. So both of them did have their spotlight just now. But when it comes to the new blood, new era, things seems to be a bit rough for them. Now, I hate to break it, but we have so much veterans in this season. Hey, at first I thought Matoy will be in this season too, to be honest.
What? Where did it come from? If Mata ever makes a comeback, you have to have people like you have to have like the Mega Conqueror era people to come back.
I mean, Argentina's seasons, Ernie and all those guys, D2E, G9.
Oh yeah, bring back D2E, bring back G9. Even Stone is missing this season, so bring back Stone. Everybody. It's like a reunion dinner all of a sudden.
Yeah, but that's going to be too much for the rookies. Of course, it'll be overwhelming for them. But hey, at least for some of the boys down there, they're having a lot of fun now. We can see they are making some weird gestures just now by the 6ix9ers or SEMBILAN. These boys just having fun for now.
Oh yeah, have a good time, right? That's what you kind of need, especially after the restart, after the extended break, you got a good meal, everyone's well pumped up, and maybe Moment might be playing because we did talk about the potential of him just being subbed out for that game and then take a break, get a good meal, and come back to be the Moment that he is. But we'll get a confirmation soon because we're jumping straight onto the game. It's going to be the final Erangel for day number 1, and it's going to be match number 4 overall for week number 2, day 1. Let's head on to Erangel.
Props to the production crew. I love this season's graphic. It has been very, very amazing and awesome. But this could be our top 4 damage so far. Pyrogen, and most of them, 3 out of 4 players of the Xaviers are up here. But squeezing in, it's going to be Zeta as well as the top 4 players.
Good stance here to tell some of the stories, right? So when it comes to eliminations, Paragen's up there together with Lamborghini. Of course, the Xavier, they scored 2 chicken dinners, so they will be showing up a lot here on our screen. Survivor time! The Sata solo survival in the previous game, that launched it up here in our top 4.
But it's all about this last flight path in the last few circles. So far, the circle has been very kind, quite centralizing in the map between Pochinki and Farm and SMB at first, but ended up around Pochinki area the first Erangel. Then we headed over to Gakkan, the second Erangel just now. We'll be more towards the right side since the flight path always contradicts the circle. We might actually end up maybe around Farm, Milta Shelter, or even Milta Powers, who knows.
If it goes Farm and around the area of Milta, then of course CELCOMDIGI Alliance would love that kind of circle. They normally drop around the farm area. And like what you said, unless if the circle scams us, since there's still a small percentage of military base, it goes all the way down. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, I feel like it might be the case there because it's always shifted slightly towards the left side or west of the circle just now. But so far, no first blood, no early skirmishes. Everything seems to be peaceful until we actually mention it. Couple of shots by the pistols and micro Uzis early on by OSJA, but where's the fourth? All 4 of them in one canned, very tight vehicle.
Oh yeah, hopefully the air condition is working. If not, you know what happens if you have like 4 people in the car without the air condition. Never try it at home, people, especially if you have friends who don't shower.
Huh? What?
Yeah, just like what CELCOMDIGI
Wait,
Alliance
what?
doing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you have to.
Do they not shower? Do you shower?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
Oh my god, that just gives away the exact answers they were actually looking for.
Yeah, can you smell me online, you know? If you can't, then I think my job is done.
With the current technology improvement, I'm not surprised if they actually try to develop something like that. Yeah.
Oh. Then how would Erangel smell like? Erangel would smell like fresh greens around.
Then Sunhawk would be smelling better, no?
Oh yeah. But Miramar would smell very dry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bleeding our noses. That's gonna be dry air, of course. But not so much of pretty dry when it comes to their ammunition. Just now, Homeboys barely got himself enough. But for Vampire's side now, I'm looking forward for Vampire's performance here. But we do know that Thais do prefer Miramar map over Erangel. So maybe it's a bit too early. Maybe they're just warming up for the whole week of week 1. Who knows? But for Vampires, maybe they just waited out for the grand finals. Maybe they're just doing it enough to get into the grand finals, not being too flashy early on. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing about Vampire, right? So last week, Vampire, they did okay. I mean, they're in the middle. They were at number 7 in this Super Weekend, which is just okay. And that's number 7 with 5 points. They guarantee you into the grand finals. Probably. It also depends on like how many other teams actually qualify next. But yeah, I think, okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm just doing some math here. I'm doing the math. Actually, it would qualify them, but they would start like in the grand finals like with very minimal points.
provided that they actually can get into the Super Weekend in week number 2, I think it's a bit more confirming and more solidifying the position in the grand finals, if that's the case. Now, we do know that some teams are not playing here today, including I think I want to pick up this topic here right now, like Alter Ego, right? Now, Alter Ego, I don't know what happened. Starting from last year, around almost the end of the year, they start to, it seems to be a bit shaky when it comes to their performance last year at the end of it.
Though they're playing tomorrow, but of course we can start to warm up the conversation. Of course, there's a lot of talk about Alter Ego's performance and all that. So, I guess if it was me right now, I'll probably give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what happens tomorrow when they start to play. Maybe we might see a different Alter Ego, and I'm sure there are a lot of expectations for the fans. But perhaps Alter Ego, they did a couple of changes, like the coaching staff, like some of the players, they still remain. Like for Rosemary, he's still there, but Rosemary hasn't been truly performing. So could it be like maybe the coaching staff just needs to find ways to enable him better?
Maybe you just need a break. Just go for a 3-month vacation. Sometimes you just give you a bit of reset there. When you're too knee deep into what you love, sometimes it gets too over-exhausting at some point, I guess. Maybe sometimes it's good to have a bit of getaway for the players when it's off-season. But we do have quite a long period of time of off-season, right? So no more excuses, but in the terms of BTR, well, it's going to be MAQNA Esports players finish off one of the players earlier. And I think that's going to be BTR Scouter, possibly.
Yup, Snape eliminated. So, I wonder what's the lineup of BTR here. Okay, we got an answer. Okay, so we got Satar, Razy, Snape, and Federales for the second half, at least for this game. And unfortunately for Snape, we didn't get to see too much of him today. And the moment we got to saw him, he got eliminated.
I haven't seen them being this explosive BTR yet. Yes, they were great when it comes to the last week Super Weekend. But I want to see like something unstoppable on the side of BTR when it comes to having Federales in this lineup. Because we do know how crazy and how wild Federales can be, and he's so fearless that I feel like he does carry out something like Nepeko in times given. When things needed him to step up, he actually can do it.
Yeah, though he's playing like a support role, right? Just like Satar playing a support role, but they're still able to come out with something for the team, like how Satar survived for BTR. At least he brought in the placement points, and the Nepeko definitely has the minds, has the brains to do such a thing, and also the firepower as well. We have seen the Nepeko being like the Southeast Asia, PMPR Southeast Asia Terminator back then, but because he's put to a different role, so that's why we don't see the sexy numbers in the Nepeko. But I'm sure he's still able to pull out that sort of performance when the time comes.
For like Sidal, New Era, or some of the Indonesian teams, right? They're fasting just now and just broken their fast. The thing about you just break your fast is that after you consume a large amount of food after not eating the entire day, you get sugar rush and sugar crush. Basically your sugar crush down, and that's gonna be on my side too. You get a bit slow when it comes to your reflex.
Lucky for us is that they are playing and we're watching, so reflexes are saved for now. That is for now. Unless you choose to go to the boxing ring, then it's going to be a different scenario altogether. But we'll leave the fighting to the teams, right? So, well, they have to overcome whatever scenarios that's put in front of them.
Onzens is actually playing, yeah? Shrubs, Vampire, Tony K. Who's the fourth? Nosy, Shrubs, Onzens, Tony K. So Mormon is nowhere to be seen yet. I assume he's going to be back for Mirama. But on the side of Tony K and the rest of Empires here, feel like they're trying to build up sort of tactical approach towards TM, but the thing is TM always fought them because they are from the same region, so pretty much you know Vampires for TM like a back of their hand.
Yep, absolutely. Especially with the fact that these are all OG players, right? So wouldn't be able to doubt the fact that they know every single corner and all that. It's a matter of like adapting to. I think when it comes to like these kind of OG players, right? Like the map knowledge and all that, it's not gonna be a question. It's more about like how do they adapt to the other teams. That's number one, and number two, it's also about like whether they can avoid making mistakes. It almost comes to the point that which team does lesser mistakes will be the team that succeeds better.
I think every single season when we talked about mistakes, right, it's always the same issue when the players actually talk to me behind the stage. It's always the tunnel vision problem for the players when they are engaged in heavily engaged fights or battle scene where they have more than one team to deal with. The players sometimes just tunnel their vision down. They did not communicate. Like they just quiet all the way and try to deal things by themselves. Then that's where the issues start to arise and getting bigger, and just giving them some miscommunication issue and build some rift between the players as well. That's what I always see the common mistakes between the players when they were in a tournament.
Yeah, you can always depend on the Frankenstein moment, right? Like, yeah, that's cool, that happens, great. But you can always like, okay, this guy's going to carry me, this guy's going to do the Frankenstein. Okay, that will be pretty risky. But let's see what kind of risk that the teams are going to take here. So this kind of circle, we still have a decent amount of water in it. It's about 60% playable land as of now. So we're going to see more fights happening right now from stage 3 for sure.
Vampires, since the start, they've been tailed so closely behind by TEM. Just chasing their trails right behind the Vampires, not even having any space for themselves here. But next one, who will they bump their spots into? They're trying to push towards Strangers Esports. It seems like the ties do have very similar rotation and selection of spot when it comes to this map.
But speaking about spots here, Vampire Esports, they choose to go to the spot where Strangers Esports is at. Strangers Esports will need to play the defensive role right now. Meow, aka Mela, on the second floor, all alone. They were charging onto him. He managed to get one knockdown to Shrubs, but follow-up will come right after. Onsens will be the Meow Slayer.
Don't forget the fact that Newsy used to be their teammate in Infinity back in the days. Speaking of old friend of Z, Vampires next. Newsy in trouble. He's been cornered down, but Newsy will try to climb out and in back. He tried to peekaboo, I see you, but Ken has got himself quite a comfy corner down there. On the rest of Strangers Esports, they still have 3 men alive. Lost one just now for the side of Vampires. It's all about the play. One knockdown.
Oh, Newsy just got eliminated. Bad news for Vampire Esports. Now they are cornered into the second floor. At the same time, the elimination feed is rolling, involving CELCOMDIGI Alliance and Team Secret. But we're going to put focus on the Vampire Esports right now. Schwartz got GNS, and Vampire Esports will stand tall.
Well, Stranger's definitely not happy about this. Can see Mel a bit frustrated there when he took off his headset, but Vampires from the Pam to the Fire is not done yet. RQ taking a step forward, and Shrub still bleeding out, not even have a time to reset himself. 20k have to deal on the flank side by himself, but cannot get up the stairs while Zonza waiting on the attic. And it's gonna be Onza dealing with the entire crew of RQ alone. Can he actually do it? He got one, but not enough. RQ just happened to be the cleanup crew.
He had a 1-game break and an extended break. Came back, won one fight, but then RQ had to show up. And RQ, gotta give it to them. The timing, they saw the elimination feed, they heard the gunshots, they know it's ended. They did not allow Vampire Esports to lick their wounds, and they finished them off.
And is so confident on the side of RQ just now. They were gatekeeping these Xaviers from pushing forward as well from afar. It took them a bit of a time to just wrap things around, but unfortunately for Vampires, that was not calculated at all when RQ came forward and finished them off. We're down to only 14 teams with 2 tie teams out. The 4th and 5th place is nowhere to be seen. Open up so much opportunity for a new era to climb up the stairs.
So new era. One of the teams that truly needs to get into the Super Weekend. So it's looking good for them so far, but the job is not done, obviously. The Xavier passes by only Levi's. His vehicle blown up. He was able to prone, but not able to get away from the concept of GK.
What a perfect time and a perfect place to be at GK twice in a row. Make me question, did they not relay the message when they being knocked down for these Xaviers? It was the same spot.
Yeah, right? If CELCOMDIGI Alliance was easy on them, Team Secret definitely wasn't. So that's our number 1 team eliminated, opening up the opportunity for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to catch up to them, or maybe even TEM Entertainment if they're able to come up with something huge.
MAC, MAQNA Esports against Homeboys now. Kid knocked down. That was a nice, perfectly well-timed grenade by Tom. But on the other hand, Helton is trying to ring around the rosy and try to corner them up. But it's not just MAQNA and Homeboys. We have another team fighting on OSJA versus TEM. But it's going to be MAQNA team coming up from the backup. But they are losing men as well. Here comes. What a nice backup coming up from MAC. They managed to come in on time, but they cannot even have time to reset. TM is here to take them away.
TEM Entertainment saying hello. Not as aggressive as RRQ. They allowed MEC to truly reset right now. Okay, but I do understand you don't have the information. It's not a flat ground. The smoke is still active, so you don't want to take that risk. But at some point you have to because you're on the outside of the circle. But we shift forward to Talon. And Yoru. Looks like he's in trouble.
Tansky managed to take down on Talon's play when they try to migrate. Well, that's going to be the sacrificial lamb for Talon. Like it or not, they have to leave. They have no space or the luxury to revive their teammate. Misery and Lynx will actually just give it away. And while the rest of them try to relocate themselves, Linux tried to relocate himself in a better spot here. But unfortunately, everywhere else is already occupied.
And MEC, now we talk about the whole TEM Entertainment situation they are approaching. They got Mikael for MAQNA Esports Club. Who else do they have? They have Tam on the other side. They have one inside the building. The smoke is still active. S2Z is trying to land his shots with the DBS. Circles around. Tam, Mr. IGL, knocked by out it looks. Wait, Kim! Last minute savior for MAQNA Esports Club!
That was last tick of help just now. He managed to just put himself a bit of a reset. And he needs to go and revive. It's going to be stage 5 hitting soon. And it's going to be a painful one when the blue zone hits. But for the side of Talon, still nowhere to land himself. Not even a bit. Talon barely can park himself anywhere nearby the circle. As BTR gatekeeping them very harsh. While MAC or MAQNA Esports Club coming up from behind. Now they stuck themselves and sandwiched between BTR and as well as MAC. Talon, where to go next?
Yeah, Talon and no circle. Only Misery left. And the blue is right behind him. Start to close in about 20 seconds. Right in front of him is going to be MAQNA Esports Club. Ooh, this is going to be pretty tough. I wonder if MAQNA Esports Club knows that he's there. They seem to be looking around, so not too sure. But anyway, MAQNA needs to move as well. They have their own problems.
I think it was tapping MAQNA just now from the back on the side of Talon. Gotta have to wait and see. But for OSJA, there's quite an open space at the shoreline. At least it was covered by the terrain. But for Talon, well, where to go, where to run? Misery is miserable right now, I assure you. With no barricade, no covers. Well, MAQNA knows exactly where he's at just now.
Yep, Kim again coming up with a performance this round. But here we move over. VOIN Donkey. Looks like they're having an exchange right now with Vikings. And only one player left. It's going to be Conti inside of this shack. And here comes Zeta, but he's pretty low. He needs time to heal up, so that might give time for Conti to come up and try to counter, but the moment he stepped out, he got shot down.
It's going to be Team Secret from the other side of the map entirely, having a third party going on. The small shack won't hold two teams at the same time. Zeta bleeding out, but the nade coming out from the side of the Vikings will not just sacrifice his teammate, but will secure them 1 point. Is either try to save or try to finish off straight away, but he's going to go for the save instead, but it's a bit too much of a risk. Another one bites the dust. It's going to be VOIN Donkey being eliminated without any point. Next, Federalis on fire. He got a clear view to the side of Cedo.
Oh, Fede now. He wants to recover from the past few rounds. Nate sent across onto CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Leon is in trouble. Splash damage might be onto him. And not... Oh, wait a second. He managed to heal every time. That is crazy. But they're not out of it yet. 2 angles. Nate raining upon CELCOMDIGI Alliance. BTR, they want those points. They want it for themselves.
He got himself a bullseye behind them, and that's gonna be the end of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. I hate to break it, but 3 different teams targeting them with bombardments all around the corner. There's no room to breathe at all. Next, BTR, they are on the move. They try to focus on Team Secret. Next, got himself a very solid compound to work with. Trying to break the formation of the opponent teams right across, which gonna be the 6-9ers or ENAM SEMBILAN Esports, while RRQ, on the other hand, has been very quiet.
Ooh, RRQ is like, nope, we don't want any part of this. You guys, happily have your 3-way relationship. We don't want to be the 4th one. Our quota is full. Okay, never mind. But OSJA Thailand, they have their own problems here. They have new era to deal with, but they still have the circle, so they can still buy some time.
Look at where Lapa is at. I think Lapa is relaying all the information from New Era and OSJA Esports. I can see them from behind, but all he can do right now is just relaying information. There's no way he can tap it out from that distance within that building. I mean, everybody will stay indoors. It's going to be hard for him to just tap it out. But for Team Secret, they make use of the advantage. They got themselves the 4 walls and buildings. Quite a solid barricade. While RIQ will force themselves in to go straight against the 6-9ers.
And look at this, right? How are they going to move here? Vehicles blown up and a lot of open space in front of them. They're pretty trapped now. Lots of crosshairs onto them as well. Krypton knocked down by Razy. BTR, they want more out of this. They want to secure those points. Already 6 elimination points for BTR while they were playing most of the round with 3 players.
It's going to be the shack of death here. So many graveyard. I mean, having this great shack temporarily will be great, but not when all the teams will be just eyeing you across the other side of the street. That's where CELCOMDIGI Alliance dead just now. The entire crew of it will be bombarded at the same place where the ENAM SEMBILAN Esports standing. While Team Secret, they're just waiting for the right opportunity to open fire, and RRQ, they finally got in. I don't know how they did it. They were super slick when it comes to getting into the circle.
Oh man, RRQ, they kind of have found their formula or momentum this round, it seems. Okay, now the challenge is on to BTR. Fede is currently down. Satar is onto him. Nate's launched a bit too short. So BTR, they'll be back as a trio.
Risky move coming from Team Secret, taking a bit of a gamble here. Goes straight towards the back line and greeted! And it's a brutal way to just end things up here. It's gonna be Frankie and the gangs again, but Razy, so close of getting break, but that was a nice call coming out from Frankie and friends of Team Secret just now. They made it out again.
Feisty move by Team Secret. Wow, what did they have for dinner? 11 eliminations already for Team Secret, and there's still a lot more hit counts for them to add to their count. It's gonna be interesting for Team Secret. But let's see what's gonna happen here for RRQ. Alright, they have 2 different teams here on either side for them to manage, and one of them is going to be ENAM SEMBILAN Esports.
For Team Secret, they're getting better every single season. Yeah, definitely on the rise with 11 eliminations. But RRQ will give a stop to the ENAM SEMBILAN Esports. The 6-9ers in trouble. They'll be just cornered down to a square. Only leaving 1 player left with slither of health remaining. It's going to be Krypton. Oh, he's being kryptonite by the rest of the players, including Team Secret and RQ. At the same time, the pixel shot from Break. I mean, Break is on fire here today.
Yeah, he just broke Mr. Krypton, the man from the planet of Supermans. Well, now it's going to be RRQ. Let's see if they can break a new era, launching nades down to the ground. And Zuli has 10% health. Hazel comes in together with Lapa from the other side. The Bako gets Zillion.
Nate's bounce back. Didn't get into the warehouse. RRQ GenForce. I have to say, RRQ is playing this super smart. Outplayed a lot of teams with a 4, and they have all 4 men still standing. While New Era players, on the other hand, will have to force to take the fight either way. If not, they're being crammed down and being sandwiched by the teams from behind. That's going to be OSJA. But for New Era, well, pick their poison. They have to fight their way in or out. While they were hesitating, Hazel tossed a great one to his Wix.
Wix now down on his knees. They'll make the rush here, but no foul. We get Hazel, but he's not out of it yet. 3 more active players from RRQ, and Hazel, he can still be saved. Not going to be an issue. They do have GenForce as the off-angle guy. But another nade launch into the warehouse. No foul. Just evading all those nades. He's still pretty lucky. He used a molly to buy time for himself.
No fall. He can play it safe and play it quiet, because the rest of the team like OSJA Esports as well as Team Secret making a lot of noise at the back and there. So if he's staying it low, he's going to be surviving for the top 2. While Break is still going on for a hunt. They got themselves 12 eliminations right now. Leading the chart is going to be Break with a 4 elimination just by himself. While Frankie taking a flank side. Team Secret try to open up the angle with only 2 remaining players, but numbers wise, feels like the odds are more towards OSJA and RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, numbers is one thing, but they're locked in on the southern side of the circle together, so they might cancel each other, and who knows, Team Secret will just finish whoever who's still alive by that time. So that could be the plot twist there in this potential chicken dinner for Team Secret. But OSJA Thailand, they're also looking at Nobal, who is in this warehouse alone.
Nobody wants to be at the receiving end right now. Team Secret swarming him. OSJA also swarming him, but he will be knocked down first. Break, as per usual, breaking the formation of the opening side first. He's always nowhere to look at the off angle. But no fault, the blue zone is not allowing him to hide any much longer. How to get out now?
I mean, he does have the circle. The blue will corner him. I'm trying to see what kind of space that he had. Nah. The moment he step out the door, OSJA Thailand will be there. Unless OSJA Thailand is distracted, then he might have a lifeline. But even so, RRQ is there too. I don't know how he's going to survive past this stage.
It's all about time. As long as he can last just a tiny bit longer. The problem is there's going to be no more circles after this. We're going ahead into the final stage. Oh, the fall. It needs to get out now. The smoke will actually help him out, but it's just too painful for the blue zone for him to tank it out. You can do it, Nafal. You can do it. One deep breath and just run it out. Never mind. Bye, Nafal. Bye.
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 Oh, okay. One hit. Nah, bye. Well, we can't say that he no fall because he did fall. So that is New Era, no eliminations, though they got a 4th spot. Now RRQ and OSJA Thailand.
4v3, v2, Team Secret. Despite they only have 2 men going as a duo, but they are relentlessly hunting people down. And on the side of OSJA, Rebels down on the ground. Sharper barely got enough HP. Secret down to only 20 to 30% of HP. RQ are swarming around OSJA players. They have nowhere to reset or breathe themselves. Here comes GenForce.
From the side, he will make sure the point goes to RRQ. 11 eliminations now for RRQ. And GenForce with the ghillie suit. Here comes Team Secret. You want to crash into Team Secret's compound. They are ready for it.
Frankie? Come on, Frankie. Do the Frankie thing. Just go for it. Look at Break right on top of a rooftop right now. He's trying to be sneaky about it. Everybody try to hover as much compound or as much safe zone as they can, but Chopper being exposed where he's at with the doors being dashed down or being crushed down by the openings just now. RQ will be gatekept by Break at the moment.
Yeah, do the Frankie style. Yeah. Now between these three, of course, RRQ, they have the numbers, but they're not pushing it yet. They're keeping it cool, they're keeping it chill for now, but they'll be forced to move because of Blue is right behind them. Team Secret still keeping them at bay, but at the same time, they need to manage OSJA Thailand, who have managed to reset in the next door house.
I don't know, Frankie don't have much anymore when it comes to his bullets. Magazine reserve running dry, is being knocked down. Here comes the rush of RQ. Lapan Hazer taking the lead and charging in. And they couldn't find that one last player of Team Secret. They're giving so much problem and finally finish off Break and Frankie. Valiant effort. There was great tenacity and great hunting coming up from Team Secret. We're down to OSJA Esports versus RRQ.
Oh, no space. And Secret, he walked into the fire. Chopper now is taking damage from the blue as well. He will deny away the point, but he will not deny away the winner chicken dinner from RRQ.
Well, they finally start to warm up on the side of RRQ, but the last wrangle of the day take them long enough, and so far predictions are pretty much on the line here at Cloud, because all we're waiting for is going to be Vampires start to catch up, and the rest of the teams that we're looking for when it comes to our predictions here seems to be hitting it quite right. But there are teams that we were expecting more, but did not ended up getting a good result. One of it, unfortunately, is still Vampires.
Yeah. Hoping for the Miramar to change their fate, but the fact of the matter is that Erangel is the most played map of the day, so you still need to master that. But we're going to check out the final flow here, the final few moments. I would say the final few moments look kind of obvious. The moment that OSJA Thailand and also Team Secret, they share the same compound, and RRQ had still 4 players on the other side, so we kind of know that RRQ can wrap things up.
When it comes to Mempo, they do have advantage, but Lapa, Hazel, Gemforce, and Nepeko, we don't see the best of Nepeko just yet. But Lapa do actually dish up the most damage, followed by Nepeko. But I have to give it to Genforce and Hazel. Their duo just now taking the lead in the front, giving so much opportunity for Lapa and Nepeko, giving so much good support fire from the back. Actually works well for the team for now.
Yeah, I know, right? Look at this. Highest damage, okay, second highest damage is him, but of course playing a support role, you're able to come up with that amount of damage. That is still great. Eliminations, he left it for the other players. But let's check out the highlight from RRQ's chicken dinner.
I have to give it on the side of Team Secret, despite they only had a duo to work with such a long time. I mean, they had only 2 players, like almost half of the map just now. and they lasted long enough with one of the highest eliminations down there. But you have to give it to RIQ. They had all 4 men well and alive till the very end, and that's how they scored themselves the chicken dinner as well.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage, they're not too far away from RRQ. So gotta give them a big up here for Team Secret this round. They did really, really well, especially their rushing into BTR that just totally annihilated them. That was a great move there by Team Secret. But nevertheless, for BTR, they're still one of our top 4 teams. And also, of course, OSJA Thailand, who was the second place team earlier on. They're also up here as well. The damage output, not that much. Probably they weren't that active, but if they're able to survive, at least they gain those points.
Now for OSJA Thailand just now, unfortunately, Red Bull, we don't see a lot of a good shot from him because he's been eliminated quite early multiple times by now. But on the side of RQ, well, there's going to be no more how do I say it? No more surprise for us because Lapar always been one of the top players in so many seasons right now. Well, it's a new batch coming up for his his jersey. So this time Lapar coming up from RIQ with 988 damage and 7 eliminations. A lot of 7s here today for our MVP of the day.
Ooh, okay, and also 988. Okay, I don't know why that's a significant number. Maybe it's the 8 thingy. But here we have more numbers, our match ranking. So RRQ, 14 eliminations. I believe this could be the highest one so far here today. 24 points collected, followed by Team Secrets, 17 total points. That's pretty nice. Only 2 teams with a double digit. But we have been talking about BTR potentially coming up, and they have been going up the chart.
A couple of teams are looked towards the entirety of the chart here. Some of them do focus more towards eliminations. Some of them do play more towards placement points. Like New Era, definitely no elimination. They're just going to go for the placement points. But for Vampires, for MAQNA Esports, they just heavily focus towards eliminations. Unfortunately for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they've been bombarded heavily by 3 teams at the same time just now. Things getting even tougher for them to retain their top 3 position because climbing up and closing up the gap, RIQ is chasing very closely at that spot.
Yeah, only 5 points behind CELCOMDIGI Alliance now. Team Secret not too far away as well. 6 points behind CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and welcome BTR officially to page 1. Not as many rank points, but they're able to bring in the elimination points, hence they are now at number 5. OSJA Thailand with a decent performance in the previous round, second place finish, now they're at like 21 points. But on the other end, the danger zone. Right now, HOMEBOIS is the only team with a single digit.
I gotta wait and see for tomorrow if TODAK will join at the very bottom or not. If not, then HOMEBOIS start to have to think about their strategy and their communications here. Because so far, I mean, it's not just from us. Across the entirety of the, documentary and the fillers between, a lot of teams are feeling that TODAK didn't actually one of the strongest team down there. Not one of the top teams they're looking forward for. But HOMEBOIS might join in that pool if they don't do something about this. But yet, I have to say, it's good to have a bit of change of pace where no more chickens coming out from the Xaviers.
We're going to change the pace as well because we're going to remind everybody about the 7th anniversary edition of PUBG Mobile that will be available on March 7th, 2 days from now. So prepare to download the new version because it will come with new events and new features inside the game. Especially with this one, you can collect times token and redeem the Camel Super Fan Set for free. All you need to do is just update the game and play it, and you can collect those time tokens and redeem it. Also, there will be the desert boat and obviously the camel that we just mentioned there. So update your game.
While you're on the camel, we might as well just tune into Alan Walker because he is back for the PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration, this time coming up very soon. So the great DJ and the musical genius and legendary DJ Alan Walker will have this collaboration featuring 3 songs. The first track is going to Faded. I think the other 2 tracks I kind of know. It's a bit nostalgic. If you guys know, then you know. It's already unveiled in the Golden Moon story chapter. So the other 2 songs, I mean, take a guess, guys. Get a hint. I think it's gonna be up soon, also on the March 7th, and it's gonna be super soon. It's 2 more days to go. But for the next couple of maps, we do know the Thais do prefer this over Irango, which is gonna be Miramar. So we assume, maybe I assume at least, that Mormon will be playing for Vampires.
Okay. And if he does, and if they really do like Miramar that much, then they are on your prediction. So let's see if they can score that one for Choo Choo, right? So BTR for my prediction, of course, they are looking like they're on the rise. They just need to be able to break that barrier. And if they score the chicken dinner, who knows, they might just be on the roll.
Well, let's have a view about the player situation here right now for BTR. I mean, they're doing okay. I love the jacket, by the way. I asked from the players before. They don't have spare. I need one, guys. It's really freaking awesome.
I know, right? The jacket that has a lot of patches. Yeah, that one.
It looks like the Transformer thing, right?
Oh, yeah. So if anyone's from BTR out there probably listening to the English stream for whatever reason, you know, we're just a slide of a DM away, just saying.
Don't even DM, just give me the shirt or give me the jacket, that's it.
I wonder how do they give it to you if they don't ask you, right? It's like, hey,
I'll be there. I'll be there, just give it to me. But for Vampires, they have a new swags too. I think I noticed they have a new jacket. It's like a baseball jacket, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I noticed they have something new as well. But the team that I noticed that did not change is Team Secret. They still have the same as before, even like their hoodie and also their jersey. It's still the same design as before.
And all is cool. Sometimes you don't have to change too much. Just to be, you know, it's your identity. But our could definitely change so much from yellow, black to blue.
Dabba dee dabba da. Yeah. Very different. They're very different outlook though. Yeah. It used to be like the golden colors, same like their logo, but they went for blue camo this time.
Same goes for the Axer. I do prefer the old ones because it looks more, how do I say, more fearsome, you know, when it comes to all black. Black is always looking classy and good as always. Like the one that they're wearing right now, the jacket is pretty new. I love this one.
How about Alliance? Review.
Okay. For me, it's just okay. I'm not a big fan of green, but okay.
Unless if they give it for free, then, you know, it'll be awesome,
That's definitely amazing. Yeah, everything is amazing when it's free, man.
Yeah, it upgrades from okay to amazing if somehow it lands to us, you know, just saying. But I do like this one, though. It feels like it gives you the classic football jersey design.
Yeah. It feels like, for somehow, I don't know why, it feels like Inter Milan kind of.
Oh yeah.
The vibe. Yeah, you know, right? I used to love football, but then yeah.
And I like the VOIN New Jersey. This is very nice.
This looks super chill. I love it. It still looks formal, but it looks super chill.
Yeah, I think it's nicer than the previous season. So nice. Whoever who designed VOIN's jersey, big up to you. But if you want for us to give an even more honest review, you know, you can always send it to us. We are available to receive these jerseys. Just putting it out there. But for the players, they must be ready to receive a fresh new map for today. It's going to be Miramar Dusty Dunes. Let's go.
Flying into the second last map of the day and finally heading to Miramar. Are you guys ready? Buckle up, because this time it might be a different set of teams will take that chicken away.
Oh yeah, maybe the Thai teams, because today we have not seen a Thai team getting a chicken dinner. We have already seen all the other regions except for the Thai region, and if Choo Choo's theory is right, maybe a Thai team this time.
And so far we've seen the problem with the Thai teams like like Vampires, including as well as gonna be Strangers Esports. They seem to be clustered all together with the same rotation, same navigation of the route that they're trying to get into the circle. So if only they can break themselves away from going the same direction or same path entirely, I think they might actually have a better outcome than just, moving the same trail by all different teams but the same region.
Got the same trail. I'm looking at the northern side below Oasis. Like one player from VOIN Donkey is not too far away from Homeboys, but he's just that to grab his vehicle and he should be joining back with his team real soon. Okay, so no clash up there. Even like the hot spots like Chumacera, like Picado, it's all clear for now. But we're gonna get the northern circle. Homeboys would love this one.
For how much longer he would love it? That's a question here, because right now I feel like a lot of teams are trying to migrate and get into circle as soon as they can. While they try to loop hopping, while trying to find vehicles at the same time. The furthest away from the circle might be RIQ or MAQNA Esports Club, which can be on the very south of the map. The last time we saw RIQ was around south of south of the very south of a map. There's no name of it. They still didn't put any name on that area where we had so many circles before. And around Valdemar, I think that's going to be where MAQNA Esports at.
Hey, who knows? Maybe after 7th of March, after the update, and if it goes to the esports mode, we finally might have a name.
It's so big. Los Leones, if you want to say south of Los Leones, it's way out of Los Leones, to be honest. It's too south.
And it's a common looting spot, right? So I think it deserves a name.
What would you call it?
I would call it... You already have Chumacera. In Vikendi, you have Kantra. I want to find something that rhymes with Mikamo so I can join the bandwagon,
Cloudy.
Yeah, why not, right? Los Claudier.
I mean, they named Paterna, but nobody's gonna go there. Might as well just shift the name of Paterna to the very south of Los Leones, so it's easier for us to call out the names. But we do have some swap of the players, Linux and Poichil. I assume there's gonna be heavily swap of a player when it comes to the swap of map as well, so it's no surprise here.
Yeah, we saw Aboy coming in for Homeboys as well. Of course, Aboy, he had a history of playing with like Team Secret, and he's one of the experienced OG players who had a bit of a gap, and now he's making his comeback again to the professional scene. But Homeboys' result can be better.
Gotta wait and see. Maybe it's just overwhelming, a bit too much pressure. Well, we do talked about... it's not... How do I say this? I wouldn't say a change of era, because all the players that seem to be the OG players are still here. So there's not a change of era at all. There's still the same players that since PMCO days that's still available here to play, and they are taking the top spot. Maybe because how they just work things out throughout the years of training and have more exposure towards the tournament and more how do I say this? More well prepared under high pressure, right? If we compare with the teams as newly formed or not as seasoned compared to these players.
Yeah. Specifically for the Xavier, right? Like this is probably like the Vietnam superstars. Like, who do you replace in the Xavier's lineup now? There's like nobody that you can justify a replacement. Even honestly speaking, when Frankie was still with the Xavier and he was all the way on the bench, we don't get to see him play like the entire season. I had it at the back of my mind that he can just come in and slot in anytime, but because the team is just full of these amazing superstar players, like, if he wants to play, there's no choice but for him to go out. So he moved to Team Secret, and then we saw what he could do.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation last season, right? Last year, to be exact. And we talked about who can actually be the replacement of these Xaviers if they decided to retire. I think with what Team Secret, especially Break and Frankie just now, feels like they can fill those shoes. Not fully, maybe half of it for now. We need the entire crew of Team Secret to rise up the occasion if they want to finally take over the Xavier's legacy. But it's still a lot of work, yes. And I do notice about Vampires as well. Moment is still not playing. This is rare to see Vampires not letting Moment to play this long, because usually he will only take a break a couple of games or one or two the max. But maybe because of this lineup right now, they do have a lot of superstar players. I mean, everybody wants to play.
Yeah, it's hard, right? If like you have a long lineup of superstar players. But just as you mentioned about Vampire, Shrubs got knocked. Hopefully we get to see what happens soon. No follow-up yet. Could be a long range. Okay, we're gonna get a visual of Secret now, and he's tapping away. It could be one of the Vampire players.
Or maybe even a Viking player. There's a lot of cluster on top of this warehouse right now. It's such a... Can he actually see anything?
I'm squinching my eyes as well, right? Like, how squinch more can I go and I still can't see it. But I can clearly see this. So Talon, spot a target, and that's going to be from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Yes, I did squinch to read that name, but he failed to get knocked.
Still a very long shot, by the way. Well, it's a good warning shot from afar, giving some sort of a territory marker, marking their parameters as well. But for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I feel like it works okay and alright the first week and the first half of the day for them to play it a bit quiet, a bit later rotation, playing low profile, avoiding unnecessary conflict early on. But now everybody knows their gameplay. It seems to be the target of every single team that they're passing through. So it's quite difficult if CELCOMDIGI Alliance want to stick with what they played for the last week.
Yeah, the turtle strat, like what they call it in one of the interviews last week. So the turtle now has to come out from the shell, it seems. But then, I mean, they're still at number 2 right now, still okay. At the end of the day, it's about the points and the placement. Maintaining it will be the next question. But as long as they're still up there with their performance in Super Weekend last week, I would say that it's not yet the time to like sound the alarm yet.
I do sound the alarm now. Tori Ahumada is so vacant, very empty indeed. Everybody will migrate from the southern side. And no surprise, it's going to be a lot of chaos and plenty of crossfire very soon. The moment they are passing over Cruz Valley, and that's going to be where all hell break loose.
Well, let's see if it's going to break loose here, where New Era sees Vampire spray down on the Onzen, and Onzen in the minivan. Lucky enough for him, it's quite tanky. He's still able to take in a bit of damage, but he has now about 10% of health. Nice sharp shooting by New Era to shoot through the window to land those shots.
Even New Era, I think this player Zilin is very familiar as well. I think we casted this game many times before. Also a veteran player. But when it comes to New Era, they might actually caught himself in a trap here. Cruz Valley, like I mentioned before, is going to be a graveyard if they're not being careful. Yes, the terrain seems to be very uneven, very difficult for them to navigate into any compound. If they're late into it, they need to part ways. It's already occupied everywhere they're trying to go, so there's no place anymore for New Era to take any spot here, unless if they're willing to take their chances. Yoru, on the other hand, caught by surprise at the edge of the circle, where RQ happen to be just popping their heads there.
And they're trying to get payback here. Axel been pinned down. Nice high ground off angle by Napeko. He's keeping himself safe behind this tree, while the other players of RRQ, they're repositioning themselves right now. Yoru is still bleeding out. And we get to see the best of Yoru for quite a while now.
Napeko. We rarely get to see his plays these days. Heavily relying on his teammate the past few games before, but at least he's got himself a couple of points now. Managed to take down on Yoru. But for BTR, is it going to be 1v1? Not really. The entire crew is there to back them up. Well, it's going to be against the Vikings. Now, there's going to be a huge wall for Vikings to cut across where BTR's at. But it's going to be worth fighting for if they manage to take this compound.
Yeah, there's going to be Bin at the forefront. But backup has arrived, so we got Snape right in front. Fede behind him together with Razy. And they're trying to get that one knock advantage. Okay. Snape opening up the space. He's going to try to get a flank here, but the positioning of the players of Vikings, they are already inside the compound, so they will be protected by the potential flank by Snape. Anyway, Snape got the vehicle, and looks like BTR decided to disengage.
Disengage and slightly push forward towards the northern side, and they even got himself a bonus loot with an airdrop just now. They will upgrade themselves as fast as they can, but problem is, don't forget about TEM, because they might actually have those high grounds and can actually oversee what's going on in BTR. But lucky enough, there's some nook and crannies they can hide themselves away from. But back towards Crystal Valley, we mentioned about how chaotic it will be right on top of this compound here right now. Vampires gatekeeping every single team that coming up from the southern side. And for MAQNA Esports Club, well, like it or not, they have to take their chances and just push forward.
Ooh, but they're leaving time behind though, their IGL. And with that, time will fall to the hands of Vampire Esports. At least the rest of MAQNA Esports Club, they survive. They will continue on.
Losing a lot of players and walk straight through the trap. Mikhail left only the last remaining player of MAQNA in the center between the other teams. When it comes to the replays, yeah, there was so many fights across the borders. When they were migrating, it was just everywhere. Blazing around the corners with hand grenades and bullets. But back to the Vampires, I have to say, well, even though it's not much when it comes to the points, still a very successful gatekeeping on the side of Vampires.
I can't say the same for BTR though. Razy, the IGL, just got eliminated. And now we're moving over to OSJA, Thailand. They're coming on to Vikings. 1 nade sent across. A bit of a smash damage, but no big casualties yet. So both sides looking for the advantage.
Vikings. We saw when it comes to CQC, Vikings weren't that great. They're a bit too hesitant. Now, with only 2 OSJA Thai players, they can actually make do here. Well, the rest of the players are joining in from the back. But when it comes to CQC, we have to give it to OSJA Thais. OSJA Thailand know how to play it better, a bit more daring compared to the Vikings. They're a bit too hesitant to make a move.
Ooh, Xiaofei, so hard to aim to the rooftop. They have to find a different way. Red Bull is low, he needs to heal. But does he have that time and space? He does have that one first aid and he'll pop that right now. Hopefully there will be enough time for him. Oh, Snape is still around the corner. Honor is going to do a cheeky one. He is driving towards this compound.
I do have VTR joining in. VTR want to just cleaning up the mess made by the side of OSJA Thailand. Here comes, but Talon's having the same idea as well. This is not great. OSJA Thailand, he caught himself in a trap. It's sandwiched between the 2 very greedy teams. BTR and Talon do have the same idea, but where do they run? Well, Gooey managed to take down on Axel. I mean, that's opportunity instead of challenges for him. Gooey trying to go for another one. No way, Gooey got 2. What is going on?
Oh no, but the moment he landed, there was Boychill behind him. And now Boychill's alone. It's like what you said, BTR is coming to do the cleanup job. And it's only Boychill alone. So let's see if he can do the Boychill style.
Talon underestimated so much with OSJA Thai just now. The one winning it and the one that grinning is going to be BTR. But we're not done yet. New Era next versus Team Secret.
Comes a new era with the name Wix. Cooking it up, but Wix, right in front of him is going to be GK. Both sides, they lost. How did nobody survive? I'm waiting for the elimination.
Nobody wins. Nobody wins. I bet just now VTR actually winning that against Talon, against OSJA, and now VOIN Donkey. I have to say, when it comes to cleaning up the mess and the cleanup crew, you have to give it to the Indonesian teams. They are so good at doing their work.
Oh yeah, pinpoint, and they don't hesitate. So that is a great timing, great confidence shown by them. Okay, so I want to fall back also to the Thailand theory, right? So OSJA Thailand is out. We still have Vampire Esports, Tem Entertainment, and Strangers Esports. These three teams still have a full squad, so the potential is still there.
Especially for Vampires, they did some gatekeeping early on. They know exactly where are the rest of the teams just now because they were on the southern side of the entry when the Great Migration happened before. But for these Xaviers, they're done taking the bullets on their side. They want to be the one that deflecting those damage back out. Levi tried to just find any sort of information about the positions of the other team. I do notice a bit about the ENAM SEMBILAN Esports on 6-9ers right now, Sandara. They are quite split into two formation, yeah. And daringly taking TEM or TEM Entertainment right underneath their noses.
Yeah, ENAM SEMBILAN, they turn off the bright lights from TEM Entertainment. It's going to be the first point in this round for ENAM SEMBILAN. Still Sondara on the outside circle. Looking for the other players of TEM Entertainment. He spot one. Oh, it's so open, but he does not have the time.
No. Every single time TEM Entertainment Noah always caught himself in a very particular position that's so sticky to get out from. He got stuck again this time.
And this time he will be very likely to be stuck back in the lobby unless they can save him and they are there. How come find the right angle thanks to the terrain?
I don't think he can get out. It's always going to be an open space for sort of Noah, but I don't know. They popped the smoke just now. I think the rest of the team do want to take him over, but the Xavier seems to be in a very sticky situation. Well, there's going to be BTR again as per usual, just casually cleaning up the sidelines.
Oh yeah. 2 elimination points now for BTR. Next is probably going to be the Xavier that they want to clean up. 40 seconds before the zone starts to close. The blue is right behind the Xavier. Pressure's onto them now.
30 seconds to go. Stage 6 is going to commence soon. It's going to be painful. On the side of BTR, the ones coming up from the northern side. There's nowhere to run nor high. BTR slowly falling. One by one of the members. Limb by limb taking out, but BTR! How? Federales! Feder! He made it happen.
Oh, that's a lot of rolling of the tongue. But anyway, TEM Entertainment, look at this. They're going for road rage. And we got Golf here right in front of him. It's going to be the members of VOIN Doggy, but from the side it's going to be Zeta! Finishing them off from the back. TEM Entertainment out.
I have a feeling that Zeta is back when it comes to this season. He might actually be the top dominator when it comes to this week if he keep this consistent performance all day long and all week long. But on the verge of dying, it's going to be VOIN Donkey with one player down there with 8 teams still alive. It's going to be the Zeta we're talking about. There's no space. There's no covers. There's an open space.
Yep, that is literally what they mean by you can run, but you cannot hide. And Strangers Esports, okay, one of the last 2 Thai teams that's still in this round, right? Strangers Esports and Vampire Esports. Okay, come on, prove Choo-Choo's theory right.
Oh, the thing is, Vampires and CELCOMDIGI Alliance is not willing to budge even an inch. Except for gaining and try to gather information on where they stand at. And NRQ as well is not going to move. They just got themselves last chicken dinner, so they're not willing to give it away. While BTR, on the other hand, I mean, they've been running rampant on this one, cleaning up so many masses, including this replay. But Rallis, he clutched that one big.
Wow, Razy, calm down. You didn't play that fight.
Okay, I'm getting so pissed off just now.
I know, right? You can either see him just pissed off or no feeling. Like, there's no happy for Lamborghini.
What is happiness?
When he goes back to his wife? Oh,
maybe that's gonna be the case. But on the side of TODAK, well, Vampires has been sitting on their hands for quite some time. Finally get to see them making some action happen. But it's gonna be Federales, the last member standing for the side of BTR and Peekaboo, and there you go.
And Peekaboo and Fede sees you. Shrub's now currently down on his knees. He needs his teammates to come towards him. Federales not able to finish up the job, but he is not going to be overly hungry. He knows that backup might be on his way, so he'll chill for now, considering that he's the final player for BTR.
Such a snake, Federales. Hit and run. Not even punished for his crime. Smooth criminal. There you go.
Ooh.
But for Vampire, Shreps, I mean, he's crying for help. Tony K and Newsy will just, looking at him from afar while Shreps managed to pick him up. They will want some revenge. They will go back to Federales where he's at. Good luck when that happens if Vampire is trying to take down the last member of BTR. But if the time's calculated right and happen to be Homeboys pushing in at the same time, then Federales might be safe.
Ooh, yeah, it's all about like if there will be a distraction for Vampire Esports, right? So far, they're not making the big moves yet. So we'll focus on the CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But ENAM SEMBILAN Esports in its kerfuffle with Homeboys.
Dansky spotted out a good angle for him to give a pressure on the side of Homeboys. But worst case scenario, the blue zone is not allowing him to overstay himself much longer. Krypton, we saw how tragic the way he went off back to the lobby in the last map. Hopefully he can redeem himself by Federales. Oh, what a snake!
Well, looks like they went in for it at the end of the day. Now we got 6 teams left. 2 Thai teams still in the game. Vampire Esports, 2 players. Strangers Esports, 4 players. But they are feeling the wrath of the blue at this moment, so they need to move. Cannot spend too much time in stage 6 blue. Now we have, Strangers Esports. They managed to make it into the circle. Now they need to play the defensive role with the compound.
Just now, I swear to God, Vampire is hating on Federales so much. He's being the bane for Vampires. Federales cost 2 players of Vampires being finished off just now.
Yeah.
What a kryptonite.
Just like himself, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a troublemaker, but it was fun to watch. Back to the side of Strangers. Now, they do still have 4 men, but 6-9ers or ENAM SEMBILAN Esports, they're coming in as a 4 as well. So it's going to be a full force versus a full team, and it's going to be a big eruptions in between, and we'll be taking some third party by the other teams who's watching here. Strangers playing against RQ first, surprisingly.
Oh, I noticed that Hazel just got knocked. Okay, but no follow-up yet. Alright, everyone's having a bit of a truce inside the circle. Homeboys, they still think that somebody's in the shack, but the reality is that we can see that there's nobody there. Anyway, for GenForce, his mission now is to save his teammate. Don't look into the light, my friend. I'm coming.
I don't think anybody's watching them that closely, except for Strangers Esports. But due to the road in between them, RQ probably do have the safe route for them to revive the teammate. Yeah, I think they just managed to reset the fallen teammate just now. But Homeboys, how to get in, how to squeeze into the center without being noticed. There's Vampires watching. There's also ENAM SEMBILAN or 6-9ers watching them very closely there. Like it or not, they have to force their way in. They don't have any smoke, only a couple of hand grenades.
Oh yeah, all the best in doing this, right? Like right in front of them, they have at least 2 different gatekeepers, one on the left and one on the right. One of it is going to be ENAM SEMBILAN Esports, and on the south is going to be Vampire Esports. So at this point for Homeboys, unless they have a vehicle and they probably try to make a sneaky rotation, if they were to go straight, then yeah, it's really all the best for Homeboys.
Feels very difficult. They do have 1 smoke too. On Tansky too. Other than that, I agree. I mean, they need those vehicles to push forward. They can't go on foot at this point. It seems impossible with the manpower that actually guarding over on the side of ENAM SEMBILAN Esports. But on CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they have been super quiet, and finally I will have to make some action.
And RQ is receiving part of the action. But this is what we did talk about, right? So Homeboys, they have no choice. They must take the fight, and they choose to take the fight against ENAM SEMBILAN Esports. 1 nade landed on the sky, and 1 more to Krypton. Homeboys might just do it.
Sondra Hawk One by one, we take it down like flies. Down to only Hulk. Here comes the push coming out from HOMEBOIS. They took their chances. They're willing to risk it. And it's worth fighting for. Down to last player. They tried to hold it on and they managed to make it through. On the side of HOMEBOIS, they need to reset fast and reset now because right now, strangers saw what's coming on that angle.
Whoa, okay, they managed to make it through. But hoping for this nade to not land. Okay, that was a close one. Shamil just had that enough of a gap for him to not receive the damage from that nade at all. Okay, time for them to reset, time for them to chill down, time for them to cool down. Nepeko is the one that needs help.
Now, Nepeko, who can actually help him? Nobody. They have to cross the street. It's just too open and too exposed. You saw how many nades being cooked up the moment they tried to just pick to a side of Nepeko just now, leaving only Hazel and Gemforce. You do know this duo is very reliable on the side of RRQ, but the problem is, will they be safe by the zone or not? Obviously, no. Hopefully, they have enough smoke to cross over the other side.
Ooh. Also hope that their opponents are distracted. But so far, everyone in the circle is like pretty calm. Like it's like a mini urban area, so they all have their own compounds. So good for those teams inside the circle. So HOMEBOIS and RRQ pretty much in a similar situation. Of course, if we were to rate, I would say RRQ is even more harder situation since they have to cross the road. HOMEBOIS, they have options. They try to rotate from the north to come in, but spotted by Strangers Esports.
HOMEBOIS barely hanging on. Only the terrain that can cover them for now. Other than that, the moment they got themselves just slightly above Strangers Esports, there's going to be a clear view for them to have. Straight headshot, and the moment we mentioned it, they got the view, but unfortunately, Lobby Axe will have to reload himself for a bit much longer, and those nades will not be connecting at all. And this is a perfect time for RRQ to stop to rush in, or even CELCOMDIGI Alliance to take advantage from the back line.
Yeah, maybe they are thinking about like it could be a roll of the dice, right? Like if they rush in and then they get involved with the whole fight, and then the other team would come in and get involved. But speaking about getting involved, okay, so we have CELCOMDIGI Alliance managed to get one out of RRQ. Only Genforce survived across.
The boy slowly climbing up. I don't know how he managed to just... A very slippery guy, our boy managed to squeeze in between the Stranger Esports players. But it's not going to be easy for Frankie now. A different Frankie, of course. But a boy with his UMP. A bit difficult. No troubles, no utilities. Only that one first aid to save himself in the very last minute. Now, how to force a fight here with no hand grenades?
Yeah, and you don't have enough windows, right, to like try to force the nade in, even if you have any. It's gonna be hard. You have to come through the door, and that's what they are doing exactly onto Stranger Esports. Lobby retreats back to heal up, while Mela lobs a nade across, and he got Shamil. Mela.
Comes Mela Meow Meow. Lobby Axe. Oh, Tony K taking on Shamil as well. Tony K, where did this guy come from? And here comes Vampire out of nowhere. Oh my god! Speaking of clean, sharp points, but unfortunately he will knock down to his knees, and next to Onsen is going to do Tony K being finished off, obliterated entirely. Here comes Onsen with the DBS, hoping he'll finish off Lobby Axe, but problem is it's going to be Mela. But Onsen's finish off with a DBS, getting himself another extra point. He needs to fall back for now. It's going to be 2v1 v3.
Okay, Mela on the second floor. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they might come in anytime soon, but they're waiting for the commotion to end before they do that. And we have Onzens now dancing around with the DBS. No time for it to heal up, but what a shot by Onzens! That jump shot by Mela failed to the hands of Onzens, but Onzens is not out of it yet. One more to go. Ah! That can only be one, Frank.
We're not done yet. Finally, CELCOMDIGI Alliance. It's going to be a 2v1. As Kiana still bleeding out. Strangers as Z. Can he actually do this call? Leon's down. Jimmy left. And it's going to be... what? CELCOMDIGI Alliance got the chicken, and how and why?
Wow. We got to look back at the replay later on, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very quick one. And no hesitation by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They came in towards the end. They were waiting for the elimination feed to roll. They read it well. They heard all the audio cues. And they come in to clean up everything. Mela is telling his teammates like, yeah. So, gotta do better next. But still, a second place finish for Stranger Esports is not bad.
Now very close, and here comes a bounce back from CELCOMDIGI Alliance, despite they've been taken down early 2 maps in a row in the last AA wrangle just now. Hey, feels like their mental this time, their fortitude is a bit stronger compared to last few seasons.
While we check out the final blow, this is one of the best moments here. Onzen's, the attempted jump shot onto him, he managed to deny that. And then the final blow, okay, it was by Olio there. Anyway, Jimmy, OP, Leons, Olio, and Ade Luke again with another chicken.
When it comes to damage-wise, well, surprisingly, Ade Luke didn't do so much down there. Maybe he's being eliminated quite early, but the rest of them did. I say opportunity presented itself for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They've been patient in well worth fruitful adventure of their patience. But when it comes to Strangers Esports, oh, that was something else entirely. And Tony K, he did so much for Vampires as well. Unfortunately, did not have enough manpower. But all in all, still, it's going to be anybody's game when it comes to week number 2. We're all going to have to wait and see whether the last map will turn the table around or not. But before we getting into in-depth when it comes to the point system later, we're going to hop into the highlights.
There goes the round. High fives for CELCOMDIGI Alliance. One of the other team that managed to score 2 chicken dinners today, aside from the Xavier. Other than that, the top 4 teams, we got 2 Thai teams up here. Vampire Esports, Stranger Esports, and HOMEBOIS with the best performance today so far.
I agree. I mean, HOMEBOIS, we did see them a bit of a better performance for today. I don't know if they can carry out the momentum tomorrow or not. I'm gonna have to wait and see for that. But for Stranger Esports, also one of their best performance too. Now, for Stranger Esports, this is super crucial because they need to get into the super weekend here, and this seems to be a better start right now. As long as they can just be consistent for the rest of the week.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be quite a marathon because yep, we have a couple more days to go, so they need to really tank in or bring in the points because there will be days that they will not be playing and they cannot do anything about it. All they can do is just to watch and see how many teams actually push them down further. Now, from top 4 teams, we're going to go to our MVP. This time it's going to be Olio with 2 eliminations and 350 damage.
2 eliminations, but when it comes to damage-wise, it didn't tally up completely with those eliminations. But like we mentioned just now, for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, it was a waiting game, and it's all about a patience game for them. It's about just find the last few fights to make sure they will secure those chicken dinner. Because when they were trying to play it a bit of a low profile before and try to be slightly aggressive in the previous wrangle, so many teams tried to take them down and still scored them quite decently with 15 total points compared to Vampires, despite they having more elimination. But unfortunately, they left with 2 players left and not enough position points.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like an Asian dad, but 5 eliminations with a chicken dinner, it's okay, right? So, not the sexiest, but it's okay. Yeah, I don't want to sound like an Asian dad, but can't help it. Vampire Esports 14, Stranger Esports also a double digit. So we got a good amount of double digits up there. But that also means that the points will be pulled up. And we have Tam Entertainment and MAQNA Esports Club, no points.
Wow. 0s down there is going to be hard. Especially for Tam Entertainment though. They were having a great momentum. Slightly better one early on today. But I don't know. I mean, a bit too aggressive. Sometimes caught yourself in a trap. And they've been taken out one by one by the other teams just now. And now climbing back up on top. It's going to be CELCOMDIGI Alliance. While the Xavier's being pushed down, RIQ and Team Secret still retain the position at the top 4. But Vampires slowly creeping up. Seems to be at a time with BTR.
Oh yeah, the same amount of points, but it's because of the rank points that became tiebreaker to them between number 5 and number 6. But yep, it's still many more games to go, so that's still fine. Now, what's glaring to me here is MAQNA Esports Club. 0 rank points. They have not collected a single point. That means they have not at least got onto 8th place in any of the rounds so far.
True. But we're down to only one last map of the day if they want to catch up so far. I mean, the only team that don't have 2 chickens in a day is going to be RRQ here if they want to finish up with a fashion. Like how these Avis and CELCOMDIGI Alliance do it. But maybe it's best to have a different teams as well. Because so far across the chicken dinner, no Thai teams managed to secure that chicken dinner yet here today.
Yeah, one more chance to go today in our final game in Miramar. But also our final reminder for you all today, that is the grand finals that will be happening starting next Friday onwards will be live. And you can be there in person to watch your favorite PUBG Mobile esports players playing at IOI City Mall. It will be at the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center in Level 3 East. So make sure you book your time and go there. If you're traveling from far, there's good accommodation options around as well. So make sure next Friday it is until Sunday. You don't want to miss out on who's going to lift the trophy.
When it comes to lifting the trophy, I mean, there's still a lot of journey in between to qualify to get into the stage when you can actually lift the trophy. It's another problem for these guys.
Yeah, so teams like HOMEBOIS will still need to do it, Strangers Esports as well. So they still need to find that consistency, gain those points to get the entry into Super Sunday. For those teams who missed out on the first week, Super Sunday, if they don't enter this round, it's goodbye for them basically.
And it's more brutal for this week's Super Sunday, by the way. Don't forget about the, what do you call it again? The rush...
The smash rule.
The smash rule, there you go. It's all depend on this Saturday's ranking points, honestly. So it's super important for the teams to actually get into this last Super Sunday. Don't forget, there's only 2 weeks for the Super Sundays, and this is going to be the last one.
Yeah, speaking a bit about the smash rule, right? So can you imagine, like on Sunday, it can go as little, like bare minimum, 2 games, and then the day is over. But it can go maximum 8 games. Yeah, so it can go like either extreme. Like, can you imagine just having like 2 games and the day is over? That never happens in any PUBG Mobile esports format.
I mean, for the 8 games, we did it back in 2019. The usual 6 days per week, 8 games per day, back to back. That happened before. But 2 games in a day, nope, never happened.
Yeah, it feels almost like, oh, you just turn on the channel and it's over. That sort of feeling. But that could potentially happen. Mathematically, it might. But, of course, we'll save that for later. Right now, it's going to be the last game for today. The last one, as usual, Miramar.
Last map of week 2, day 1. We're back into Miramar. Will the Thai teams finally close the game with one of the teams from the Thai regions a flag waving to close up day 1 of week number 2? Because so far, we've seen CELCOMDIGI Alliance, we've seen RRQ, and there's going to be one more Vietnam, which is going to be the Xaviers. And nothing from the Thais. What is happening? They used to be one of the strongest region. It feels like now they are drowning.
And it was just the last PMSL Southeast Asia that Vampire Esports won it. So they solidified themselves as well again. And the best part is that they won it on their home ground. So that was extra sweetness for them. But yeah, I guess it could be a generational shift. We don't know. But giving the benefit of the doubt, I mean, there's still a couple more days to go. If they can do the quote-unquote the BTR insane comeback towards the later week, then people will forget about day 1.
Yep, like you mentioned, as always, not about the journey, it's about where you end and how you end it. And it's all about whether they will end their run here and just give up, or will they still keep fighting for it, for the teams that actually at the very bottom. In this case, it's going to be HOMEBOIS.
Yeah, HOMEBOIS is the one that's struggling right now, but at least they show some signs of life from the previous round. How they managed ENAM SEMBILAN to get into the circle, that was pretty nice. Yes, no doubt they got a bit of help, but overcoming it is still overcoming it. So whatever it is, they still made it happen. Now with the circle, and we were to zoom in on the HOMEBOIS, they are dropping into the circle by the side, still okay. So pretty advantageous circle for them.
Lucky house. So many teams hoping to be lucky. I agree with you though. But when it comes to, sometimes you plan out everything perfectly well, but it's just about the timing. It's just not the perfect time. It happened to be clashing with another team when you're migrating outside. It seems to be just making it so difficult for the teams, to have a very smooth sailing. But so far, I have to say, I'm looking forward for Team Secret performance this season because I love how Frankie and Break working out as a duo. You can see so much growth and so much potential and so much more they can actually be in future.
Oh, okay. Lucky it's Frankie and Break and not like Frankie Esports, right? Yeah. But yeah, so far Team Secret, they're okay. And if we can think about it, right? So Team Secret, they were in PMGC. And it was their first outing in PMGC. They didn't make it past the group stage, but they did kind of push it at some point. I believe it was day 1 that time. So they did show that sort of potential. And looking like across the players, the fact that they got Frankie in this season, whether they're title contenders or not, I mean, there are a lot of other teams that can also be title contenders, and we can say the same for those teams. But Team Secret, they are on a upward trajectory, I would say.
True. And I mean, it's all about time here. And also, I don't know if they start to swap players in the future or not, but if they can actually work with the same player, like how, I think the best example for all of us to learn from is going to be the Xaviers in this case, right? They're not willing to change their players. They just take all the same players, no matter how low they get or how high they were. They're still going to just work with the same players to fix things up. Instead of fixing their roster by replacing players, they really get deep with the players about what's the main issue. They don't see the players as a problem. They see the communication as a problem and try to fix it.
Yeah, and they didn't do a major overhaul, right? Like switch the entire team, for example. They just like, okay, maybe let's just switch one player because it fits into our system. And so far, so good for Team Secret. So if they were to be able to come out as a surprise champion to win this season's PMSL, it would be an amazing story to tell. And you can imagine like the catalyst, it could be Frankie.
True. But it's all about whether Frankie can keep up as well, you know, because Frankie has been in the scene for quite some time as well. And it's always about the banter between veteran players versus new blood. Can their reflex match up with the new blood or not? Experience or reflex, which one do you prefer over when it comes to, you know, in the future? So I think the last few seasons we have this combination of both, where they put up a lot of veteran players in the same lineup as rookie players just to match things up, to see the level, whether they can actually just standardize and try to learn from each other from that stance. But I don't know. Personally, Cloud, do you feel like the mixture of veteran players with new rookie players, or is just completely new rookie and all veterans, not all, like veteran players lineup is way better?
Before I answer that question, I just had to do a quick look up on Frankie's age. He's actually 24 this year. So although it's like, oh, he's a veteran, you know, it's like, but the dude is like 24, right? Okay, but to answer the question, I believe that a good mixture is good. I think I would say one of the recent best examples would be like VOIN Donkey during PMGC last season. Like you have Potato playing as the IGL. He's been around for like quite a while, and then you got like the younger players like Zeta, who's able to frag for him, has all the mechanical skills, and then Potato has the brains, the experience, and VOIN Donkey was the only Southeast Asia team to make the grand finals of PMGC. So that kind of formula worked, and I think that could be a case study or an example to say that, yeah, I guess having a good mix of experience and also high mechanical young players, that would be nice.
Yeah. It's always the issue, and you know, when we had those seasons where we have this mixture, we always listen to this problem. It's so hard to keep him on leash, especially the new players. They're so wild and so bloodthirsty. They're just so reckless and causing the whole team to just have to chase his tail all the time. No offense, but Yuhai was one of them once upon a time.
Yeah, it was like the I wouldn't say the first version. The first version is the really, really old one. But the second version of Team Secret, yeah, that was the time where I remember like their formation and their game plan. They have only one game plan. Keep Yuhai alive. Like whatever you do, if Yuhai gets knocked, all in. If Yuhai needs something, pass it to him. It's like feed everything to Yuhai. And that was the only game plan. But he got them the championship, so it worked that time.
Yeah, I feel like that time Yuhai was like Tasmanian devil, and everybody just tried to keep him alive and make sure this boy don't go crazy so much that he just dig his own grave. Now we don't have that much of a team or that kind of pattern these days compared to the olden days, right? Do you think that's still improvement, or it's something that you kind of miss in this tournament right now?
Oh, I think it's just a shift, right? Like if you keep playing, like you also mentioned it earlier today, like if you keep playing the same strat, like people will read you out and try to counter you. It could be the case that if you still play the same strat like back in the day till now, that yeah, it might not be relevant nowadays. So I guess it's just adapting and just shifting with the meta, shifting with yourself. And there's also this thing about like the more you play, the more experience you gain. That means the more lessons you learn on not what to do. So you kind of stop doing like some of the more reckless stuff.
I agree. The things that you're not supposed to do is the heaviest part that everybody have to learn to take it in. But when it comes to taking it in, we're gonna go into back. That's a very, very heavy topic we had just now, by the way, guys. CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Wow, that's a haunted buggy. Wait, how did he even go like that? Possessed.
Yeah, somebody call the exorcist, please. I mean, we're close to midnight. I'm scared now. I stay alone, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
The window is just beside me, you know, like.
We talked about all these gold veteran players and very young, still veteran but young. It's gonna be Tony K. Taking out another veteran player. It's gonna be D. Xavier Jin. I feel like Tony K just went wild in the last map. He just, you know what? I'm done. I'm just gonna do whatever, because he just being unleashed and just go do whatever he wants to do. That's how I feel about his performance, yeah, in the last Miramar map and this one.
Whoa, speaking about performance, now Tam putting in a performance to secure that elimination of the Noah from Tam Entertainment. Now, where are the rest of them? Okay, they're still somewhere around the corner, but that's a good enough signal for the rest of Tam Entertainment to not pass by there.
Tam Entertainment always seems to be unfortunate during the migration and navigation into the safe zone. While for the side of HOMEBOIS, it's going to be around HOMEBOIS BIGETRON right now, a bit too rowdy. We have St. Martin also seems to be a very popular spot between the teams of Empires right on top of it, while BTR seems to be very scattered on the south of St. Martin on top of Picado High Mountains. But back to the side of HOMEBOIS, right on the south side of Hacienda del Patron. It's going to be more than one team here. I think it's possibly like, what, 3, 4, 5 teams just around the corner?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he has been rather quiet, other than the few eliminations, that just means that some areas are starting to get crowded. Yeah, and we're coming on to stage number 3. We're going to get a bit of a replay here on how Tony K actually got his target. Nice position, and that's the reaction, as usual.
Look at that spray. No, speaking of Vaxi, we don't see a lot of Vaxi just now. But VOIN Donkey, I missed the, was it last year or last 2 years? They start to really go crazy sometimes. They're on top of a chart. When the problem with VOIN Donkey is their confidence is never consistent. They never have this consistency of their confidence when it comes to firepower. When they actually can do it, they question themselves too much.
Probably again, it's like adapting to the whole situation, right? Because if you talk about like the lineup, the key person, Potato, their IGL is still in it. But VOIN Donkey, even but like that time when they had their best glory days, overall they might not have the best firepower, and this was also commented by Mobile Esports Indonesia, some of the talents there. But what they are good at is that they are smart at playing the game, and that's how they navigated around that time. But if they try to apply the same level of smartness of how to play the game, then maybe we come back to the thing that we discussed earlier on, is that, oh, people know how you play now, and maybe that's why VOIN Donkey is not finding that groove as before.
Yeah, especially with, I feel like every single season there's a bit of standard. They're being raised up. The bar has been raised up every single season, especially this season. It feels like aggressiveness, firepower, and tactical has to be the highest benchmark in this season. Last season, the few seasons before, it's all about firepower, aggressiveness, going crazy to get those eliminations. But this season, not so much. I feel like they really have to balance things off, especially when it comes to their timing, tactical, and navigation of rotations throughout the entire map. It's super important. No matter how good you have of a player, of a team that can actually shoot and reflects so well, such precision when it comes to firepower, it's not as important when it comes to timing, because no matter how good you are as a shooter, you can't deal with 2-3 teams at the same time.
Definitely not in this lobby, right? Absolutely agree with that when everyone's so good at shooting. Like right now, we can see that MAC, oh, they just eliminated. Okay, they took out a couple of players from Talon, but not the entire squad yet. Yoru is now getting away, but MAQNA Esports Club, okay, let's go in for chase.
MAQNA seems to be on the hunt, looking for Talon, chasing their tails. But for Talon, oh, they actually made a run out of it, and BTO coming up from behind. Now that will take MEC by surprise. They thought they're gonna fight a different team, but a different team just arrived at a timely manner. On the side of Team Secret, they just leave Team Talon to squeeze by and pass through between them and OSJA Thailand.
I'm just looking at the map now. Looks like Talon forced themselves into as middle as possible. Oh, a great move, since the circle is not too far away from the middle area, so they're kind of okay circle-wise. I'm looking at the next potential clash point. My eyes are glued onto the northern side where TEM Entertainment and RRQ is at, and the elimination feed lit up.
TEM Entertainment, always unfortunate when it comes to their positioning and rotation, leaving only 2 players now. Heavy casualty indeed. Team Secret caught out MAQNA. Now, surprisingly, I thought it was VTR gonna go against MAQNA, but it's gonna be 2 teams at the same time. MAQNA got showered by a lot of bullets right now, and they caught himself in a tight spot.
That is Yoru eliminated as well based on the feed. And Kim taken out by a Red Bull. Looks like MAQNA is out number 16, the first team to bow out, but they got 2 elimination points. Team Secret, they have company on the other side as well. It's going to be Vampire Esports, but everyone's within the circle, so they don't need to force it.
For MAQNA though, unfortunately, they were trying to hunt down TALON, but they got hunted instead. TEM Entertainment, I mean, despite they only have 2 more players left, there's a bit bold of them to actually challenge all the other teams and have too much attraction right now. You don't want to be the center of attention for TEM Entertainment here, and they are doing just that.
Oh, but Talon is still the center of attention to Dewey as he got the... One of the players just got eliminated. Now leaving only 1 player for Talon. Ooh, Talon having a hard time still. And they are one of the teams that did not qualify in the Super Weekend last week. Now we have RRQ and the Peko sprays down on TEM Entertainment. Second try, but very, very slick. And he's going to be backseat for Boy Donkey. They got it.
On the other side. I mean, all the work coming up from RRQ, that must be frustrating on the side of TEM Entertainment. Barely had enough. Golf. You don't want to go early and play golf now, don't you? I mean, it would be sounding nice to play golf at 10 p.m. at night, but...
I've never played golf though, but I know people play golf at night. But I don't know, do people play at 10 p.m.? But yeah, I guess he's not interested to do that. That's why he's still trying to keep alive as long as possible.
AV actually being eliminated. Same goes for Talon just now. They both ended up with no points here. At least on the side of MAQNA Esports Club, they have 2 eliminations, so they don't go empty-handed. But that's the only points they're going to get here for today. Unfortunately, they finish their run with a double digit that's not even in the 20s.
That's right. Let's see if TEM Entertainment and Homeboys will follow suit to be not breaking the 20 mark, but they're only 1 point away. Of course, it's doable. TEM Entertainment, they just need to stay as quiet, wait for like a couple of other teams to bow out and gain placement points and leave MEC behind. Yeah, so MEC, I mean, number 16, whatever it is, it's never a good feeling.
Tomorrow is another brand new day. And there's only 1 more day for them to actually really push the numbers. Hopefully they are prepared and well up for that, because if not, it's going to be tough for them. Probably going to have to say goodbye for the grand finals if they don't make it for the next day. But back to the side of Strangers Esports is another team that did not make an entrance on last week's Super Weekend. They have to make sure they close the day with at least in the 30s here.
Here we got Vexy here taking a sneaky one onto BTR. Federales, he's in trouble. Fede might be the first one to go out. Sata is knocked down as well. 2 big gunpowder down for BTR. As of now, they need to recover quickly. The smoke's been deployed, but OSJA Thailand on the other side. Could this land inside?
No. Left, right, center. BTR have to deal with so many pressure here on the side of OSJA Thailand, as well as VOIN Donkey on the other end. BTR, he caught himself in a sandwich position, and this is tough for them to get out. Look at how they just slowly killing them one by one, limb by limb taken out. BTR raising how to even pick out at this point.
And so I'm going to take a quick one to acknowledge that TEM Entertainment has been eliminated. So they are also in the below 20-point mark bracket together with MAQNA Esports Club. But who is that? Oh, that's Levi. It's actually with a long range with his AUG to knock down Vexy.
Oh, VOIN Donkey, if they're not being careful. At least they got some elevations and compounds, right? I'm waiting for ENAM, SEMBILAN or 6-9ers to actually start to move because they're not actually inside of circle. Well, New Era, they just caught himself in an open space at a low ground as well. And RQ all over the place. Tried to smother them with a lot of bullet and keep the pressure on, but no fall. Nepeko, but oh, that's done. It's a clear tap and a clean one at that. Nepeko repositioned himself, trying to find the remaining member of the New Era.
And he's actually spreading out. Probably he's going to be the driver for one of the players that was stranded. Vampire Esports. Okay, mission to cross the road. Smokes deployed. But Stranger Esports in front of them. And looks like the number 2 and number 3 team, they will duke up with each other again this time. I don't see any other option for Vampire Esports. So they might just take a frontal fight with Stranger Esports.
Meow meow. Don't meow meow me, Mela. Mela, I can't meow meow him. KNS and Mela. Now, we don't see this duo too much. I mean, I feel like Mela's still struggling to work his chemistry around Strangers Esports player here. Because he used to have solid backup, but right now it feels like he really needs to push himself through and really do a lot of work to give guidance to the team here. Despite they're still also veteran players, but for Mela, it's for the TODAK. It was a sharp shooting instead, but KNS, oh my god, it's just gonna leave Mela away.
Wait a second, that's OSJA Thailand as well. All of a sudden, this became like PMPL Thailand. 3 Thai teams shooting at each other. Vampire Esports finding it difficult to cut across because of OSJA Thailand. And now without the circle. Oh no, this turned from bad to worse for Vampire.
Now, Frankie, Team Secret, on the other hand, are rising up the occasion. They are the star team as well. Now, on the side of Strangers Esports, Mela, he survived, saved by KNS just now. We thought he will be abandoned, but I guess that didn't happen. Good for you, Mela. Now they're gonna go having their journey, how to get into the circle or Team Secret. They're not willing to keep them off the leash yet.
Oh, Leo is not off the leash from Chopper. Stock him down. And Wix as well. Wow, OSJA Thailand, they're targeting everyone at this moment. Leo just got eliminated based on feed. But on screen right now, it's going to be Strangers Esports. But we also have announced Milan. Just got eliminated by VOIN Donkey.
Not the perfect timing for them to actually rush straight into VOIN Donkey's lair just now. But on the side of VOIN Donkey, they have a new visitor coming up soon. I think it's going to be the Vikings. Vikings coming up from the northern side, and they be squeezed through. VOIN Donkey a bit distracted with RQ at the same time. Need to figure out how to actually split their work between the members to deal with Vikings and VKE and RQ at the same time.
Here comes the movement here by Vikings. VOIN Donkey, they have to play the defensive stance against 2 different teams. Okay, Vikings probably going to come in. They're waiting for the right opportunity to crash in. But they don't have the advantage yet. At the same time, OSJA Thailand Secret continues to pick up points. This time, Wix will feed onto them.
Seems a bit too focused. The teams on the northern side definitely not taking part whatsoever about what's happening towards OSJA Thailand or the Xaviers because they're down on the south. The north have its own battle right now. But for RRQ, they're very thinly spread between themselves here. Going for 2-2 formation. So I guess Lapar and I think one of the other player is actually going down on the south side. Hazel and Jeff was always working out as a duo. While Secret of OSJA Thailand a bit busy against New Era. Still have a couple of members, one last member alive. But they have to deal with CELCOMDIGI Alliance too. So it's going to be two-way war for OSJA Thailand too.
And Nofal will be part of this. Here comes Yui. There's no way for Nofal to go. Yes, he got 1 knock, but the trade-off came in swiftly right after that. And there is it for New Era. But we have Vikings here and VOIN Donkey. They continue.
Vikings forcing the VOIN Donkey to leave this compound. They have to cut across, they have to push through for the MVKE. The Vikings have to actually go through and fight this one out if they want to win this chicken dinner. And they haven't got themselves any chickens for the day as well. So it's super important for them to just try to make a momentum for the following days of the week. But for VOIN Donkey, how do they respond to this? They need to deal with two different fights at the same time. And the circle just shrinks right on top of Hacienda de Patron.
Oh, and look who got the circle. Strangers Esports and BTR in the clear for now. Let's not forget about teams on the southern side. So we have the two powerhouses, CELCOMDIGI Alliance and D-Xavier next to each other. But bad news for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they only have their IGL, Jimmy OP, all alone. So he has to play the ninja move to get in.
20 seconds on the clock, down to stage number 8. And we still have 10 teams, by the way, Cloud. That's a lot of teams at stage number 8.
I know, right? Oh yeah, now that you pointed it out. We're almost at stage 8, we're at stage 7 now, but we got 10 teams? What? This is the most teams / players that we have got so far.
A long day. But it means that every single player know how important it is, how significant the day number 1 in week 2 will impact them for the rest of the week. They really want to get into the grand finals here. Frankie, as per usual, start to make a move. Well, the Xavier's spotted out Jimmy on the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And Chica Frankie taking on Homeboys. Homeboys in shambles, but still managing to wipe them out with the help of the blue zone. Homeboys will live for another stage.
Wow, okay, and they can probably slide into the circle. But let's see who will be able to slide into the circle between VOIN Donkey and Vikings. They have been having it at each other for the longest time. Chopper at the same time, needed down by Razy. That's going to be something else happening elsewhere across the map. Chopper finished off by Razy. And this fight between Vikings and also VOIN Donkey, it has to end.
Well, hopefully it will end soon, because like it or not, even if they're done with this fight, they need those util to be enough for the next few fights, because there's still plenty of team at stage number 8 here. 7 remains. While BTR barely had enough layers, Razy only got 2 eliminations. The rest of them still out there with 3 total eliminations right now on the board. But RRQ still giving the pressure to a side of a warehouse. Look at Hazel trying to go for the flank side, but tonight it's going to be some problem for BTR. It's down to 50% of HP. They are trying to open up the angle just to get to BTR, but don't forget D-Xavier's thinking the same thing as well.
Nades launch onto BTR now. Oh, 2 sent into the warehouse through the rooftop. Nicely done. Taking out the IGL. Razy. Razy will be eliminated. A bit of splash damage onto Snape. And now Snape 50% of health. He has 1 first aid. Uses the molly to buy a bit more time. And can he get it? Okay, 1 knock. To the elimination point. He gets the second one. Can he actually pull a big clutch? And 1 more to go for Snape. Snape.
Thank you, D-Xaviers. You helped BTR to actually survive a bit longer. But hey, they're not gonna help you that much anymore. Here comes the rest of D-Xaviers to finish off the last member of BTR. He was being helped before, and now he's gone as well.
Yep, that's the payment there, people. Yeah, we help you. You think it's for free? Nah, that's not gonna happen, right? And now back on the VOIN Donkey. But this time it's going to be extra, the final player for VOIN Donkey. Ooh, okay. He does have an S12K, the right weapon to clutch.
Actor. Gosu from Viking. Bin. He's trying to replenish himself some resources down there. But at least instead of Viking, they have 4 men well alive. The only full team that still have 4 members alive. Yeah, it's going to be just this team. And VK from Vietnam. But now, will they start to lose their members or not? D-Xavier's RRQ surprises them. And VOIN Donkey taking on Kwang as well. This is going to be a bit of a problem. It's going to be a 4 teams fighting against each other. We still have top 5 at the last stage. What is going on?
What? Okay, even if you got top 4, it's still a lot at the final stage, stage 9. Okay, one of them is going to go out here. Back turn! Tries to do a heroic move, but he will not be able to counter that. And Boy Donkey is out at number 4 for elimination points. I see the D-Saber, Strangers Esports, or Vikings.
Meow Meow, aka Mela. Here comes Mela with a back. Oh, he's for out. D-Xavier with what? Vikings from a long shot. We're suddenly down to 2 teams. Will D-Xavier scores another one, or will Vikings take it away for the first chicken of the day? Yeah, for this week number 2. D-Xavier's 3v3 or MVKE do have better options and better health, but utility-wise, it's more to a side D-Xavier's. They have Molotov, they have hand grenades, they have smokes.
It's going to be all Vietnam finale here, ladies and gentlemen. 3v3. Let's see who has the better tactics, who has the better firepower between these two teams. Right now, Nate, we need to heal up. Lamborghini and Co will buy time for him by launching those nades across.
Nate tried to open up the angle, but Ben will not allow him to do so. He's been mirrored precisely well. Kwang coming out from behind, giving some support covers. But D-Xavier's Levi, he's spotted out by Ben as well. He tried to toss the nade over. The nade's running low. They don't have enough utilities anymore. It's going down to the firepower. When it comes to precision, who can get it better? It's going to be 3v3. Equal odds. The same playfield. The only difference is going to be the terrain and those rocks.
They're clearly out of nades now. Now it's all about gunfights between these two teams. The two DPSs from Vikings, but Lamborghini not afraid at all. They got Kwang. They got a second one. One more to go. It's going to be Ben. Can he pull off a solo move here? It's going to be a 1v1. Ben, and who got it? It looks like it is still going to be D-Xavier. 3 ticket dinners today.
Triple winner, chicken dinner. And finally we get some reaction, but not a happy one. There's a lot of frustration in their previous performance. Therefore, these Xaviers just shows how they were fighting for their life in the game. Definitely wasn't an easy chicken dinner, but it was a well-played very last stage at stage number 9 in that last Miramar map.
Woo! What a finale that was. It was truly down to gunfights there. And D-Xavier, they are showing why they are the best team in Vietnam through that gunfight. And they deserve this chicken dinner. 3 chicken dinners today for D-Xavier. Come on, guys. Be cheerful a bit. You know, it's the last game. 3 chicken dinners. Okay, at least.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
They're just next to each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like the number 1, number 2 team, right? Hey.
Yeah, I mean, if you... Hey, BTO is there as well. They got themselves quite decent. I mean, whoever sits in that row probably have better rankings than the rest of the teams out there.
I know, right? It's like, hey, both of us took all the points, right? Yeah, like we buddy now, we buddy. But obviously D-Xavier's on top because of this final chicken dinner. Now let's look at some of the stats here. 10 elimination points for D-Xavier, so that's 20 points for the final round.
And they lost Parajin way early on. It means that they've been working as a trio for the entire day. I mean, Parajin, he didn't actually get any damage output at all and got his damage received. Then that's the end of his life. If you compare with Levi, I mean, Lamborghini did his work today. Parajin was on top as well, and Levi is just pushing up the numbers. Nate pretty much around the all-rounder for the entire day here, consistently giving enough damage to support the rest of his teams. But these Xaviers, this is why they should be feared by the teams. But we're going to relive the moment for our last Miramar map of the day.
Well, here it is, our top 4 teams. Of course, no surprise by now, Xavier, but it's nice to see MG and Vikings Esports up here as one of our top 4 teams. A nice, fresh breath of fresh air, that is, coming at the second place. And then we have RRQ as well. They did score 1 chicken dinner today. And we have Strangers Esports, just showing that Thailand, they do like their Miramas.
Well, I feel sorry for the table just now. But when it comes to the utilities wise, you have to give it to the Vikings. They had a rough journey to be where they're at. And it's a better performance, I hope, when it comes and compared to last week. Hopefully they can carry out this momentum throughout the next day of group stage. But Levi, as we expected, is going to be MVP for this round. Every single player except for, who was it? Nate T, that still didn't actually got himself in an MVP for the line of the Xaviers. Each of the chicken is going to be different MVP of the Xaviers player today.
That's a good point. It just shows that all of them are working out well, but because they only had 3 chicken dinners, so maybe if they get a 4th one, it would have been Nate, but that will have to wait for their following match day. So that's okay, but still, it just shows that they are not overly dependent onto one player, and that's the formula that Xavier has that has been working out for them for many seasons now, including so far this season. And it's nice to see all these different names coming up. And speaking of what's coming up, it's going to be our match rankings. 5 teams actually got a double digit.
And also I want to give a shout out for Levi just now, because I think that's one of the highest headshot, 34% for today as well. But when it comes to the points, and we're looking at, I don't know about the top 3, whether they still maintain and sustain it around retaining their position for the top 3. Of course, these Xaviers obviously will climb back up to number 1 spot here. But for Vikings, where do they stand after this round?
Yeah, with 12 points. I wonder how significant. A lot of points have been pulled at the top, so maybe it could be page 1 for Vikings. So that's what we want to see later on. But for now, for the match rankings, looking over at page 2, 3 teams not able to collect points at all. It's going to be ENAM, SEMBILAN, Esports, TALON, and Temp Entertainment. No points for them. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, 4 points on page 2. But at least they will still be somewhere up there.
For Temp Entertainment, unfortunately, the whole day when during their migration and rotation, they always caught off guard and just being slammed down by the other teams up. So far, CEDAW, like we mentioned before, the Xaviers pushed them down, but the points isn't that far off. But I have to say it, Cloud, based on week 1, it's safe to say the teams are actually in the top 3 or even in the 4th place, down to possibly the top 8 here, do have better chance to get into the Super Weekend, because last time we saw around 60 point was the borderline, right? So they have to get more than 60 for them to get into the Super Weekend. So half of it is going to be more than enough.
But on the second half, we have 2 teams not breaking the 20-point mark. And still, MAQNA Esports Club not able to collect a single rank point throughout the entire 6 games, putting them at number 16 with 16 points, followed by Temp Entertainment with 19 points. So the glaring number here is still MAQNA Esports Club, no rank points. That's something they need to work on to survive, basically. It's a survival game at the end of the day.
That's true. 0. Completely empty for their rank points. I mean, they are good when it comes to, that's what we talked about. You have to balance both for this season. It's not just about shooting anymore, it's about gaining this position points as well. And that's gonna be trouble for them, as just whiffing it off for the next few days. I mean, hopefully they can make it up to this last Super Weekend. But for MVP of the day, we're gonna have Lamborghini, the man that never smile and never celebrate.
The man that has also buffed up our MVP today. 2 average eliminations, 2 average assists, 430 average damage, 460 average heal, and the average survival time of 21 minutes and 28 seconds. Of course, they got 3 chicken dinners today, so the average survival time is definitely up there. It's probably pretty much similar across for most of the players from Xavier, and he got himself an MVP in one of the rounds as well. So hard work, OG, great work, Lamborghini. But let's hear it from our main stage here. We're going to pass it back to our host Keith for an interview. I wonder who we're going to hear from. Let's go.
We're just about to wrap up day one here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. But before you go, I have two from the kingdom here. It's RRQ, Neperco, and GenForce. Now, going into RRQ, Neperco first. Why? I respect the elders, and talking about elders, he's one of the last man remaining, the last man standing, the OG of the former RRQ glory. And I want to know, being that senior in the team, or at least in the org, does it bring you tremendous pressure to try and take them through this season?
Oke, Neperco sebagai seorang bisa dibilang legend lah di RRQ, adakah menurut kamu sendiri ngerasa pressure buat nge-lead anak-anak yang baru di RRQ sekarang?
Kalau pressure sih nggak ada ya, terlebih lagi anak-anaknya juga kayak King Hazel dan Lapar yang sangat-sangat gampang lah buat diajak bercanda. Tambah lagi ada IGL GenForce.
No, I don't really think I don't really felt any pressure because looking at the players right now, I have like King Hazel, I have like Lapar, and now I also have the new IGL which is GenForce. So I don't feel really any pressure.
Credits to GenForce, which is right here, but I'll keep you for later, okay? Just a couple more questions for Neperco here before I toss it away to your IGL. Now that you mentioned it, you sound optimistic, and I like that, positive. You're very positive as the senior, but I want to know, last week, RRQ didn't really shine on top. What's the big difference this week or today compared to the last?
Kalau kita lihat di minggu lalu RRQ nggak begitu perform. Apa yang membedakan minggu lalu dan minggu sekarang menurut Neperco sendiri?
Kalau membedakan lebih ke penyesuaian sih, karena itu masih minggu pertama, kita masih banyak juga hal yang perlu diperbaiki. Karena persiapan kita kurang lebih cuma 3 minggu sebelum ke PMSL, jadi trial error ya week 1 bisa dibilang.
I think for the last week, it's more towards adaptation. Because if we take a look back in our preparation, we only have 3 weeks before the PMSL start. So there's a lot of improvement that need to be made, and then there's a lot of mistake that need to be fixed. So I think it's more towards adaptation.
All right. One more before I let you make your way, or at least, move the mic over to GenForce here. Now that the experimental phase is over, can we expect RRQ to maintain top 3 all the way to the end?
Oke, sekarang kita bisa bilang udah waktunya eksperimentasi udah habis. Menurut Neperco sendiri, apakah RRQ bisa mempunyai potensi untuk mendominasi di PMSL kali ini dan mendapatkan 3 besar di ujung-ujung nanti?
Optimis sih pasti ya, percaya lah sama tim ini. Cuman kita pasti step by step dulu. Kita perbaiki masalah kita yang sebelum-sebelumnya kayak minor mistake tapi dampaknya gede sih yang kita masih perlu perbaiki.
To be honest, I'm very optimistic with this lineup because I believe in this lineup that we can achieve top 3. But then we need to take step by step. It's because of there's still a lot of minor mistake that we need to adjust, because from that minor mistake it can lead towards a major mistake. So that's the only focus that we want to focus on right now.
That's probably the most mature answer I've heard on stage. They say sikit-sikit jadi bukit, or a little anthill will turn into a molehill. Now, moving on to new teammates, right? He credited GenForce, who's right here, who's currently an IGL in the team. He was previously an IGL in BTR. Now, moving over, which part of the leadership position did you learn from then that you adapted over that has proven to be the most helpful?
Oke, menjadi mantan IGL BTR dan sekarang IGL RRQ sendiri, apakah hal-hal yang kamu belajar di sana ataupun leadership yang kamu tunjukin di sana di BTR kamu bawa ke RRQ yang memberi dampak besar buat RRQ sendiri?
Yang pastinya dari BTR ke RRQ kita bawa semua yang bisa gua pelajari dari RRQ dari coach-coach sebelumnya, dan paling gua menyesuaikan sedikit aja di RRQ di coach Papel dan coach Ferdi.
Of course, I learned a lot of things in BTR back then. All the positive things that I learned there from the previous coach as well, I'll bring here. But then there's still a few minor adjustments, I would say. Because at the end of the day, I still have my coach, Coach Rafael and Coach Ferdi. So we just change a little bit things. Yep.
I like how GenForce trying to hide a little secret. He wasn't being very specific though, but I'm gonna press on that even further. If you could name one key factor that contributed from your leadership today that got RRQ into a better position this week, what is that thing? Could it be maybe your shot calls? Could it be your dynamics? Could it be your positioning? So on and so forth.
Kita masih lagi pengen tahu karena jawaban pertama tadi seperti abu-abu gitu kan. Jadi kalau bisa ceritain satu aja, ya bisa bilang key faktor, kunci utama buat RRQ sendiri. Apakah itu? Bisa cerita dikit aja nggak?
Sebenarnya nggak ada kunci sih, tinggal main aja. Lagian anak-anak di RRQ sekarang asik-asik semua kan. Jadi itu penyesuaiannya tuh menurut gua singkat aja sih, nggak perlu waktu lama.
Yeah, to be honest, there's no special recipe or I don't have any key factor that I learned there, because if we take a look in our lineup, basically they are good players, so there's no need to have such a long time for adaptation. So yeah.
Okay, he's got every missing piece of the puzzle to put it all together for RRQ's victory. Now, before I let you go and end your day here, a little personal one. Since you did come from BTR, now if RRQ and BTR get into a final circle together, is there any special strategy that you know, because you know BTR, do you know how to counter them in that final circle?
Ya, kalau kita lihat suatu saat nanti bakal ada momen di mana di circle ujung tinggal sisa kamu sama BTR, RRQ sama BTR, apa yang bakal dilakukan? Apakah kamu mempunyai ya gameplay rahasia ataupun gameplay khusus buat gimana caranya mengatasi BTR, karena kamu mantan pemain BTR, kayaknya udah tau lah luar dalam BTR sendiri. Menurut kamu sendiri?
Ya kalau ketemu BTR di last circle sih kita ya kalau bisa kita main pintar aja sih sebenarnya, nggak ada gara-gara BTR kita nge-push lah inilah, nggak ada sih, yang penting pintar aja. Jangan gara-gara BTR doang ntar tim-tim lainnya jadi naik kan, jadi menghambat performa kita, jadi ya main aja sih.
Yeah, I mean, we still even though we need to have a head-on fight with BTR, I will still choose to play smart, because yeah, I don't want other factors gonna affect us, so that yeah, it's gonna stop our performance. So we just play smart, even though it's BTR.
Heard it from the man himself, man with many experience. Previously BTR, now leading the likes of RRQ. Smart plays wins games, and they are here to turn their fate from week number 1 coming into week number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And without further ado, thank you all for watching back home. I'm gonna send them off to reset comes tomorrow for another 6 set of match. With that, casters, I bid you farewell.
Interesting interview. I love it so much, especially the last question just now. Play smart. I think that's going to be the key point of the day, especially the teams that you guys know that did not do well here today. Bias. But yeah, speaking of which, I mean, BIGETRON Esports definitely don't have any sort of regret to let go of RRQ player right now, which is going to be Gen 4s, because they're not that far off when it comes to the points.
Yeah, not at all, right? So I guess it benefits both sides, right? Like BTR had quite a big overhaul, and then RRQ, they took a lot of BTR players, and both of them is like, okay, we go up together, that sort of feeling. So I love the fact that Keith actually dug more about like the last question, right? So if really, when it comes to like the actual battleground, if RRQ were to meet with BTR, like 4v4 final circle sort of thing, I think that was set up for something really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, even just now, the last fight that we saw was already quite a good CQC, one of the best open space CQC that we have, and an ending when it comes to this season as well. Imagine if it's actually RRQ versus BTR, or even maybe Vampires versus their ultimates.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Okay, so the closest one right now, Mela is the only one that did not follow them to the new Vampire. So it's like Stranger versus Vampire. I believe we got that a couple of times, right? It's just that it's not as intense like the final circle moment. But yeah, we're so demanding, right? We're so demanding. We want everything perfect.
But it has been a very good run here when it comes to week number 2, day number 1. I have to say we can look forward what remaining days of day number 2 and day number 3 will bring forth, which is going to be tomorrow. But I think that's it. That's a wrap for now today, Cloud. In last word, I mean, thank you guys who have been watching us and following this entire 7 years of PUBG Mobile.
Yes, and your favorite team from Group B will be playing tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned. Same time, same channel. My name is Sir Cloud, together with a wonderful, amazing Choo Choo. We'll be signing off for now, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.